Want to get started? We got a
Good thing he's not coming to lunch. We wouldn't be able to eat.
fair amount of time. So we want to get started. We just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have enough. We do have a quorum. So first, we want to thank Mark Teschen for having us here at Burton Academy, BBA. We're delighted to be here. We'll get to you in just a couple of minutes, Mark. Let's roll call, please. Give your name and identify where you're from. Start with you, John.
I'm John O'Keefe from right here in Manchester, Vermont.
Kyle Coutois from Georgia, Vermont.
Peter Peltz from Woodbury, Vermont.
Dan French, Secretary of Education from Manchester.
Jen O'Farrell, St. Johnsbury.
John Carroll from Norwich. Thank you all. Amendments to the agenda. There is one amendment. We have removed at the request of Vermont Higher Education Council. We've removed their presentation from today's agenda, and it's been being postponed. That's item J on your agenda. Higher Education Council wants to talk to us about some of our rules as they pertain to accreditation of post-secondary institutions. And we'll hear from them at the November meeting. And of course, you'll receive a fresh set of briefing documents with your packet for that meeting. That's the only amendment to the agenda that I'm aware of. Maureen, is there anything else that I should be thinking of? No? Okay. Let us, then we welcome Mark to speak to us, and your target is about 10 of.
Good, I can do that.
Thank you.
So first of all, I do want to welcome everybody. Hi, how are you?
You can sit over here. Go ahead, Mark.
Sure. So welcome everyone to Burton. I will be done at 10 of. I thought what I would do is give you a brief overview, and then we have some more time later this morning, or actually I think early in the afternoon, to talk in more depth about how we're seeing the future of education. And it's titled The Future of Education at Burton. We want you to see and understand and hopefully appreciate where we're trying to go with education, which I think will be in sync with a lot of your thinking, and is very much we think is very much in sync with current thinking on brain-based education and approaches. So we'll get to that, but I wanted to make sure we had a good understanding of Burton. I have a little some slides to accompany this, so I'll turn this so you can see it. Burton was founded in 1829, which makes us older than St. Johnsbury, not that we're competitive, but I just wanted to mention that, Jenna.
Thanks, Mark.
Sure. And this is a photo from the 1860s, and what I love about this photo is it shows the longevity, emphasizes the longevity of this school and its role in our community. You drove up today, presumably you drove up Seminary Avenue, and the only real difference between this view and today is, like, the trees have gotten a little bit taller over the course of that time. But we continue to play this role in our sending towns, and we are one of what they refer to as, what many people refer to as, the 4 historic town academies. We're absolutely and deeply committing to serving our communities and serving each and every student in our community. Are you wanting me to? Okay. And this is a listing of our sending towns right now: Manchester, Dorset, Londonderry, Peru, Winhall, Landgrove, Weston, Danby, Mount Tabor, Dover, Wardsboro, Sunderland, Stratton. For those of you who are not that familiar with this area, Wardsboro and Dover are close to an hour away. And Manchester, we're obviously sitting right in Manchester. Dorset is a contiguous town, Sunderland is a contiguous town, but we really cover a broad map of southern Vermont. If you live in Ascending Town, you do not have to send your kid to Burton. But if you live in Ascending Town, we are deeply committed to the town in partnership, and we're deeply committed to the students in that town. So absent somebody who has a predilection for violent outbursts, you're going to be able to come to Burton. We are covered, and I say that absent because we are, I haven't rejected a student. I think maybe over the course of my 12 years now, we've said to one, like, we really can't handle this student. There was a court order, there were sexual offenses involved, and we just felt like we're a very open and trusting community, and we're not set up to deal with kind of the certain extreme cases. We have full special ed. We're extremely proud of our special ed programming, and we're extremely proud of our commitment to our towns. We have a mission, and we embrace this mission very much. It's to educate students intellectually and morally for a life of responsibility, integrity, and service. Today is a day, you may have noticed that there are not a lot of students around. It's not that we don't have classes on Wednesdays. We have the 9th grade out in the field today. So the entire freshman class, 167 students, are out with their advisory groups on projects serving the community. So today is 9th grade service day. Today is 10th grade summit. So the 10th graders, we have a special program for each one of our grades. 10th graders they're engaged in a program called Speak Up, and they're going to engage in discussions around consent and the whole issue and the continuing issue, and we're hoping to address it early, but the continuing issue of sexual assault on college campuses and in our environment, including in high schools. So we're trying to educate kids and give them a vehicle for having discussions around what we consider to be a crucial issue in our society. Our juniors are taking PSATs today, and our seniors are working on college admissions and post-college planning. So we take this day as an opportunity to have a different kind of program. Dr. Mathis, how are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry to
Go-
be late.
That's okay. I think your seat's over here. I just read the name tag. Just
Well, you're ahead of me.
how are you?
Okay, yourself?
Very nice to see you. I'm doing well. I want to zoom in on our core values because the first core value is going to be the focal point of this afternoon's talk. We developed these early in my tenure and came up with this term, engaging, vigorous educational experiences. And we came up with those words very intentionally with the notion that engaging makes a commitment that kids need to be, must be, should be a part of the educational process. So a teacher's job isn't just to teach. A teacher's job is to engage. And a student's responsibility is to be engaged in the process because that makes it better for everyone. So that engaging, that word means a lot to us. And then vigorous means a lot. We talked about all kinds of words, and you hear a lot about rigor. We need more rigor in this school. Nobody thinks of rigor and thinks it feels good, right? But the notion of vigor and a vigorous educational experience is one where you're deep into it and you're engaged, and at the end, and we've all been involved in activities where we worked really hard, we were deep into it, and at the end of it, we actually felt better than at the beginning, and we're surprised that the time was already up. It's a very high standard to have a vigorous educational experience, but that's what we're striving for, so that kids come out of their class more energized, not exhausted, like, wow, that was an exhausting and long class, but more like, I can't believe how fast that class went. We got so much done, can't wait for another one. That's the high standard. Some of the other core values I think are really important, especially for the kind of community we are, where we have, essentially open admissions. respect for individual differences is essential to being a good community. And we use that and refer to that all the time, whether we're combating racism or sexism, genderism, you pick your issue. If we can embrace diversity as a strength and teach kids to understand that diversity is an opportunity for learning, we're moving towards the kind of society that we'd like to be and probably aren't right now. The highest standards of performance and behavior, we're really just saying, we value achievement in all its forms. We value effort. And mindset of perseverance and reflection is getting to that notion that again and again you learn that talent is way overrated. It's perseverance and reflection and that cycle that leads you to growth. And then we strive to be a supportive and caring community, and you see that and can feel it every day as you walk around this school. I should point out that we have Dr. French, who is a now former parent. His daughter just graduated last year, and we have John O'Keefe here, who is a current parent of one student, and presumably your second daughter will be coming to Burr and Burton as well. He's wearing his Burr and Burton shirt, so that bodes well for us. A couple quick overview points with 2 minutes to go. One is we're growing, and we're growing in some significant ways. So in 2015, we were at 669. I want to say in 2013, we were at 630. But 669, 674, 688 in 2017, 710 in 2018. Last year, we ended the year at 767. We had a very large senior class. So this year, we've pulled back. We're a little bit shy of 750. But that obviously is an important growth trend. And I put here some sense of how many students are coming from sending schools, sending towns, choice towns. So somewhere between, really you could say 600 to 630 in any given year are coming from sending towns. We get another around 30 coming from choice towns. Those are towns who have not committed to pay our full tuition, but are choice towns, and they provide the statewide average, and then the families are responsible for making up the difference in that tuition. We have about 30 students who come from non-sending towns, and therefore they're termed private pay, meaning they don't get anything from their sending town. Bill?
Do you have a desired capacity or a limit?
And then we have about 60 international students. In terms of limit, and that'll get to this afternoon, what I say again and again and again, I say it to our board, and our board buys into it and supports it, is we need to be whatever size our communities want us to be. So if there are more people that want to come to Burr and Burton, I quite frankly never want to say no to a kid who wants to come to Burr and Burton. So if there were 900 kids that wanted to come, certainly my desire would be to say yes to all 900. Could they fit right now? No. Will they be able to fit in 2 years? We're in the midst of a construction cycle, so in less than 2 years, we'll have 25,000 square feet of new facility that is going to enhance our capability and our capacity if need be. If we don't grow, if we stay at this size, we'll take that new building, and I want to talk to you about it because it connects our educational goals with an architectural structure that supports a new kind of education for us. So I think you'll find that to be an interesting connection between education and architecture. We're not just building another classroom building with long hallway and a bunch of classrooms. But that will expand our capacity if our towns want us to expand.
Mark,
Yes, Peter, and you're
Do you board the boarding students on campus?
about half of them, roughly half of
So
them
that-
are in houses
that-
on
that
campus. And
Adds additional cost to your building, to board students.
so we have buildings that are specifically for international student boarding, so about half, and then about half of them are in homestays, so in people's homes around the community. And that we found to be a very rich experience and cultural exchange. So we're diving, Sabina.
Yeah.
Hi.
So the international students, are they here for all 4 years? Is it a semester, or how does that
It,
work?
it depends. Some students come for a semester, most come for at least a year. But I would say, the European students tend to come for a single year, kind of the junior year abroad concept. And the students from Asia tend to come for multiple years, graduate from Burton and go on to, to college in the U.S. And so the game, and it's particularly China, but we get students from China, Japan, Korea, Indonesia, they tend to come with the game of getting really good at English, getting an American education, and then that has a tremendous value back in their home country. So, yes, Jenna.
Are all your boarding students international?
All our boarding students are international. Although if your big boy wants to come down and board here for the next game, we'd be welcome. He'd be welcome. I know that's not allowed. I'm not recruiting. I'm just saying the guy was unstoppable.
Mark, the growth of about 10% over 5 years, has it come from equally from all of those 4 sectors, or is it one place or another that the growth has happened?
So here's the dynamic, and that was a setup question.
Yeah,
I figured you'd ask. This was the size, this is our current 9th grade. Our current 9th grade, we have 167 students. If you count up the number of students who went to 8th grade in our sending schools and came to Burton, that number's 123. That gap, 44 students, came from outside of our traditional sending schools, 44. And if you look across the school, we had 110, including internationals, but 110 new students. There were probably 30-something international. So that says 44 transfer students into 9th grade, and then another 30-something into 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. What's going on again and again and again is families move into our sending areas. So it's not that the towns are growing through population, through what we might call natural population growth, reproduction. It's that our towns are growing because people with kids come here and discover that the educational, Dan coined this term, the educational ecosystem here. And it's a very strong ecosystem. And, we're kind of at the center of it, but we're supported by very strong elementary schools. So people see the opportunity to come here. A lot of times, jobs are much more portable now than they were, 10, 20 years ago. So oftentimes, we have people who continue to work in New York City or elsewhere, but have a residence here, they live here, they buy their homes, their kids are growing up. Oftentimes, they bring businesses here and or locate their businesses here. And so this is part of the new economy that we're able to capitalize on.
We
I
have
think
a lot
we'll
of people move to town, obviously they come to town hall and they'll
Right.
want to change their
Yep.
water bill or something like that. And we always say, especially somebody about my age, we say, well, what brought you to Manchester? And the answer, 9 times out of 10, is the educational system.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
it's-
need to
it's
stop
overwhelming.
here. We're going to be, I think you're joining us for lunch, are you?
I'll join you for lunch
And
and
we'll also have time to carry on this discussion.
good. I'm going to give you a closing slide just to give you a hint of what's ahead. Mr. Rogers. We'll leave it at that. I'll explain it when we sit down.
Thank you very much.
Okay?
Thank you, Mark,
folks,
and thank you
guys
for
have a
having
good
us.
meeting.
Thank you very much.
Mark, where is lunch?
Lunch is going to be right over there. We thought we'd set you up here, and then
Okay.
lunch you'll have the nice view of the
My daughter might stop in.
Okay, great,
Good.
good.
She's
All
around.
right? Thank you.
All right. Board, we're now at item C in the agenda, and the question is to take action on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, which? It's been moved. Let's let's just be clear that the consent agenda consists of, pardon me, 3 sets of minutes. That is the minutes for September 18th, the meeting in the morning, September 18th, the retreat in the afternoon, and September 19th, the retreat all day. It's been moved. Is there a second? Sure. It's been moved and seconded. So we're taking action in approving the consent agenda, in approving all of these minutes. Bill?
Perhaps at some point in the meeting, I'd like to discuss the layout of the agenda in terms of using our time more efficiently.
Uh-huh.
And we could either do that down below, or we could do so now.
If you're comfortable with it, I'd suggest that we include it on schedule item L, which is where we're talking about future meetings.
Perfectly
Is
fine.
that okay? Thank you. So I take it then that there are no proposed corrections to the minutes of these 3 sessions. Is that correct? Are you ready for the vote? Those in favor of the approval of the 3 sets of minutes, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay? None. It's unanimously approved. Thank you for that. Board announcements. Are there any members who would like to announce something that they think is important and pertinent to the board's work?
One little thing, last month we were talking about the report card, and there's a new Gallup poll that came out in the fall, as it always does, and said that only 23% of the people, mostly parents, looked at the report card, and something like 50% of the population didn't even know that they had one in the states where they had them. So, just FYI.
Yep. Any other members, voting members' comments? Student members, do you have any reports or any comments you want to share with us from your world?
At BFA, at the moment, we're having some issues when it comes to transcripts. Looking at that, there's been a lot of staff changes when it comes to administration at our school, so there's been a lot of issues with looking at proficiencies and putting them onto the transcripts, because it's just been hard for them to make some of the transitions into doing proficiency grading on like a transcript scale. So there's been a lot of meetings with administration talking. They've owned up to it, but they've said that in the past that they were unsupported by the board and like the local board, state board, and the agency. But it was at the meeting last night, Senator Parent, he's part of the education committee, stood up and said, you could have talked to us at any point. There's open communications on both sides, so you just chose, like, we have all the resources to help you. We could have sent someone to help you, and you just haven't said anything to us yet. So after that, they took ownership, and to summarize, they basically said, yeah, we messed up, and there's more work to be done. So hopefully, they gave us our updated transcript Tuesday, but there's still just some issues with it, with how it's balanced. But at the moment, I think things should settle out pretty soon. But that's what's been happening at BFA.
Oh, interesting.
Can I comment on that?
Yes.
After 77 was passed, I spent, shortly after that, I was up in St. Albans and talking about, and there was a huge divide between the college-bound kids and those that were taking kind of alternative courses, which were being offered.
Yeah.
And it was a dramatic divide, and it sounds like that really hasn't been attended to or resolved, but it was pretty dramatic. I mean, it was almost like those kids, they get a good break because they can do these things and they're not college tracked or whatever. It was dramatic.
Yeah, like there's been some, like how they've done things is they've kind of messed up the scaling a little bit, where normally students who wouldn't pass, they've just kind of bumped them up so they will pass,
Yeah.
but they've given no equal bump up to students that are in whether they're in like the middle, like a B area or
Yeah.
higher.
Yeah.
So it's this strange divide of students who normally would be C, D students are now B students, and students who have worked hard to get that B are now lumped in the same area, and then the students who want to stand out have to work just that much harder to be in that top rank.
Yeah.
Like I know a student who's trying to get into Stanford, and he's been having trouble because there's no real class rank with proficiencies, and he needs one. So there, he was like, "Can I get a class rank? I need my like GPA to be like accurate to my grades," because he's like, "I know I have the grades to get in. It's just not displaying it." So there's been issues like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no
Thank you.
problem.
Sabina.
Pick a harder school to get into.
I mean, this is kind of going off the
Probably.
report card thing. Our school uses Jump Rope, which is an online platform for showing grades. And a lot of it is they just send out an email to the students and parents, one email that has the login information. And so a lot of it is like my parents, I think it took them 2 weeks before they realized that that email was in their inbox and they were able to get into my grades and to view them. And the other thing to address that proficiency-based thing is we do have professional development on Mondays. And so the teachers meet with other teachers in their department on Monday mornings for an hour instead of teaching, and students come in an hour later. And a lot of that is to try and develop that coherency amongst teachers. So like all of the chem teachers have a very similar layout of what they teach. And so like if you miss one of the chem labs, because the teachers have been talking, you can go join another chem class and do that lab so you don't miss that work. And so that kind of helps to address the individual student issues and the grading. And so there is more of a equal sort of grading amongst students. But I think the report card thing is kind of interesting that, you know, a lot of it has transitioned to online stuff and what happens to those families that don't have access or don't understand how to access that.
Very good. Thank you both. I want to just update you, as you're still wet behind the ears chair, on some things that are going on sort of in the background. One of them is that you may recall that this board is the hearing panel for an appeal by an educator. I believe his name is Mr. Macias, is that how?
Macias.
Macias. And our colleague, John, is chair of a two-person hearing panel. And we've been notified that we'll be receiving pre-hearing documents soon, perhaps by the 18th, and that the hearing will be scheduled for sometime in December or January. So it's still happening. Second, I wanted to just update you on my efforts to make sure that folks who have a particular interest in special education and the new rules under 173 have some grasp of how they can be heard in this process. And of course, we're hearing today from the special education or the census-based funding advisory group, which was created by the legislature in Act 173 to comment and advise about the rulemaking. But there's another group called the Special Education Advisory Council, which has existed for, I think, many years as sort of an adjunct of the agency.
It's a requirement of federal law.
Yeah,
that
thank
every
you.
state have one.
Thank you. And I was intrigued at the August meeting. A member of the audience stood up and spoke about that advisory council and referred to it as dysfunctional. So I immediately contacted the contact person and got no answer. So I pressed again and eventually was put in touch with the new agency employee who is the new director of special ed. And spent some time on the telephone with this person, Jackie Kelleher, because she apparently is the agency's liaison with this entity. And I simply outlined to them process for rulemaking and the windows of time that people will have to comment, and encourage them to, if they wish to comment on the special education rules, they better speak soon because the train is leaving the station before long. This is sort of old news, but we're no longer members of NASB, or at least as of the beginning of the year, we no longer be members. We withdrew our 2020 membership in NASB. That was accepted with regret by the executive director of NASB. That leaves $25,000 in our less than $100,000 budget. In other words, more than 25% of our budget remains now intact and uncommitted, and there may become circumstances where the board will decide it wishes to spend those funds, and possibly in connection with Act 173, but that's yet to be determined. So we'll just know that there's that 25K there, and it may be available to us in the event that we feel we need outside counsel or expertise in connection with our work on any topic. Yes, Peter?
So this may be more directed to Dan. In so much as that is our budget. It's our but we don't have direct access to it as such. You control the disbursements of those funds. Is that correct?
Only the mechanical aspects of it. I mean, you direct that to a certain extent. And John had reached out on some of the mechanics, so we have a process available to you, but we don't say
So-
yes or no per se, other than to
Okay.
make sure it conforms with your budget.
Okay, so that's up to our discretion.
Yep.
Some of you have expressed interest in the integrated field reviews. Both Jenna and Bill have expressed some interest in that, and you've seen Maureen's, or I think it was Suzanne's email about that. And to all of you, if you want to know more about integrated field reviews, the AOE website has a very good section devoted to them, including some actual integrated field reviews that you can click on and study. And they make for interesting reading. The Sunset Advisory Council, I want to thank you for your input. The agency staff was kind enough to furnish me with the audio tape of the 19 September discussion that I was not able to be present at. And so I listened to your comments on this topic of the Sunset Advisory Commission, and then I composed probably an overly long response to the Advisory Commission's questions. I was, as those of you who know me know, that I was sort of running up some flags to see what response we might get on some of the other issues that we're talking about, our future and where we're headed. So I hope you've had a chance to see my overly long response to the Advisory Commission.
Might I say thank
Yeah.
you, because that was a strong affirmation of the need for this board.
Thank you. Bill, you had a comment?
Yes, same thing as Peter is saying. I really appreciated your doing that. It was thorough and complete. The IFR thing, I'd like to go back to that and ask a
Yes.
question if I could.
Yes.
There was only 1/3 approximately of the districts in there. And this has been in place for many long years, at least on the law, but we're just now getting to the implementation. I was just wondering why the other 2/3 weren't in there.
Commissioners, Madam, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. I mean, I did put your question back to our web team. You know,
Yeah.
we've gone through a couple iterations of web platforms since the IFR process was erected. But to your point, the chair, if you're interested in learning more about the IFR, we should schedule it perhaps as an agenda item, and we can do a formal presentation and answer those questions. I mean, it's part of, as you know, we struggle with coherence inside the agency because we get so many demands, and we're perfectly fine to respond to individual board members' question, but if this is of interest to the larger board, and it's emerging now as a conversation on an agenda that the topic was not warned,
Of course.
I would say the public would have an interest in this, and we should put it on the agenda, and we could present, you know, or get organized and do a presentation for you
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah. And as I recall, first of all, it only really got off the ground about 2 years ago.
Yeah, when I was
Yeah.
leaving superintendency in 2016, they were starting the articulation of designing the process, so I think it was piloted
Yep.
around then and the following year, so
And,
it's,
and it was intended that it would be a 3 to 4 year cycle before they got to every school.
yep.
So that's partly why you're seeing maybe only 20% of the schools have.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have that answer yet, though, but I think it's partially due to we probably have others that could be on the web that aren't, and it's probably more a function of our website, I'm guessing, but we can
I
dig
think
into that.
since this evaluation's one of the most important things that we should be doing, I think an update would be useful.
Sure. Yeah, it would almost be like part of an annual sort of check-in on the quality oversight function.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing I wanted to just mention is, as you know, we have a board vacancy, the unexpired term of the former chair. I've been in touch with the governor's office to say, so what is happening? It's over 2 months now since the chair submitted her resignation on the 8th of August. And I am assured that the governor has reviewed candidates and that a decision will be made and announced in time for the November meeting. So that's about a 3-month cycle time. I had thought by now things might go a little faster than that, but that's, I guess we should be glad to know that we'll be back to full strength at the November meeting, which is a good thing for lots of reasons. I think we value the diversity of points of view. Every member here brings something truly valuable to the discussion. And moreover, sometimes we've been pretty tight on having a quorum, and that really impedes our work. So I'm really pleased to know that the governor's office will have this for us soon. I guess in a less formal thing, I want to say that I've listened to the tape of the 19 September retreat, I think almost all of it. And I must say, you seem to be a very learned and considerate body. As I listen, of course, I know that not to be true, but it's a very impressive discussion that I heard. Pardon?
Did we leave early?
Yeah. And it was there's a term I love, excurd, which is to go on excursions, and you did do some excurding. And so therefore, perhaps there wasn't the exactly on-point conclusion that we might have hoped for. But frankly, you did very hard and important work, and I've taken note of where there seems to be consensus. I've taken note of where there are particular concerns, and I hope we can build on the work you did. And some of that building, I believe, will happen this afternoon. At least 3 of the topics that you had on your agenda are back up to sort of see if we're at a conclusion, or if not, what further work we need to do. So I really thank you for that, and I thank Jenna particularly for holding it together and keeping it on track, and Dan, you too helped a lot with that. But each of you contributed. I had to strain to hear some of your voices, but it was worth it. Each of you had some very useful things to say. I also thank you for these evaluation forms. Maureen put this together, and your comments were encouraging and helpful. So thank you for that. It's now 9:15, which means it's time for the secretary's report. Right. I'm a little late. Well, I think the secretary's at 9:10, so I'm a little late, Dan. I apologize, but I know you can do
I
it.
can compact my comments. Good morning. Basically 3 things I was going to mention. One, I think you're aware the agency has moved, or at least 2/3 of the agency has moved. So we moved 2/3 of the agency on the weekend of October 4th. That went well. The remaining third of the agency still is at Berry City Place, our prior location, and they'll move on the weekend of November 8th, and then we'll be complete. So at some point, perhaps we can give you a tour of our new space. But that's going well.
Mr. Secretary, just a real quick question, the doctor secretary, I'm sorry.
Just Dan or secretary would be fine.
Is somebody else moving into that space? For a
Berry
state
City
agency?
Place?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the whole move process, I mean, it's been a year of planning, involves 4 agencies, possibly 5. But it was really a consideration of a number of variables. One was how to make better use of Berry City Place, and the Agency of Transportation will fully occupy that building.
I was just curious because it
You might remember there was Positive Pie downstairs, the
Yes.
pizza place.
yeah.
That was totally turned back over to state. The state's leasing that, so AOT occupies that space. That space was reconditioned for
Well, that's too
AOT's
bad. It was
usage.
good pizza.
Yep, they have other
They're
establishments.
lost.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
But it's nice for Barry that there's still actually a larger state office presence in the downtown.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Because it clearly
Yep.
is a downtown economic development.
Yeah, so they, as an
strategy.
agency, more or less fit inside that building, where we only occupied 2 floors. And then, there was the fire at National Life was one of the variables. National Life, as a company, wanted more space on their campus, so there was a number of things going on. But the current 2/3 of the agency that moved, including my office, we moved onto the 5th floor of National Life State Office Building. And then the remaining third will occupy about half of the 4th floor. So we won't be on 1 floor, but pretty close. But we'd love to have you come over sometime and take you on a tour. Second item I'd mention, yesterday we did the public announcement of the 2020 Vermont Teacher of the Year. It's Elizabeth Kahn, who's a foreign language teacher, a French and Spanish teacher at the Main Street Middle School in Montpelier.
Which one was she? Of the 3? Do you remember?
I think the first one who
She
spoke.
was the first
First
speaker.
one.
Okay.
The one who'd done a lot of international.
Yes, she had done some work in Africa, I believe, and
Yes.
Middlebury graduate. Very articulate teacher, and we had, still work. We kind of did it a little differently. This program of Vermont Teacher Year has changed several times in my career. We have a partnership with UVM on it now. We're still going to do that, but this year we decided to do the sort of the public unveiling, if you will, at the teacher's school. So we had a wonderful experience yesterday. All the students were there. The students did not know the purpose of the assembly, so it was a surprise announcement, and they really enjoyed seeing their teacher acknowledged in that manner. We also had nice participation for former Vermont Teachers of the Year. So we had about 5 of them there, and they came, which we've tried to
that's nice.
involve them more in the process. So I think, we're going to debrief on how it went. It went fine. Went very well, actually. But I think there's more work we can do with that award to elevate the teaching profession in the state. But I think it went well. And just the third thing, I was just going to comment on the proficiency conversation. To Kyle's observation, proficiency grading is different than proficiency-based learning, but a lot of schools have gotten tangled up on the grading piece, particularly around the transcripts. And there hasn't been, it was very uneven deployment of the initiative when it was passed, back when Peter was saying Act 77. So to me, it's not surprising to find places that, have transcripts still with traditional grades and GPAs and proficiencies, and schools are doing all kinds of things in that regard. But there's a key component, as much as the state senator was very accurate in saying, we could help you, but you also, the state board owns a part of this, because your regulations are where some of the devil in the details are. So we've had a series of presentations starting in the spring around this issue. If you might remember, we had some agency staff briefing you on the quality standards where this issue resides. And there is a requirement that schools implement proficiency-based learning by 2020. And then we gave you some briefing on the report card with the idea of understanding, how we might measure quality. And then last month, we brought in sort of the data team to give you sort of an understanding of the back office, if you will, operations of how we put that together. I would just say that one of the things when I travel around as secretary, which is a privilege of the position, this is one of the issues I listen to, and to hear how people are doing with it. And so I've encountered 2 presentations or 2 voices you might want to entertain at some point in a future meeting. One is the Tarrant Foundation, and I was thinking of them largely, if you remember in August, you had the Vermont NEA publish their survey results, which was very interesting and useful to you, and they did a presentation, I think, at your August meeting. Likewise, I've heard from the Tarrant Foundation, which does statewide work on innovation and technology and has been attentive to this issue, and they've pretty much scaled up to the point statewide where they have a good perspective on what's going on, and they've recently published a book under the Harvard University Press.
Absolutely.
But they would be a good voice to hear, and I know they'd be interested in presenting to you on what they've seen statewide if you're interested in continuing that. The other one is I met with the guidance counselor statewide on the issue of the transcript, and it was interesting talking with them that one of the things they surfaced, which is not a perspective I've heard as much of, and it reminded me of my time as principal, a lot of where the transcript work happens more frequently is on the sort of the day-to-day as students move in and among our schools. And then one of the problems they find very challenging, probably more so than the college end of it, is how to do that translation as students move from high school to high school, since the proficiencies do not align. It's one thing to send it on to a higher ed institution, which also has the school's profile, the students' SATs and so forth, but it's another thing altogether to try to do that alignment from school to school when the alignment doesn't happen. So they'd be very interested in speaking to you on that topic and sharing their experience. So at any rate, I will just keep track of those conversations as I encounter them, and I'll work with the chair to surface them, possible agenda items. But I think it's something at some point the state board is probably going to have to visit because you own part of that conversation. And the agency certainly has a perspective on it too. We have a lot of expertise and resources.
Peter?
Are you heading towards a statewide assessment system in regards to this? I mean, that was a flaw of 77. It was really up to the districts to implement this. There wasn't a statewide to be.
We have a component inside the report card to measure personalization, and this would certainly be a piece of it, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, some sort of how are we going to know your regulations?
Sounds like uniformity is an issue.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, we certainly, we're planning, we have a component in the state report card on personalization and anticipate PLPs anyway being a component of that. But we certainly could talk about doing more in that regard. But it's something we have a good finger on as well. But I think it's something, I just keep elevating it to your interest because I think you own part of that conversation because your regulations sort of describe the work or the context of the work that's going on.
Kim?
I guess I'm maybe not familiar as maybe I should be with the NEA's report on it or the breadth of work that the Tarrant Foundation did with it, but I'm just wondering the context in which we would bring more information to that, I think is helpful to understand too. Would it be for the purposes of saying we shouldn't do this, or there's best practice that exists and we want to scale that? Where in the regulations is our role in that, just so that I can understand that better? And I know that there's wide variation in how these are being implemented and exercised, and that doesn't help when some schools are taking 1 or 2 kids from the state of Vermont and they're really not able to even understand among those applying how they're presenting. So I just would appreciate a little more context on what our purpose in hearing from these folks would be and what pieces our role specifically so that we would know what to do from there. I do see that there's a transferable skills sample graduation proficiencies and performance indicators that the agency has out there somewhere. So is that guiding the work? Is there a way for that to be what you're looking for at the state level so that that back ends the way it's being implemented? 1,000 questions, I apologize.
Yeah, no, it's good. I'm gonna write those down right now. Yeah.
Well, we are the owners of the rules. And so this ties back to our much larger scale discussions about sort of how we want to be spending our time and whether we're really good at that or not. I think it's probably fair to say that if the rules need to be changed or sharpened up or made more precise or less, the actual work in doing that will come from the agency. I mean, I don't think this board is ever going to get so deeply into this topic that we actually know how the rules need to be changed. And so that gets into the question of, well, if the agency's doing all that, what's the role of the board then, other than to say, that makes sense, okay. You know, I don't know what expertise we bring to that conversation. So I think it's obviously a topic we want to understand better. I think probably many of us hear from constituents who have concerns about proficiency-based learning. and grading. But quite beyond that, whether or not we as a meet once a month group of lay people bring very much expertise to actually reshaping rules or anything else about the way the program is designed. I could imagine, for example, that the board might compile a profile of what the concerns and issues are at a sort of high level, and that possibly the board could serve a useful purpose in conveying those concerns to the General Assembly or sharing them with the agency, although the agency knows better than we what these issues are. But I think this is a classic case of we own the rules, but we don't have a lot of expertise. And it's the agency who does all the work. Bill?
Peter triggered something there in terms of having uniformity while personalizing things. Well, that's a bit of a contradiction. But it does remind us that this is a squishy kind of business, and there is a lot of debate across the nation in terms of how to implement proficiencies. And so I think at some level, since we are charged with the evaluation component, I think you're right, Mr. Chairman, in terms of our review has to be at a high level. We can't go down here in the weeds, but there are certain things and concepts that we'd have to look at.
Yeah. A squishy kind of business, I think that's a very valuable term. And, but that's not to say, though, that, or to diminish the importance of the rules. I wouldn't want to think of them as weeds. They are vital, but they require a level of understanding that we're not likely to achieve, it seems. But that's
I
for another
agree.
day. Yeah, yeah. Kim?
I just wanted to follow up and just for my putting myself in the right place when I'm sort of studying the issue. Which set of rules do we approve that govern Act 77?
Ask others.
Yeah, they're in the education quality standards.
EQS
Yep.
is the
Yep.
2000?
Yep.
So, and it speaks specifically to Act 77?
Yes, and specifically the galvanizing point of a lot of the conversation is a requirement in your rules that requires the implementation of proficiency-based learning
Right.
by 2020.
Right.
Right.
And graduation.
It has a specific date, which is unusual, I would argue, for
Proficiencies.
rules.
And by the way, was that specificity included in the law?
No, I don't believe 2020 is in the law. I think
No?
it's something, it was translated the rules. I think so.
That's the story on the
Yeah,
street, is
yeah.
that it was the state board that
I'll
kind of,
verify that, but
forced
that
this.
was, when I was working with districts
not the
on this, I think that's what we
You got a
found.
green book?
I don't have it with me, but I'm looking at the law, though.
Bless your heart.
It's online. like,
Section 165.
Can I pass it?
We'll give this another couple minutes and then we'll
Yeah.
move on to the public to be heard.
I guess I just would love for us to, if the intent was such that it was important to make relevant education, that it be personalized, and that demonstrating proficiencies or not just checking boxes or having random grades that mean nothing, then if that intent is still valid and seems like a good idea in general, then what is the responsibility of us sort of evaluating where we are, and what is the responsibility of the agency in providing field support to be scaling best practice or providing guidance on best practice or professional development? And I don't know where we sit in that. So again, sort of to context, if we were to be exploring this further versus either reversing or reacting to people not being able to get it right. If we're getting it right, is it still as confusing when teachers are commonly grading because they have a common set of standards, and you can go to a different class because they're covering the same thing? And when it's being implemented well, is it achieving what was intended? And if so, what is our responsibility to support getting it implemented well? If it's not achieving its intention, then that's a different conversation, I think.
Can I just quickly comment on that? The educational system is really rigid, and the Carnegie units and all of
Yeah.
that is really, and it's tough to open up the Pandora's box and try to do something different, but the whole, was trying to really reach the whole person. What is it that a person needs to, survive today and as an adult and whatnot, and that's, kind of the intent is, are we failing
Right.
in terms of what students really need? But it certainly is a work in progress. That's
And as I looked at the sort of suggested, I forget what they're called, the AOE's really transferable skills and graduation sample proficiencies and indicators, like we would want every student to graduate with these set of skills demonstrated through core content or otherwise. So again, I am wholeheartedly supportive of the intention, and whether or not the State Board of Ed put a date certain or the law put a date certain, it's good that somebody did, because it's date certain time, and we see that it's varying in its implementation, and it's the law's been around for a really long time, with ample opportunity to have maybe more universally have been implementing without feeling like it's an under the gun, we got to get it done for this group of kids who are graduating this year. This isn't a new law. So I guess
And I think we heard at our August meeting, if I recall correctly, a testimony from some of the groups that some districts that are well-resourced have been able to invest and target a lot of training and development for their staff, so the staff really are up to speed, and then other districts are either not well-resourced or frankly not very interested, and so that the rollout is very uneven. As you're all talking, this is such a pregnant topic. It's such a it just sort of feels to me like this board could easily and productively, I think, convene essentially some hearings on this topic, ideally in 2 or 3 different parts of the state, and so that all comers come tell us what you know and think about how we're doing with proficiency-based learning, and from which we might be able to compile some impressions, some concerns, some commendations, which would be perhaps of interest to the agency, though my guess is that none of it would come as a surprise to them, and might be of interest to the General Assembly. And I guess what you might sense a theme for me is that one of our roles can be the eyes and ears of the General Assembly on how what they have created is working out, and what, if any, fine-tuning or resourcing might be called for, and that this board, as an independent entity with really no axe to grind other than supporting quality education, can provide a perspective that the General Assembly simply doesn't have time to do on their own. So,
I think you hit the nail on the head with the word uneven, right? Like,
Yes.
so there's uneven implementation and resources for every initiative in all parts of the state.
well, that is true.
So-
They pointed that out to us as well. Yep.
Right, and I think any group that comes before us, or we have these conversations, I think the unevenness is pervasive. So I guess I think you can take this conversation from Kim's point, from in the classroom, what this looks like, all the way up to, that policy systems level of who needs the most help and how do they get it, right? Like, so if Kyle's school is clearly saying like, hey, we need the most help, what is that system that kicks
Right.
in? And the NEA is presenting a report that says, we have some major problems here. What kicks in at that level to provide that support, and where
Right.
does that go?
Right.
And I don't know, and maybe Secretary gets that crisis moment for those schools, lands on your desk and your department, and is that a rules conversation, or is it an implementation, or is it a resource, right?
So
So
the
it's,
squishy piece is like, this is somewhere between that right now, but the
Yeah.
2020
That's right.
data is certainly
Right.
in the rules, and that's
yeah, I don't see it in the law.
causing some,
but-
that's the focus point of a lot.
Well, this is a good conversation, and it's certainly not the end. I think it's just the beginning. But in fairness to others who are here, we're 5 minutes behind. We'll give 15 minutes nonetheless to the public to be heard. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to be heard? Yes, if you would please.
I didn't sign in for that, but that's okay.
All right, if you'd please come to the table and identify yourself. Thank you.
Good morning, Jay Nichols, Vermont Principals Association, resident of Berkshire, Vermont. Just because you were talking about PBL, just a couple quick comments. One, just remember that tradition is peer pressure from dead people. Start with, okay? And
Wait
in
a
public
minute, wait a
education, we bow to peer pressure all the time. 12 white guys, older guys, developed this curriculum for high schools in 1905 or 1895. Bill could give me the date. And that's driven, Carnegie Unit's driven how we do a lot of our work. So just want to keep that in mind. Jenna mentioned uneven implementation. Dan and I have talked about that before. John, you mentioned resources, both human resources, okay, level of expertise, skill set, those types of things, as well as financial resources are factors in this. So some places that have not implemented PBLs all that well may be resourced well, but might not have the human capital or the expertise to do it well. And then just want to mention two other things. First of all, entry points. There were really basically three different entry points. Two are connected. One was personalized learning plans. So some places really leaned into personalized learning plans and maybe didn't spend a lot of time on what proficiency-based learning was really all about or proficiency-based grading. Other places went the other route. This is a complex law that a lot had to happen in a relatively short period of time. Ideally, when you put a law in like that, what you'd do is you'd start with next year's kindergarten. And then it'd be next year's kindergarten in first grade. And then it would be kindergarten 1, 2, and so on. As opposed to saying, okay, all you kids that are now 10, 11, 12th graders, or you kids that are 7th and 8th graders, you've missed what we're saying, the core stuff you're supposed to have is now. We'll find a way to backfill that somehow, which we typically don't, and then we'll move on from there. And then lastly, we need to keep in mind that Carnegie units and traditional grades have never been a good indicator of how well a student is learning essential content or their skills.
What has been a good indicator?
Typically, the good indicator has been really how motivated the kid is to do well, I think, for the most part. I think sometimes the transferable skills in the past have been left behind, and we've had plenty of kids who have not gone on to college, not been successful, because we've had that college for all mindset since the 70s or 80s that started kicking into place. Remember, before the 1950s, half the people in the United States did not go to college. We were more of a manufacturing society and were for another 20, 30 years. Around the 80s and 90s, we started switching over to more of a digital-based, tertiary service-type society. So the skills that were necessary prior are not the skills that are necessary going forward. So just being good at science or math, I'd rather have somebody who was a creative problem solver, could think on their feet, had good people skills, and was a learner. That's more important. That's what companies are telling us in surveys over and over again. We can teach some of the basic skills that our company has, but what we need you to do, schools, is put out people that can collaborate, can work well with others, that have interpersonal skills, and that are willing to learn.
One of the reasons we did do elementary schools is because elementary schools have more of that approach anyway.
A lot of them are already doing it. You're absolutely right. It's a lot easier for the elementary schools than it's been for the high schools, I
Yeah.
can tell you that.
Before you leave, any other questions?
I'm confused. Was Bill one of the 12 came up with the curriculum?
Jay, I guess I want to just double back on. The question that always comes to me is, how will we know it when we see it? How do we, so if we talk about somebody who's good at problem solving and good at all the other sort of qualitative descriptors that you use.
Right.
If you have no way of assessing that it exists or doesn't exist in some sort of reasonably systematic way, then how do you know you're succeeding? And if you have no way of knowing you're succeeding, then that's a pretty troubling prospect to me. So I guess I wonder, what are your thoughts about how do we know it when we see it?
I think that's partly where the transferable skills come into play. And the different systems is set up differently. When I left Franklin Northeast, the way we had set it up was that a kid had to show proficiency in a transferable skill in 3 different settings. So if I was at the Career Center and I was a forestry student and I was showing a transferable skill around accepting responsibility and accountability for myself, I also had to be able to show that in 2 other places. So it wasn't that I could just do that in forestry, but maybe I also could do that in English class, and maybe I could also do that as a member of the drama club or whatever it might be. And so having like 3 different people verify that this kid indeed had demonstrated in different settings that he or she could show that transferable skill would allow us to say, okay, this kid is proficient, has a proficient skill set in that transferable skill. At the same time, it doesn't mean we're not grading for academics. Just that the way that we're grading for them is different. We had a curriculum coordinator in our system whose daughter went to one of our high schools, I won't mention which one, and she had a B+ in algebra 2, I think it was. Pretty high level math. And her mom said to her, what are you learning math right? She goes, I have no idea. I don't know any of the material at all. She says, you have a B+ in your report card. How can that be? She said, I do my homework every night. And so the mother looked through her homework book. The teacher was checking off that the kid did the homework. It was all done wrong, but the kid was doing the homework. And the test scores were all 40s and 50s, and the kid was getting a B+ because she played the game of school. And that's no good anymore. We don't want kids that play the game of school. We want it to be about the learning as opposed to trying to get the letter grade of an A or a B.
Thank you.
Can I just answer your question quickly and crudely? Bob Helms was in the appropriation committee, and this subject, he said, just listen to what the kids are saying in the quarters.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's true. I bet you have a thought on this, Bill?
Yeah, I want to talk about the school level thing a little bit as contrasted with the student thing, because one's a subset of the other. Is that the word squishy is a word that's being used to talk about the reauthorization of the ESSA, which is coming up in a couple of years. And this gets to this point of you cannot quantify everything that's important. We still need the test scores and the things that we can collect that are uniform. But those things that are not quantifiable, we'd have to go to a judgment panel that you're talking of. And this gets back to ancient pragmatism as a formal philosophy in terms of that's the way that you make these decisions. And you have to get those teams that are going in. And that's where the connection to the IFR comes in. That is the panel of people that make the judgments about the school in addition to the quantifiable things. And you don't try to add up the squishies, because they don't add, they're not the same thing. But that's something I think we'll have to think about.
All right. Kim, yes.
I was just looking at the line, the 2000, or Rule 2000, but within the law, the one thing it says, and I appreciate the law came into effect in 2013, so not under your watch, Dan, but it specifically states the Secretary shall develop, publish, and regularly update guidance in the form of technical assistance, sharing of best practices, and model documents, legal interpretations, and other support designed to assist school districts to identify, there are several subcategories of things that the agency was to have been providing support to the field on, and to move in the direction of the support that might have there be more consistency in the guidelines. So I'm guessing that's more than the 2-page document on sample proficiencies. And I just didn't, again, that could very well have been happening. I just don't know that it has. I don't know to what extent it would be important for us to be checking in on that. Because it's within the law, and is it happening? Has it happened? And if so, why hasn't it been embraced by the field? Is it not happening in a way it's accessible, for instance? So, again, add it to my list of questions because I think this topic is timely and important if the intentions of this are to be effective for students.
Yeah. I mean, the language of the statute itself is a bit squishy, providing support. What does that mean? Does it mean that agency staff go out and train people, or does it mean that it provides guidance and documents?
Are you reading statutory language there, or?
I was reading statutory language. So,
Which statute?
This is 77.
The law itself? Oh, I was wondering.
I'm on the law.
The act.
An act relating to encouraging flexible pathways to secondary school completion, section S-130. I don't know how to read these things, so.
Okay, yeah, so we'll have to.
So I'm just
yeah.
under Flexible Pathways Initiative, and it's fairly prescriptive. Develop, publish, and regularly update guidance in the form of technical assistance, sharing of best practices and model documents, legal interpretations, and other support designed to, so the very trailing end of that is, I think, more open to interpretation. The other is fairly prescriptive. And again, I know it's been since 2013, so I don't know if we have any sense of what has been provided in that regard.
Yes, yeah, no, actually, yeah, we can do that. I was, to Bill's question, a lot of that language is in the 940 section of Title 16. So there's a flexible pathways section in Title 16, 942.
Okay.
And the part of it's, a little bit's in, under your duties in 165, but yeah. So it's,
I want to borrow your
so, yeah, I think somewhere around 942-ish, you'll find, it talks more about the flexible pathways language that Kim was, because there are three components, and proficiency is one of them. There's flexible pathways and personalized learning plans.
There's one
I just
contradiction in
Section
law.
941.
Only one?
941, I was saying how
941?
good you
I was
were.
close,
There you
yeah.
go,
Yeah.
The, yeah, I mean, that was to my earlier point, we'd be, the agency certainly has that information. But I think if you've taken, I would say some testimony, but you've heard from some perspectives on that. If you're interested in hearing others, I would just say I've encountered the Terrence who have, a really an interesting statewide perspective, and also it might be useful to hear from the guidance counselor. So that's a perspective I hadn't really encountered before until I.
Very good. Good conversation. You're now eating into your own break time. We will convene at 10, reconvene at 10. Thank you all for coming. And to any other visitors and guests, I'm reminded to remind you to please use the sign-in sheet that's over on the table where all the documents are. I think you all have. Thank you. Please introduce yourselves and begin your presentation.
Thanks, John. Good morning, everyone. I'm Megan Roy. I'm the chair of the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group.
And I'm Marilyn Maheski. I am, I think, the vice chair of the Census-Based
Yes.
Funding Advisory Group.
Nicole Mace. I am a member of the Census-Based Advisory Group.
And Jay Nichols, I'm a member of the Sensory.
Thank you. We are at your disposal.
Great. So we're here to share with you some recommendations coming out of the advisory group. I think, too, that I would just add that each one of us sits on the advisory group representing our professional organization. So if there's a point at which we're answering questions with that hat, we'll let you know. But this presentation is representing the consensus opinion of the advisory group. So we will do just a little bit of background. Your board is quite familiar with this, but I think it is
Jay,
helpful.
could you swing that so it's more visible to the
Oh,
board?
thanks. We think it's helpful to give a little bit of the background around Act 173 and the charge of our group, because it's very connected to the recommendations that the group came out with. We're going to review kind of the advisory group's input into the rulemaking process so far, and then we'll talk about our preliminary recommendations. And there's slides, but people can just interrupt, ask questions, and obviously we'll have time to discuss at the end. So in terms of Act 173, these two priorities are quoted from the law, and they're very connected to what the advisory group has been discussing. So two broad priorities of 173. First is to enhance the effectiveness, availability, and equity of services provided to all students who require additional support in Vermont schools. And in order to support the delivery of these services, the state funding model for special education will provide more flexibility in how the funding can be used, is aligned with the state's policy priorities of servicing students who require additional support, and will simplify administration. So that's directly from Act 173. So just a quick overview. If you were to drill 173 down, there's two main points. One is it changes the funding model. It replaces the current reimbursement model of special education funding to a census-based grant, so a per-student grant calculation. The intention is that funds will be used flexibly and can be used across a school's multi-tiered system of supports for struggling learners, And the funding model ensures that we maintain alignment with federal reporting requirements and maintenance of effort, which we'll talk about a little bit later. On the programmatic side, it is also reinforcing some existing legislation, and I would say heightening the emphasis on schools' requirement to develop multi-tiered systems of supports for students who are struggling. It takes into account recommendations that came out of the district management group study from a number of years ago. And 4 of those recommendations, we need to make sure, districts, schools need to make sure that classroom instruction meets most needs of most kids. So that's first instruction. It has a strong and clear emphasis on literacy, developing systems of social emotional learning supports, and it emphasizes, or the district management group recommendations emphasize that we need teachers to be providing intervention in addition to strong classroom instruction. So the advisory group has 3 main charges, and again, you folks know this, but the first of which is to advise you all on the development of rules necessary to implement the act. The second is to advise the agency and supervisory unions on implementation and to make any recommendations to the General Assembly about any statutory changes that might be necessary. And so far, we've, over the past 2 years, focused on the rule, advising the rulemaking process and advising the agency on the programmatic piece, which is that this charge of advising around implementation. So that's been the bulk of our work, although we did recommend to the General Assembly a delay last year, and I'll talk about that in a moment. We've met 11 times so far. As I said, focused primarily on those 2 areas. We did report to the General Assembly that there's a link here, which doesn't help you because you're not looking at it electronically, but it is on the website and other places we can get you a copy of that. And these folks will jump in whenever if I miss things or anything like that. I'm going to leave this slide up for a while. There's quite a bit of talking points underneath in terms of what our work has been to date. We started our work last fall with the idea that we would have a subcommittee of the advisory group working specifically with the agency on the development of rules. That subcommittee was asked to give input to the agency about what parts of the special ed rules should be or required revision to implement Act 173. The agency presented a proposed rule structure for input. At the time, their proposed approach, and they've kind of continued that, is to limit the scope of revisions for the bulk of the special ed rules, with the exception of the funding chapter. Their recommendation was to pull out the chapter on funding and create a standalone set of rules to address that. And that they would address the funding of independent schools within that funding chapter. So that was the approach that they presented to us, and we had a chance to give input. We had a lot of discussion at our January meeting last year about special education funding for independent schools. But we were, again, operating without a draft, so we weren't reacting to anything. We were sort of giving input and having discussions about how to approach that one part of it. In February, the agency gave us an initial draft. I would describe that as an outline, and they would describe that as well when they presented it to us. It was sort of a framework of what the funding chapter would look like, as opposed to draft language. In March, they gave us a more substantive draft, and the way that they presented that at our March meeting, and made some specific requests about how to receive the input to that. They wanted to receive it individually from members as representatives of our organization, so that was done in writing to them. So, one of the things that you'll hear us talk about is, the goal of this group is to work hopefully collaboratively to be able to have substantive discussions. Sometimes it's hard to do that when we're reading a draft for the first time. And so we did have some discussion at that meeting, but we were operating off of, kind of the first time we had read through the rules or the draft. In April, the agency, this is the point at which the advisory group did have a chance to talk as a group about that March draft. And the group began a discussion about delay. Actually probably touched on the idea of a delay prior to April, but April was when we were thinking about that more specifically, because there just wasn't a lot of daylight available to have discussions around rule drafts. And the agency was clear with us in the beginning. They were operating on the very tight timeline that was specified in 173. And the advisory group was concerned about the speed of that timeline, and a lot of things at that point were still in draft form. A lot of discussion was had about things that would be in rule versus things that would be in guidance, but guidance wasn't developed yet. And so it was just hard to give input in that structure. So hence the advisory group's recommendation for a delay. In May, we had an advisory group meeting. At this point, the draft of the rules had gone to the state board. This is what the agency had shared with us. And so from their perspective, the input was to go to you as the state board at that point, not to the agency, because they had submitted an initial draft. And again, just reinforcing, that made it, the advisory group still had substantive questions and concerns, weren't really sure who to direct those to. And at various times, we've said, some of this is repeating. We've sort of come to you a few different times, so you've heard pieces of this, and sorry for the repeat. But because of that, we're sitting in May. We knew we would have a meeting in July. We didn't have a lot of substantive information, but we had a lot of concern around kind of initial interpretations that the agency was discussing with us. And it caused us, and we were sort of at a place where, well, now we're not quite, we don't have a lot of information to go on. We were being told that the time to give input, at least at that point, was sort of closed. And so there was a need to look for additional information. So separate from the advisory group, the four Vermont organizations, the NEA, thank you, the NEA, the VSBA, the VPA, VCSEA, VSA, thank you, that's 5, sought external advice around just initial drafts, initial discussions, and all of that information was shared at the July meeting. So there's a presentation by the Federal Education Group, this report you're familiar with, and members of our organization spoke to you just a couple of your meetings ago, and they really presented quite a bit of information to suggest that we should be slowing down and really rethinking what the interpretation is. So try to highlight some of the things that report shared, because they're factored into our recommendations. But the first thing is, from the perspective of the Federal Education Group, the state's definition of an approach to special education is narrower than the federal IDEA. And I'm using a lot of acronyms, so if anyone needs, that's the federal special ed law. And it's narrow enough that it potentially conflicts with federal law. This was the perspective of the group. It's the perspective of FEG that the federal law permits school districts and other agencies to spend Part B funds on a broader array of things than is written into the state's interpretation. And that the law, Act 173, does permit districts to use funds on students not identified for special education. We know that we can't use that to demonstrate maintenance of effort, which is a federal requirement that we'll kind of explain in more depth. But there wasn't a need to restrict how we use the funding in order for us to make sure we document maintenance of effort correctly. There is not an actual need to have the same set of rules for those two things. And that federal law offers opportunities to reduce the administrative burden. So in a sense, the Federal Education Group, their analysis reinforced a lot of the questions that the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group had about the current draft set of rules. And so you folks had an opportunity to read that. I know the agency has read that and kind of digested the report.
The agency, also, small team met with
Yes.
the Federal Education Group in a pre-conversation before the report was presented to the advisory group in order to give them heads up and also opportunity to ask questions and better understand the conclusions of the report.
Yes, thank you. So then in September and October, we've had two meetings this school year, starting this school year. In September, the advisory group saw a draft set of rules that was presented to the group from the Disability Law Project. You all have a copy of that draft set of rules because it's on the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group. And the intention was that we would spend September discussing that draft. The draft incorporated recommendations from the Federal Education Group as well as the concerns of the advisory group. Because the goal, I should remind you that in July, the State Board of Ed asked us to be prepared to come to you this fall with substantive recommendations, including draft language, if we were recommending different language. And so these meetings in September and October and this draft were to prepare us to do that. So we discussed in September a set of rules. And we're going to talk about what's incorporated in those rules. The discussion, there is wide agreement on the Census-Based Advisory Committee on the concepts that those rules included. And when I say wide, I mean there really aren't dissenting opinions at this point around what is in these drafts. Go ahead.
Which drafts?
So around the concepts that are in the Disability Law Project draft that you see. But the group, so the discussion in September, assumption that we would have a motion to adopt some recommended rules with revisions in October. But in that intervening time, we understood, what we found out in September is that the agency does have a revised draft from the one we've all been operating under that incorporated their read of the Federal Education Group. And we had some preliminary discussions about what was in that draft, but it wasn't prepared, it wasn't ready for the advisory group to see in its entirety.
Are you talking about a new draft since the one we received
Yes.
in July?
Yes,
Draft two.
right. But we haven't
it.
seen that yet.
We've just seen a couple of us have seen a sort of a side-by-side document that shows the Disability Law Projects, the AOE's original rules, the Disability Law Project's language, and an AOE response, but that was not shared with the advisory group. I was able to see it, I think, the day or two before, before the meeting of the advisory group.
Right. And go ahead.
And so I just want to say, so I think that fact that the advisory group didn't get a chance to see it was really part of the reason we decided the advisory group didn't vote in favor of the rules, recommending the DLP version of the rules to this group, as we felt like that would be premature to actually take a vote and say this is what this group is in favor of, in part because we felt we needed, as a group, to see the agency's responses and to have further conversation about that and try to merge the differences, because I think we all wanted to come forward with a consensus. And that was clear at the end of the last meeting, is that people felt we should try to to have a consensus to give to this body. But because of the timing of things, we haven't had an opportunity to have that conversation with the now 3 drafts of the rules.
Right.
But as I understand it, what you're presenting to us today, which is based only on the first draft,
Yes.
is a consensus document of
Yes.
the advisory group.
That is correct.
So you have consensus based upon what you've received so far from the agency.
Right.
That's,
What we have consensus around is the
I'm
recommendations.
sorry, you have consensus on your recommendations,
Not,
which were based upon what you have so far received from the agency, which is the draft from the summer.
yes, and I'll finish kind of drawing the through line between September and October. So because we didn't have the opportunity as an advisory group to officially see any second draft from the agency and to officially hear their perspective on the second draft, the same organizations who had initially contracted with the Federal Education Group sought additional input from that group, because we were sort of left with, we have our draft that conceptually we very much agree with, but we don't have the benefit of the agency's perspective, at least not officially. So we had more questions, and so those organizations sought input, just very cursory input from FEG about that, about the Disability Law Project draft, and what the result of that reaching out for information is. They continue to have the same concerns that I outlined here about the agency's connecting different funding constructs and restrictions. And I'm going to talk about that in more detail. I keep saying that. But they also had questions about the draft itself and some of the technical language in the draft that you see. And it has to do with the fact that it's covering multiple different funding requirements and how you can spend those dollars. It was not at that point an in-depth analysis, but it gave the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group enough pause to say we're not ready to adopt that set of rules. But we very much agree on a set of priorities and recommendations that I'm going to share with you right now.
the purpose of sharing the Disability Law Project rules with you at this point is, number one, they're out there
Right.
on the website, so you should probably see them. And so you know that we've been hard at work. We haven't been ignoring your request. It's just, we want to get it right. And when I shared the Disability Law Project's draft with Federal Education Group, they raised some concerns about some of the provisions within it because we carried forward language from the agency's original draft that says a single set of rules will apply to multiple funding streams. And they say
Right.
that is the wrong approach to take. And I'll talk a little bit more about what now.
Yeah.
But that's why you have that language in front of you, but that has not been adopted by the advisory group because some flags were raised by the folks that we consider to be experts, that we've brought in as experts
Yes.
on the topic.
Yep,
And who do this work every day.
right. Questions on timeline or process before because the next thing that we will talk about is our preliminary recommendations. So are there any questions about timeline? Yeah, Bill?
There's the draft that the agency had put together. There's your recommendations that you're going to be talking about. And then there's another set, a later set of agency recommendations that you haven't seen or used.
That's right.
It's an agency draft, is it not?
Our understanding
what-
is that it's a
yeah,
draft.
I don't
We
know
don't
what
know.
Can we get some-
state they're in.
Can you give us any clarity on this? Matt?
Yeah, I tried to bring this to your attention earlier that, you know, we have found the Federal Education Group input valuable, and we're in the process of reacting to that, but and I'm on the advisory group, the timeline for the advisory group as established by this board required them to move forward, and I'll let the chair and or vice chair speak for the group, but there was a tension there, I think, in the group to make sure that they still responded to you at the same time we're trying to digest and react to the FEG group. So I've been sort of overtly saying that we are in the process of reevaluating some key assumptions based on that But we haven't had the chance to inform the advisory group on that regard, but they are still on a timeline that the board has set to produce recommendations to you, so.
So I guess my question is simply, when will you have your final proposed draft available to the advisory group?
What we did and I don't want to preempt their conversation, I think they can go further into it, but what we did at the last meeting was take it down to that level of guidance around cost documentation, which for me, as secretary, was very useful to go back, as I expected it would, inform our assumptions on the rules. So what my recommendation was to the group at the last meeting was that give us 30 days to kind of digest that and come up with some reaction. So I would expect November to at least to have some of the key principles nailed down. I think we're down to the kernel of understanding. And it is, from my perspective, similar. The question, we have two funding streams, I would argue, the block grant and the federal funding. The block grant, as anticipated on 173, is to be used more flexibly. Questionable, I would say less flexibly, the federal funds to be deployed. The question is, how do we satisfy maintenance of effort for both of those things? And to what extent a single set of rules would be useful, not necessarily required, but useful to ensure maintenance of effort and appropriate use of federal funds in particular in a diverse educational delivery system such as Vermont's. So I think where we ended up in our guidance document was if we start as an entry point, maintenance of effort, I think it's going to help us get back to that essential question, and I'm not convinced, we're internally working on it, that a single set of rules would be useful per se. So back to that, sort of central question, I think we're on track to answer that more clearly. I won't say satisfactorily, but more clearly. But it would be important on the theme of, and this is the central theme here, I think, is of getting this right, as opposed to trying to follow a pre-described timeline that was really established before the FEG report was even created. So I would support, as a member of the advisory group and as secretary, to give us, at least a little more time to get down to the kernel of truth, if you will, on these issues.
I guess I'm needing to keep this very simple in my mind, and that is to ask, so when will there be a revised final draft of the rules from the agency?
I would say November, we would present something to the advisory group. I'm not sure if you're asking when it would come back to you. I'm not sure. I think what we're striving to do at this point is to get closer to consensus with the advisory group before we present something back to you.
What does the law say? Aren't you folks supposed to advise the secretary and the state board both?
Right. That's correct.
And you have a deadline, a new deadline that's more flexible, if you will. You, I believe, have to begin rulemaking by August 2020. Part of what drove this before was a really aggressive timeline. It wasn't, you had to have the process launched. So we feel there's still a window of opportunity to try to work through some of these highly complex issues. So.
Well, we can come back to the board's own timeline, but the timeline we visualize does not leave us until August to start the rulemaking process. Because if we start that late, we'll cut very close to the end target stipulated by statute. I think the board wants to see final drafts from the agency not later than the end of the year. The agency's final statement of where it thinks the rules need to be, so that there's then time for public comment and for comment by the advisory group, with the idea that we would begin the 8-month rulemaking process by April. It's true that we could wait until August, but that leaves us no time on the back end.
Yeah, I
for anything
wasn't
to go
suggesting
wrong.
we'd go that far, but I would just.
So, in order for the board to have adequate time to hear commentary, not just of the advisory group, but to conduct some public hearings of its own, before it adopts its rules to go into the rulemaking process, we need to hear from, we need to sort of close the door around the end of the year at the latest and say, speak now or forever hold your peace, because now we've got to take this thing and take it public and find out what changes we should make before we make it ours,
You're talking calendar year.
before the end of this calendar year. So that's why I'm pressing about when will the agency complete its final draft. I understand all the consultation you want to do and all that, but in the end, I think if there's a final draft is not to us by December, then number one, it's hard to understand why it should be any later than that. And number two, I think that runs the risk of collapsing the public process that the board wants to go through.
Yeah, I think it's, I would just comment, I would agree, we're on that trajectory, but my guiding principle now is to try to do this right. What I've suggested to the advisory group, one of the areas of consensus I would like to work with them on this year is by December, understanding, if we have better clarity on the scope of this project and the work involved, we would come to consensus in December on any further statutory changes. When I was speaking with the legislative committees last year, I said every year we will be coming to you with recommendations on potential modifications to the law as we work through this complex and technical policy. So to the extent that the deadlines now seem firm, if this was part of a barrier, in my view, to us achieving good policy, I would be recommending to the legislature to modify those timelines accordingly so the work could go forward in a better quality way. But I think currently, yes, I feel like we're really close to answering some essential questions, much closer than we were 60 days ago. And the FEG report's been very helpful in that regard.
So John, just a couple things to add to this conversation. And the first thing that I'll say is related to the continued concern of the advisory group that causes us to, you'll see, recommend more formally that we seek external thoughts on that. The other thing that was presented in September, as Dan shared, was the draft of the cost documentation. So this is the guidance document that would underpin the rules. And the cost documentation, which, to Dan's point, was developed based on their original draft, right?
Slightly modified.
Slightly
They had some
modified,
changes
yep.
to the test.
Yes, that's right. But the entire guidance document is based on an interpretation that the advisory group has concerns with that we're going to share. And so the signals that we're receiving, and I would even say, so now taking off the chair hat because the advisory group has not seen this, but the preliminary side-by-side that as the VCSEA rep I have seen, both of those things together are signaling that there has not been a shift in the agency's interpretation. And I hear that I'm saying this in advance of seeing their next draft, so I will recognize that. But it is concerning enough to the advisory group that our strong recommendation is to continue to have external support, because we're not necessarily seeing in print, and we haven't seen it yet, so I want to respect that, but we are not seeing any signals that there's a shift, and it's concerning to the group, and that has to do with our recommendation. And then the second piece, just to kind of reinforce, one of the things that I think has made it hard for the advisory group is we see things for the first time at a meeting and are asked to give input to them kind of live. And what we have created is we don't think that doesn't give us the ability to seek input from our organizations. It doesn't even really give us the ability as individuals representing our organizations to digest it. So in this timeline, if we are going to see a second revision from the agency in November, we won't have a substantive discussion on it until our December meeting. And I just want to acknowledge that in terms of your timeline. We too would like to have a productive single draft that comes to you, but that's where we are. But I think that the concern that the advisory group has about the continued interpretation has a lot to do with our recommendations. So I can move to that if now feels like a good time to do that.
Okay.
Yep, Bill.
getting hold of the issues is something that's important to do, and I don't feel that we've done that. And maintenance of effort, are you going to get to that?
Yep,
Okay, I'm just wondering why that's such a big bugaboo.
you're gonna find out. Okay, so, there are 4 recommendations here, and this is how we've sort of structured them. Is to talk a little bit about the agency's proposal, and in this case, it's always the agency's draft that exists right now, which I know is not the more recent one. We're gonna outline what our concerns are and what our recommendation is. The other thing that John very accurately shared at our September meeting is that some of this, especially maintenance of effort, is a highly technical part of calculating special ed funding. And we recognize that it's difficult for those of us that are immersed in it, let alone people that aren't. So we made an attempt to try to help define those constructs. We'll do our best, but please ask questions, and but again, that is also part of why we think it's important to be very well advised through this. So our first recommendation is about the definition of special education. So in the agency's proposal, their draft set of rules maintains an existing definition of special education that has been in Vermont rule for a long time that restricts special ed services and therefore allowable expenditures, because in Vermont those two things are the same thing, restricts it to those services that are not provided within a school's typical system of support, which means that if there's a service happening in a school, like a reading interventionist that works with lots of kids, that is considered a something available to all students, and in Vermont, that cannot be considered a special education service. The concern on the part of the advisory group is that is an unnecessarily restrictive definition. That restriction doesn't exist in federal law. And so this phrase, this italicized phrase, that cannot be provided within the school's standard instructional conditions or provided through the school's educational support system, that's in our current rule. That's the phrase that the advisory group has concerns with, because we think it limits the ability of an IEP team, so individual education plan, that's the team that creates these legal documents. It limits their ability to select services and supports that may be necessary for that student. And it has the potential to restrict the ability of a school to provide special ed services in the least restrictive environment, which means in, ideally, a child's classroom. That inclusive part is really central to Vermont education, and I think that's concerning to us. So the advisory group recommendation is to adopt the federal definition of special education services that's defined in federal law, and to not have this additional piece that says it's only services that are above and beyond the school's standard system of support.
And is this restriction in effect that because funding is not available for these services, that they are therefore not made available to the student?
Well, I think sometimes that's the result. So in a reimbursement model that we've been living in, what it means is that a district won't get reimbursed for that services of that reading specialist who's working with that student on an IEP. That could be described as just a funding issue, but in reality, that is impacting decision-making that an IEP team makes.
That's creating an incentive to.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And if I put on my advocacy hat for a minute, because that's what I do, that could be a violation of federal law. So if a decision is made to restrict the delivery of a service to a child, because there's this backdoor funding restriction, then we could be violating that child's right to a free and appropriate public education under federal law. So it's really important, and this actually was a recommendation that my group was proposing all along, and has been wanting to change the definition of special education for a long time, is that it is restrictive, and it does conflict with federal law. And under, our system of government, the states cannot pass laws that are more restrictive than the federal requirements, and that's what's happened here. So we are out of compliance with federal law, I believe,
Is our
in our current
non-compliance
operation.
in statute or in rule?
Rule.
It's in-
Rule.
I would add to both of your comments that it's not always the fact that services are denied, it's that the best services for that child's disability are
Yeah.
not offered because in lieu of a para-educator, perhaps, delivering instruction, because that position is reimbursable,
Right.
but that person is not the best person
Right.
to deliver, research-based instruction that addresses that child's particular learning disability.
Most appropriate,
most
I would say
appropriate.
most appropriate, as defined by FAPE.
In those restrictive environments.
Well, and the district management group report
Right.
showed that we have this pattern of, identifying supports for students through a paraprofessional who is not necessarily trained in the type of instruction that the student with a disability needs, and the focus on first instruction and emphasis on literacy should cause us all to want to ensure IEPs and resources are targeting best practice, which this definition sometimes limits
It also
teams
get-
from doing.
The IEP team, are they capable of really managing this in the full integrated delivery model? I mean, is it all rest within the IEP team to establish this?
Well, I would say that the decision-making about what an individual child needs is done by an IEP team. That's sort of defined by law, but that IEP team is making decisions in the context of a school system
Right.
and what services they have.
And that's what I'm trying to get, but the difference between the regular ed and the special ed, I think we're trying to get a more integrated
Yes.
model.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
There's absolutely training and technical assistance
Right.
that's going to be needed to support folks who sit on IEP teams,
Yep.
LEA reps, families. I mean, there's a host of
Yeah.
Yep.
mindset changes that I think need to be, but before we can get there, we need to get the rules right.
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 And so this rule restricts you as a principal, this rule right here makes
In
it so
terms
it's
of-
hard to take your best people.
In terms of how to finance
Put
it.
them in the
yeah.
right spots.
Yep.
And what the UVM study highlighted was sort of a flip of this, was that schools are over-identifying students in order to get the services, because the services don't exist otherwise.
And potentially this then dictates a staffing switch as well, like a shift, because schools sometimes have parent.
Getting rid of this is right in line with what DMG is telling us we should do.
Right.
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 This language.
Because not every school has reading specialists.
Right.
Right,
But they may have
But they-
10 paraeducators.
right, but that, you
That's
could,
right.
Yes.
At what level do you have to show a maintenance of effort? Is this at an IEP level, a school level, a district level, or state?
get-
We're gonna get
gonna
to
get to
that,
that.
that exact question.
we have a slide.
Promise, Bill.
Maintenance of effort.
I'm here to get
Before lunch.
It's important to understand this in order to get to that.
Do you know how old this is? I mean, I'm just wondering, how old is this language?
Oh, as long as I've been
Oh,
practicing, which
prior-
has been
yeah.
over 25 years.
How long is Margaret Shelley, was Margaret Shelley at Daily?
Right.
I'm wondering, so when you make
Yes.
the contention it's contrary to federal law, it's been there for a while.
It's been there. It's
Yeah.
been in it has been in there a while, and nobody's actually challenged it. But that doesn't
Right.
mean that.
No,
it's,
no, I just wanted to
Yeah.
just point out that it's been there for a while.
Yeah.
Well, and
it has
again,
been.
because our pattern is to over-identify students, we're not in the habit of denying services.
Right.
We're just in the habit of giving kids services that don't work very well.
And the other piece I would highlight here is, and the reason we started with this definition of special education is because everything else stems from this. It's one of the things that FEG identified in their report is the interpretation of how we can spend even IDEA-B funds, those are direct federal funds, well, they're not direct, but they're federal funds, is also restricted because of this definition of special education, because how we can spend those dollars is defined by how it's written in the IEP, and the definition of special education impacts this. So this is an important through line through the whole thing. And you'll notice in the 4 recommendations, there's lots of overlap. And a lot of it comes back down to this.
So number 1 is follow the federal law.
Yes. Okay, so now maintenance of effort, Bill. So In the current drafts that the advisory group has seen, the agency's drafts apply the current Vermont definition of allowable costs related to that definition of special education to documentation of MOE, so maintenance of effort under the census-based model. So maintenance of effort in layman's terms is the requirement that districts have. There's two levels. There's state maintenance, and there is local maintenance of effort. And local maintenance of effort requires a district to be able to demonstrate that they spent at least as many dollars in support of students on IEPs as they did the previous year, with some exceptions. Sometimes very high-cost students move out of the district or they graduate. Sometimes staff retire who were at the top of the salary schedule and they're replaced by. So there are some things that allow, there are exceptions to it, but by and large, you have to make sure you're not decreasing the money you spend in support of special education. That is what maintenance of effort is. And to date, how you calculate maintenance of effort, so how you count, how you demonstrate that you have made this, is all connected to the definition of allowable cost, which is related to the definition of special education services. And again, I'm going to be repeating this on several slides, but what's happened right now, maintenance of effort is a documentation requirement. It is meant so that you can ensure that you're not spending dollars that should be spent on kids on IEPs in other ways. It comes from a very important place. It's its own construct, though. And what has happened historically is flexibility in how we use state and local funds has been synonymous with how we calculate, this is historically, how we calculate maintenance of effort. And those two constructs, and there's a third construct of how you actually spend federal dollars. That's a district's IDEA B grant. This idea that there needs to be a single set of rules for all three of those is applying the most restrictive definition to all three. And when we do that, it eliminates the flexibility in how you use state and local funds, which doesn't have to be the same way that you document maintenance of effort. So, questions on what maintenance of effort is? Yep.
If you have maintenance of effort, that means you can't save money because you have to stay at the same
Yeah, except
level.
there's five ways, and that was very good summary. I mean, I've been struggling with this too, but there's 5 ways. There's 5 things you can do in federal law to not spend as much, and we have to know those 5 things really well to navigate Act 173. So Megan alluded to a couple of them. They are directly attached to child count numbers, so that's like the
Right,
big
I
one. So
mentioned
if the
that.
number of children who qualify for special education goes down, and that's an area of going to be interest of the UVM study, because in particular in emotional disturbance, the UVM study suggests that we over-identify 3 times as many students in that area as relative to our New England peers. So the number of students, number of staff, which is directly related to the number of students, one would think. Extraordinary cost changes or changes to an IEP that impact extraordinary costs. Long-term contracts that expire, such as owning a building or leasing equipment. And then the 5th one would be the SEA, or the state taking over the cost for something from a local, meaning we could run a state-level program. So those 5 things are going to become really, really important as we figure out the 173.
Okay, at the district or state level, you do all of your IEPs, you look at and see what that cost you, subtract the 5 out and make sure that that's greater than last year's.
We have a
Right.
worksheet that we have to develop.
But that's the concept.
That's the concept. It's like supplanting. It's the same exact concept as supplanting in CFP granting.
Well, I can't see what the problem is.
No, it's straightforward. But the point is, I think what I've realized is starting with MOE to impact I'm interested in the historical narrative. Once again, where the FEG group comes in evaluating our laws from just a clinical sort of compliance function, where regulation and rules come into play is someone has to determine how to apply the federal rule to our context. My hypothesis would be from an anthropological standpoint, if you will, is because MOE has been the primary sort of lens through which the AOE's implemented IDEA. And if you're gonna do reimbursement model, then you have to make sure you can do MOE. How do you do that? You create very restrictive processes so that you can do that bookkeeping at the end of the process.
Won't the local district have to pay any shortage?
So under the federal rules, the locals could pay back, but the SEA ultimately has to pay back, but the SEA has the ability to delegate that liability to the locals.
We've
Another
noticed.
little tweak in the rules. So our concern would be, and this is what the problem we have to solve essentially, is how much, I would agree that that we've conflated the issue of flexibility on one funding source with the restrictive requirements of IDEA B funding. But how much flexibility or how much rope can we give locals to potentially violate MOE? So I think there's a way to ensure, if we start with the MOE and we can get some clear process around MOE, we can then feel more comfortable about employing a more flexible funding stream under the
One
block
thing we
grant.
did hear you say earlier was.
I'm just literally thinking out loud
I got
to
it, I
show
know.
you where
And
we are.
Earlier, you made a comment that definitely coincides with
Yeah.
my thinking. You were saying how you're starting to come to the, I don't know if realization is the right word, but thinking that one rule is not gonna serve each of these three pots. So-
Yeah, I mean, in my approach on this was to the point about where the rules are, I wanted to take it down to the guidance level to see what it actually manifests itself. And I think that was why the last meeting for me was very useful, because we could react to, well, okay, if we do this, here are the definitions, what does that produce? Okay, it produces something that now lets us see this larger issue, so.
How does the funding formula impact this going from student to census base?
I don't understand.
Well, in other words, everything to date has been based on what the students need and what we've expended.
Reimbursement model. So we reimburse,
But you're reimbursing based on your total student count.
not on count, it's based on the cost of an individual program.
It's a possible cost shift is what it is. So if you're in a district that's under the census block grant calculation is
Right.
going to receive less state funds, you still have to spend the money, you're just gonna do it with local funds.
Well, that's.
I mean, that, in some cases.
Well, that's-
That could be a problem, but to your
the
question,
opposite
what we
may
do now, we do this thing called service plan. And Randy's in the audience, she's a sped director in the area. So one of Randy's responsibilities this time of year is to produce a service plan, which is to look at all the student IEPs in our district and all the costs associated with those IEPs and predict for us at the state level how much it's gonna cost.
And it's only a prediction, because
It's
you
a
don't know
prediction.
until you've done
But
it.
that's how we generate sort of the projection of
Yeah.
the cost, so it's based on individual student programs. The block grant, as Nicole's referring to, works totally different than that.
Well, I think it's important too, if we go back and take a look at the FEG report, one of the things that they said is that, and I think to your point, Dan, is that from a historical perspective, the state has been looking at maintenance of effort in a very narrow way where you need to document all of this, and it's become very technical. But what FEG is saying is that a different way to look at it would be to determine what percentage of children, for example, you have in a district that are receiving special education services, say it's 20%. You can meet maintenance of effort by carving out 20% of your census-based funding block. So you don't necessarily have to detail every expenditure in order to meet that maintenance of effort requirement. Now, I understand the agency's gonna want some record keeping, some way to be able to, that they can monitor and comply that districts are doing that properly. But based on what FEG is saying is we don't need that level of detail in order to meet the maintenance of effort requirement. So, it's kind of like that was a big eye-opener for me to say is that, wow, we could really approach this from a very different angle than we have historically.
Will the governance change in terms of 46 help in this process at all?
Well,
In terms of drawing from a broader base?
Certainly can't hurt.
Right, and
Because- yeah, because you can move people around easier and
Correct.
stuff like that.
Yes.
And I-
Certainly there's advantages there.
I would say as speaking with my hat as a special ed director in a system who has consolidated, we have far more of an ability to share resources, as Jay said, to build capacity with a bigger whole, to create a construct where we're creating more expert services, so less of a reliance on paras. So I do think the two are connected. Implementing 46 is a heavy lift, and implementing 173 is a heavy lift. So
Well,
Well, that centralization was 153.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Correct.
146, so that was.
I'm just concerned about.
Okay.
And we can take more time if we need.
Yeah.
Well, I think the next two slides are actually quite quick.
Let me just follow up on this slide though.
Okay.
So the advisory group recommendation,
Yep.
do you have any idea what this external legal opinion would produce for a recommendation?
Can I hold that question until our last because this recommendation is essentially, it's almost like I have 4 slides for 3 recommendations.
One more question.
But I wanted to connect them to
right.
specific issues.
If you got a maintenance of effort requirement in a census-based system, why would you need state bureaucracy at all?
Well, that's access. No, we also have, it's not just, the census is only one funding stream. We also have IDEA B, which is a federal funding stream. So there's multiple
Okay.
funding streams.
Right.
Even if we just had the census, we still have to do the modeling and the calculation. And what other states are doing for MOE is doing a maintenance of effort calculator for their LEAs. So we would produce that based on their prior data. We'd basically doing sort of a service plan model for you, as opposed to you generating it yourself.
The other point, sorry. The other just point I'd like to make in terms of the through line is that this calculation also keys off the definition of special education. Because what services can you count towards your maintenance of effort calculation depend on what services are allowed to be delivered as part of a special education program.
Right,
And if you're limiting it to only those services that are not part of the school's instructional program, then you're narrowing the slice of
This broadens
activities that can be
the base.
used to count toward maintenance.
You're making it harder
Except,
to
as what
demonstrate.
Marilyn said, there's multiple methodologies for maintenance of effort.
Right.
And not all of them include a cost documentation.
Right.
So we could maintain the onerous, horrible inflexibility, but shift maintenance effort to a broader percentage and still satisfy
I
maintenance.
thought that was the idea.
Maybe.
That's not what
That's not what we're looking for, Dan. That's not what we're looking
yeah, I know.
for.
Just to say though, there are some options.
but the intent of the law.
Correct.
Well,
Yeah,
exactly. I just want to be clear.
Okay.
So some of the things on this slide are very much related to what we've already talked about. But this talks about a specific element of it that is problematic, even at the moment problematic. So again, maintaining the existing definition is the proposals, is in the current proposed rules. And that definition is now being applied, I would say differently than it has been in the past on a specific slice of allowable expenditure, which is when students are attending independent special education schools. In the past, those schools, those placements, because they're written into kids' IEPs, an IEP team is who places the student there, they are considered eligible costs. This definition of special education services restricts and causes districts to need to separate out the general education portion of a special education, approved special education independent school. And the concerns of the advisory group are this doesn't take into account the highly specialized nature of independent special education schools. So when an IEP team determines that they can't meet the needs of a child in their home school and they are choosing an approved special education school, they're doing that because everything about the delivery in that special education school, including the delivery of general education, is specialized. Because if it weren't specialized, we could do it in our own schools. When I say we, in that sense, I'm talking as an administrator.
So I know you're talking about those highly specialized special ed
Yes.
schools, that's where they only do special ed, but there are cases, and we're sitting at one here where there is a dedicated program, the Access program here, where there really is no general ed component to it. It is 100%. And Randy might disagree with me, but.
Well, I think what I want to do here,
Mr. Tashin.
I want to separate.
Yep.
This piece is actually speaking just to approved independent special education schools. The issue that you raise about independent schools that are approved for all students
Yep.
is still the work of rulemaking, still needs to be figured out, and still needs to be addressed. This particular slide is not talking about that.
Are they all extraordinary?
Well, they have been historically, yes. The costs associated with this program have traditionally been considered extraordinary. The current clarification that's been issued that is related to the current definition of special education is changing that so that they're not, if you lower the amount of that tuition that can be considered allowable, you are then, you may not hit the extraordinary cost threshold anymore, and therefore the reimbursement that comes with that.
Is that a certainty?
Oh, yes, in the modeling that individual districts have been doing, yes.
Yeah, and that to me is like there's a category, that's a sort
Correct.
of separate
Yes.
issue, but the disability law project's draft
Right.
rules address the concern by just saying, if an IEP team makes a placement decision in one of these schools, 100% of those costs are allowable expenditures.
Which is what we've done heretofore. As long as I've been an administrator, that's how it's
It
worked.
makes it very clear.
In your modeling, how much of that change is attributable to the change, because there is a change going to affect next fiscal year on the threshold for extraordinary costs?
Zero. There's no connection to the threshold.
No, except
Well,
that
there
because
is, yeah.
there is because if less of the tuition is considered allowable, it
Yeah.
makes it even harder to hit the threshold because the threshold is
Oh, I see
higher.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought the threshold was going up. And
It is going up.
And the percentage is coming down. So my question was,
Right.
how much, in your modeling, how much of that change is attributable to this definition versus the increase in the threshold?
Speaking as an individual
Yeah, just your-
director, they are, it's both, so it's attributable to both. I'm less concerned about the threshold changing
Yeah.
than I am about the cost, because
Yeah.
the threshold changing is this much of an impact for us, the
Yeah.
the removal of how much of it is eligible is
Because the
this
general
much.
ed's adding 20 grand.
Well,
or whatever
yeah, I mean, the agency's new interpretation of existing rule, which both is a different rule and applies this definition issue, essentially renders extraordinary cost meaningless. It doesn't exist anymore.
In a lot of cases.
In a lot of
yeah.
in a lot of the, well, the rates we've seen so far, it suggests that is gonna be the case.
And under what circumstances wouldn't that be the case?
No, I would just, this is beyond, it is connected, I would agree with Nicole, but it's not our characterization. This is not the purview of the advisory group either, though we are the same people wearing multiple hats dealing with these issues. But we're in the process of working through, we refer to this as the June memo issue. We're in the process of revisiting that issue.
And
We're
what-
not done with that. But to conflate the issue, to your question, Peter, firstly, there's no such thing as approved independent special education schools. You know, technically under our regulation, there are approved independent schools. All schools that are dedicated to say that all they do is provide special education first must be approved independent schools, you know. So there's no such thing as that category in our regulation.
Don't exist.
They exist as approved independent schools under our regulation.
Exactly, that are endorsed in such and such categories.
That's correct, but as you know, they have a general education approval first. Yeah, so there's no separate category of approved special education schools. And the issue of reimbursement or extraordinary reimbursement isn't attached to the school, it's attached to the individual student's program. So it's the individual student's program costs that, if they go over a threshold, trigger extraordinary
And
reimbursement.
that doesn't change in this.
It
funding.
changes under 173, that as Oliver was referring to, that threshold changes as part of a
Right, right,
planned
right.
cost shift, if you will. But we have some work still to do on this interpretation of our current regulations. You know, so to Jay's point, this is how we've always done it. You know, this long-standing language that has been very restrictive, in many cases, we're struggling with implementing our current regulations while devising new regulations at the same time and trying to pave a path. And that's the challenge we have right now, sort of paving the path to what will be increased flexibility while also bringing into compliance and regulatory guidance with our current regulations, which are more restrictive than those anticipated under 173. It's a challenge.
I guess the follow-up, I think, Dan, is what triggered the reinterpretation at that point? And when, my understanding, not as a special ed expert in any way, but when students are outplaced, when the intention is they have the most inclusive, free, and appropriate education in the environment. If they need to be outplaced, it's because all facets of their education need to be delivered in a special ed environment. And so what triggered the reinterpretation, and under what circumstances wouldn't you imagine that to be necessary for that outplacement under the law?
Yeah, I think, I could do a longer conversation on it, but I think quickly what triggered our interest was there had been a moratorium. It had to do with rate setting, tuition rate setting for these programs. And there had been a moratorium on rate increases. If you might remember, there was basically a cap on education spending the year before. And that was then applied, if the public education system was being capped at a certain increase, then we were going to freeze special ed tuition rates for these schools, their tuition rates, what they can charge. So in this last fiscal year, when essentially the cap on education spending was eliminated, or that policy approach, I had to revisit our regulatory approach to the independent school special education tuition rates, and basically eliminate the cap that had been on them as well. So the process for rate setting basically begins with, you have a rate, special education school. If you would like us to revisit your rate and potentially increase it, then you need to present an application to us. So we basically turned back on our rate setting process in the spring, and which previously had been a moratorium. So it opened essentially a floodgates of a process for us to start to revisit the tuition rate setting process for independent schools as it applies to special ed program costs. And that exposed us to the wild, wild west, if you will, of rate setting across the state, which is highly inconsistent from school to school.
Has that been resolved?
No, it's very much a live issue for us. And then it's hard to draw a hard barrier between us and the 173 conversation, because we also have, as part of 173, have a responsibility to visit how independent schools would live under the 173 census block grant or the new funding scheme at any rate. So we're in the process of doing that work as well. That we've made a preliminary determination earlier in the spring that we cannot give independent schools block grants in the same way that we can public schools. That's now on the back burner as we try to nail down some of the issues that we've described earlier through this testimony. So we're now have to get, I think, tighter on the MOE as it approaches how we handle the block grant, and then we're going to go back and heat up our work on how to handle independent schools under 173. But we have this current issue that's still very much a live issue around how we provide guidance under our current regulations, not anything to do with 173. That's very much a live issue that started with the rate setting issue. That's how we got into it.
And then just the second part of the question was, under what circumstances, if a student is being outplaced to an independent school that serves only students with special needs, what portion of that might be considered to be delivered in general ed, and how would that even be okay if they're being outplaced and not inclusive in the intention of Vermont special ed delivery?
Yeah, it has to do, I would agree, it has to do with this definition and existing regulation, but also it gets back into how we then set rates for these schools. If they come to us and say, this is what our proposed rate should be, and we're asking for a cost justification for that rate, to what extent are those general ed expenditures, and to what extent are they proposing tuition rate based on things that aren't special ed? So we have to sort that out. So it's the rate setting process that really got us into it.
I just wanted to thank you, Dan, for mentioning. I do think it is the purview of the 173 advisory group vis-a-vis cleaning up the rules governing independent schools, because you're right, there is no clear category of independent schools within the rules that address the issues that we're confronting. And there's also, on the horizon, the law requires some set of rules to be developed to ensure that similar approaches are being used in the independent school context as are being applied to the public school context. So if public schools no longer are able to be reimbursed for special education services, how do we make sure we're aligning our independent school partners who serve general ed and special ed students on recognizing the state has concluded block grants aren't the way, what are the options available so that we're not running two parallel systems? That's big work that is on the horizon, and this group will be playing a role in. My hope would be that the whole thing gets pushed pause and start to talk about how you untangle these pieces and put together a coherent approach that is going to work in the field for all involved parties.
That, just to editorialize, that's not where the advisory group's testimony is today, and just to draw guardrails around this complex issue, because I think you're representing, I would argue, a point of view from the School Boards Association, or your point as an advocate for that group. Just to write some guardrails around it, we've already sort of delineated the rules on independent schools as a separate issue. That's definitely related, but it's not something what you're speaking today about, commenting on our rules as it approaches the financing system piece.
But our draft does have language.
Correct.
I've already admitted there's a connection, but I just think you went beyond a little bit where the group's at is deliberation.
We're going to have to address that question
Absolutely.
as a board.
Yep.
And it'd be nice if the pieces fit.
Yeah, definitely. It's just to say the law is written, anticipated the things being done sort of in a sequence, and we're certainly, part of the challenge, as we've heard, is just how to keep these things scheduled up and work at them in a way that paves a road towards where we're going. But I'm increasingly
Move on.
Back to your
Yeah.
presentation.
Okay, so I'm going to move us on it, but I also do just want to make clear that it is the perspective of the advisory group that that is why it was in our original proposed recommendation. So, yes, we all come to that opinion representing individual organizations, but that is part of the consensus recommendation of the advisory group. So, in the end, this is just sort of to sum up. We've talked a lot about this, but our ultimate recommendation that I think covers what we've talked about is this is complex work, and we want to get it right, and we are on a journey of having enough. This journey has given the advisory group enough questions about how things are currently being interpreted, how that interpretation might change, to say that we would recommend to the state board that there be additional expertise and opinion brought into the process. So, this concern kind of summarizes what we've talked about, which is we're conflating separate constructs. Where I'm actually hearing a lot of agreement about the idea that we're conflating them. But in order to separate them all and create rules that provide the flexibility and allow us to demonstrate maintenance of effort and allow us to use our IDEA funds correctly, requires expertise. And so the advisory group's overall recommendation is that we seek outside consultation on the development of rules that will do all of those things.
Let the state board do that.
Yes, thank you. The state board do that.
Isn't the current situation that the three separate constructs are actually working together?
There is a single interpretation that is causing the three to operate under the same set of rules, for lack of a better word, and they should be
Resources for
disentangled.
kids,
Yeah, but I think the study, to point, the UVM study has highlighted that it has led to some perverse incentives inside the system, perhaps over identification of students and certainly spending a lot of money on the system. And it's created an onerous regulatory environment for schools and for the SEA to live under. So it's not working well, which has led to the law.
Right. Peter in the middle.
Isn't time a big issue here also? And we don't have, the only people that can extend the time would be the legislature. Have you talked, has that been broached to them, anybody?
Well, sorry, I can answer that from the perspective of the group, which is that will be part of one of our other charges is to inform the General Assembly. So this certainly will be a conversation. But it may be helpful to get some additional information about, part of this recommendation comes from the report from the Federal Education Group that was brought to the advisory group. And to some extent, there has been a significant amount of analysis. So from a timeline standpoint, some of the back work has been done. The advisory group and the state board has had an opportunity to hear that perspective. And our recommendation is to continue to gather perspective like that. And I don't know, Nicole, if you want to kind of share?
Yeah, I have an update, and I will put my School Boards Association hat on just because this is a School Boards Association, Principals Association, Superintendents Association, Special Ed Directors Association, and Vermont NEA initiative. So those 5 organizations, as Megan referenced earlier, did contract with Federal Education Group to conduct its initial analysis, the report that we received in July that I believe you've all seen. If you haven't seen it, I think it was in your packet in September. Based on the request from the state board that the advisory group produce some draft rules, and a conversation I had with folks at the Agency of Education about their initial responses to the Disability Law Project rules, which again were not shared with the full advisory group, I felt it was prudent to share the draft rules and the cost documentation guidance document that the agency shared with us with the Federal Education Group for additional review. Went to our partners and they've agreed for a second time to pool resources to fund an analysis by the Federal Education Group. I can say with confidence that this is likely the last time our associations will pay for this type of an outside analysis. But the request to them was to review the draft rules and to make recommendations around how issues that they saw with the Disability Law Project rules and the agency's rules, but more importantly, what could it look like? How could you disentangle the rules that really are separate and distinct? And what could a general framework of the rules look like? The second part of our request to them was that they be willing to present that framework to a joint meeting of the advisory group, representatives of the advisory group, representatives of the state board, and representatives of the Agency of Education. So all 3 parties of interest that have some role in this process are hearing the same thing, can ask the same questions, and then make a determination about how to move forward. And whether or not that is a group that can provide expertise or there's another group that can provide expertise. Our goal is to ensure that we have that expertise be part of the conversation and to help potentially frame it up in a way that we can actually move forward constructively.
And when will that be received?
I have it.
You have it already?
Yes, I have it. And be happy to share it with the state board, with our partners. I just got it yesterday. So needed to have the funding organizations be able to review it before it got further distributed. But I would invite the state board to consider identifying, 2 or 3 people that you'd want to send to a meeting that I would take responsibility with my partners for setting up, scheduling, again, and invite the agency to send a group as well and the advisory group so that you can hear from them directly and they can run through their findings in an attempt to expedite the process and ensure that it's, we're all hearing the same thing.
How does that information square with your recommendation?
So the recommendation actually preceded receipt of that report. The recommendation came out of our October meeting, which was based on the original report in July that we heard from, and the idea that we had, so speaking from the advisory group perspective, that there were just too many unanswered questions. There was the concern that I shared earlier that the signals we are getting, at least at that point, at least as an advisory group, weren't signaling a shift in interpretation, and the advisory group is nervous about that and would like external expertise. I think
I would say that the 4 recommendations are very closely aligned to the 4 recommendations from the advisory group. So at least from their, the information that they're providing or the direction they're providing, seems like we're moving in the same general direction. They obviously have a lot more expertise on the details and what types of language would pass federal muster in particular. But there's nothing wildly new here. I think it's just presented in a way that provides even greater clarity.
So were we to proceed down this path and have this meeting of all three entities with the FEG folks, if out of that came sort of an aha consensus of the advisory group and the agency, and sort of an agreement to move forward in one coherent and agreed direction, either precisely as outlined by the FEG or some variant thereof that's acceptable to the advisory group, then presumably the board would be able to stand by and wait for a draft to emerge from the agency, which in advance you know is going to be to your liking because there's been an agreement. That would seem to me to be a nice outcome, right? The other possibility, of course, is that we have this discussion and you folks continue to see it kind of one way and you folks continue to see it another way, and so does the FEG, by the way. And then we have to figure out, so where do we go from there? And that might have the board's, I think it's accurate self-knowledge to say that we don't know much about writing rules of this sort. So if you guys can't get to some kind of consensus that's mutually satisfactory, then guess what? The board will have to step in and do it for you. Because it's our duty to produce rules. Pardon?
That should scare them.
Indeed. That was the point of making the statement. And would we have the expertise to do that? No. The answer would then be that we need to turn to outside expert advice to assist us in the framing of rules that meet the board's requirements. So that's an eventuality that I think we just as soon avoid. It's expensive, it's time-consuming, and we'd, of course, encourage you folks to find consensus as a result of this meeting. But we need to get this thing to move so that by December, an agreed consensus plan is taking shape, or if not, then the board needs to step in and make one happen.
I was just going to comment timeline. I just want to set the appropriate expectations
Yeah.
for timeline. We're reacting still from the FEG information from the summer. I think we would have been criticized if we hadn't thought about it and reacted to it. So the fact that they haven't seen a draft yet of our reaction to the initial input, and that we were talking about December as a reasonable timeline just to kind of work through the maintenance of effort aspect. Now, if we have new information, just to say that December's timeline was established based on that prior trajectory, this could go out longer and appropriately should go out longer if there's the ability for us to really solve this in a quality way. So I
Do you have a new draft in your pocket?
I do not.
Okay.
No.
So what is it? I'm still confused. You saw something new from the agency,
Yes.
and what is it? What is it?
It was a side-by-side document. And the advisory group did see the cost documentation. The side-by-side indicated, which I also shared with Federal Education Group, in addition to the cost documentation and the Disability Law Project, because I'm trying to get a handle on what's the best approach here. And I know that there's, people have different points of view, and that's important, but it's also important that we, tap into expertise to the extent it's available to us. And I'm grateful to my partners, organizations, for pulling the resources that we need to pull together to make it happen on a really tight timeframe. But so you had asked at the advisory group meeting, I believe in September, that would be most helpful for the state board would be to see a side-by-side. So here's the agency's original draft, here's the Disability
Right.
Law Project language, here's the agency's
Right.
response. And that's what the team had been working on. But it wasn't ready for prime time. Certainly a public record, if anyone wants to ask for it, I'm sure you get it. But it was, what I saw in that document did not indicate a shift in the definition of special education. And I think what raised the alarm bells for FEG was both approaches continue to use a single set of rules for three very different constructs. And so the caution from them is spend the time to identify what the three different constructs are and what rules should apply, but they are also reiterating you need to tend to the definition of special education, which I'm not seeing any evidence based on the documents I've seen so far, which are not, I'm speaking for myself, that there's a substantial shift. And that may continue to evolve based on new information from the FEG group.
Our thinking was to present the cost documentation, which we did, and to then go back and revisit the rules. That's been our advertised process. So in some ways, to comment on the prior rules before we've factored in the feedback from the cost documentation conversation, which was really fruitful, I think has been premature. So our, as you heard me say, our thinking is shifting and evolving based on the advisory group's feedback on the cost documentation. The side-by-side was created before that feedback was,
So
yeah.
hopefully this just
Yep.
adds further clarity
Yep.
and help to the process. That's the intent.
Seems to me that we should think about an integrated program that serves kids and then make the money work to achieve that end.
And I would argue that that's what 173 was intended to do.
Serving the kids is the first thing we've got to do.
Right.
So I will talk with the board later in the day about which three people will represent it at a meeting at a time and place to be determined.
Great, and I will send you the report and it can be distributed, or should I send it to Maureen to distribute?
If you would provide it to Maureen, that would be fine.
Before we disperse, can we just establish kind of a loose, the timeframe, what we're talking about?
Yeah, good question.
My days are numbered.
Thank God.
My preference would be to try to have a meeting, and again, they're in DC, so they'll participate remotely, but try to pull together something by the end of this month, if at all possible. And it's just for them to go through what they found in terms of a review of the disability law project rules and the agency's cost documentation.
And, sorry, would you have a team from?
Our timeline, well, just irrespective of that, just our timeline internally, we're meeting next week to focus in on the MOE sort of starting point as based on the feedback from the advisory group at its last meeting, with the idea of delivering work product for the advisory group in a time for its next meeting. And your next meeting is?
November 7th or
Fourth.
4th, whatever the first Monday is.
Okay, yeah, so we're focused on that immediate task right now. So whenever,
So I will share this with you and
Yeah,
your
that's
team as
fine.
well, so
Yeah.
you'll have it when you
Yeah.
meet next week for
Yeah.
your consideration.
Somehow I would imagine that the definition of special education and what's allowable and what's not is the foundational issue to the MOE discussion, is it not? mean-
Foundational issue to everything.
Yeah, and so is there progress in sorting through that?
yeah, I think so. I mean, the part is to, once again, the theory of our action was to go all the way down into the detail of what this thing would look like from a guidance standpoint, which is a very elaborate sort of document, to then, and I've tried to be clear about this, so go all the way down to that detail so we can go back and revisit some of these foundational definitions. If that is a cause and effect, then yes, it would warrant us to go back to the beginning. So it's taken us a lot to go down all that way. So to say that, well, we still haven't changed this, it's just like we just got to the bottom of it to see what the implications are. But once again, I think this is where we struggle internally, the agency, is where the FEG group doesn't have an appreciation of the complexity of our delivery system. You know, we have a very diverse delivery system. The function of regulation, this would be my hypothesis, is that the reason why the state adopted a more restrictive definition in its regulation was to be able to satisfy MOE in a very diverse landscape. So I want to go back, and we're very aware and we support the intents of 173. It's not a philosophical thing. It's really practical about how to ensure we can satisfy MOE in a system that has more flexibility of spending on a state level revenue, you know. So,
Yeah, and I would
So
say
I think we're-
you raised that concern with the federal education group when we initially met, and their response was, which was news to me, was if the state has concerns about specific districts or systems in terms of their accounting for their expenditures, because they have historically demonstrated weaknesses in their business, who knows? But that you can target rules to meet specific problems, you don't, or problem areas, you don't need to craft a set of rules that are restrictive and apply to everyone. The federal law allows for that sort of
into it.
differentiation.
It's not, once again, it's not a philosophical, I'm guessing we have the regulations we have not because of specific districts, but because of the historic volatility and people doing whatever they want, you know, so I think we've gone down to that level of detail where we're now poised to revisit to what extent that definition helps us or needs to be modified. But that's where, I mean, that's our responsibility to kind of do that piece. I think we're on a trajectory to do that. But
I hate to open a new line of inquiry, but I'm gonna, because you just said that sort of the state's system of special education is more complex than most other states, and that was sort of a rationale for.
it's my hypothesis, yeah.
Well, is it a fact or is it just a hypothesis?
No, I think it's knowing the history, once again, to Act 153 was huge in changing the landscape of our delivery system in that it required all special educators to be employed at the supervisory level. Okay, so prior to that time, local school districts employed special educators or not, sometimes SUs did. So we had this really diverse cost structure out there where if you wanted to do maintenance of effort calculation, you had to consider school level costs, you had to consider district level costs, and then supervisory unit costs.
Well, we're past that now.
We're past that now.
That was mandated, that wasn't
But
voluntary.
we found through Act 46 that we still had districts that hadn't complied with that requirement, okay? So to what extent we've
Does
achieved that.
that make Vermont more complex than New Hampshire, than Maine?
I
than-
think so. And then also, when we're studying maintenance of effort now through this group called CIPHER, which I can share that resource for you, there is a technical support center that's been established to help districts with maintenance, or states with maintenance of effort calculations. One of the things we see fairly commonly is that states populate, as I was suggesting, kind of doing the service plan for districts, the states would populate essentially this maintenance of effort calculator, this spreadsheet for locals. Most states are able to do that because there are 24 school districts in the state or 30 school districts in the state, and there is a statewide special ed information system that allows the state to extract information immediately and populate that spreadsheet for locals. We still have a large number of school districts in the state, and we have a very diverse approach to the data. So I think that's a place we need to go in terms of satisfying the rule question, you know, and we're on track to kind of lay out. I don't know if we'll be able to go in detail, but I think we're on the right track to solve that issue.
I don't think you have an option except that.
Yeah, I mean, and for me, I mean, as someone who worked at the district level, I was concerned honestly whether 173 was even doable, you know, from a logic model standpoint. I think I've satisfied my own curiosity that it is doable, and it's something we should try to address. But I was not convinced that it is even possible mathematically to do it.
Other questions or concerns from the board?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is tough work you guys have been doing.
Very, very complex.
Actually, they made it look simple.
Maintenance of effort on its own is very complex. It's very complex stuff.
So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
You'll hear from me about board members who will be available to meet with you. As Peter said, you're probably thinking of late October, which would put it well in time for your for November meeting and well in time for our 20 November meeting. Okay, let's hear from you on that as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you for all your effort. Well, board, that was I find that very hard work. Maybe a lot of you know so much about this, it's not so hard for you, but
Well, as long as the meeting's held on October the 31st, we should be okay.
In
On
costume.
Friday.
I'm dressed as special educators.
right. All right, anything else you want to?
No, I think it's just, I'm pleased that you're getting increased exposure to this very complex topic, and it's, I think it's admirable that we're taking it on. It's, as we've heard, you know, the current regulations are long-standing and should have been revisited many years ago, from my opinion, but.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you when you say there is this complexity, which in part is sort of the unevenness that Jenna was just speaking about earlier, that sort of some districts do it really by the book and others just wing it
Yeah.
and so on and so on and so on. And it makes me uneasy to design a system to accommodate that kind of variability. In general, as a philosophical matter of organizational structure, you want to simplify, you want to, I think, force organizations into one simple model. And that takes a lot of remedial intervention and so forth. I understand that. But it seems to me that in the long run, that's a better strategy than designing something that accommodates all of this variability, which means you'll never take it away. I mean, you just kind of live with it, and which creates complexity for everybody else. So as a philosophical matter, my preference would be that we stipulate that we will be homogeneous and that we will be coherent and not complex. Establish systems that are designed for that and require compliance.
I guess that's my takeaway as well. I'm left with lots more questions, I think, but I kind of feel like like you should never use like a supervision evaluation process as a gotcha, and this kind of feels like it's a financial gotcha to all these other problems that we haven't been able to shift.
The current system was very much designed that way. I mean, that was, my hypothesis, having lived under the current system, it was designed to be that way. One of the ways you could handle all this diversity was to watch each penny. And make you prove it for the last 3 years, so the state could retroactively come back at you through a monitoring process, and it was very onerous.
Yeah.
But that's how we held it together in a very diverse process. So that's going to be the rub on the regulations. But I think we have a much better understanding through these deliberations, as contentious as they've been. They've really helped sharpen our focus, I think, on what the issues are.
Well, the feds haven't done us any favors by making things complicated.
No, and the other thing that's discouraging there is we've learned, talking with Cypher and other groups, we're in a cohort of states that are on the edge of sort of rethinking how to do special education. And we're not getting a lot of guidance from them on how to do that. It's sort of like, we really encourage you to explore how to revisit this 40-year-old program. Let us know what you find out.
Yeah.
So it's not a comfortable place to be.
In terms of the fragmentation, when has it ever been different in Vermont?
Right. Well, it's interesting to know in the late 80s we did have a block grant. And we moved to a reimbursement model, from what I understand talking to folks that were around, precisely to allow locals to spend more money. They were breaking the bank essentially under the block grant, and they wanted more flexibility at the local level through a reimbursement.
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
Just also suggest that we design the rules for the future we can envision under the unifications that have happened.
Right.
You all did the hard work to force the unifications, and that even if 153 didn't get people to operate as coherently as we would have hoped SUs to have done, it created the construct that required it all to be hired under the larger body. Well, we now have unified districts, and that should lead and lend itself to more coherence around that work happening. So we should, I think, be designing these rules to be responding to the new normal, or what will eventually be the new normal for these districts as they truly unify. So rather than us worrying about the outliers, frankly, I'd rather create exceptions for the outliers and rules that work for the future we want, would be my ideal.
Yeah, it feels like we're still grappling with one of the big themes about Act 46, which was that inherent tension between there must be a single best way, and then again, there's 248 different best ways. And that sort of diversity versus uniformity or unity. And those, Act 46 did not resolve those questions. It just simply exposed them again.
I hate to say something like this, but I think Act 46 would make this an easier problem to solve.
I concur. I think that's been said, and it certainly helps move
Yeah,
us
you
in the right
noticed
direction.
that, didn't
I know it, I know it. Mea culpa, maxima culpa.
I'm just being scientific about it.
Yeah. Okay. All right, then, thank you all for this discussion. I can see this is just really the beginning, isn't it? Yes.
Make one announcement, which I should have done during public comment, but I just wanted to introduce the board to my successor at the VSBA. This is Sue Siglowski. She's the Director of Legal and Policy Services at the VSBA. She's been there for a year and a half. We've been working together, and the board last week, I believe, sealed the deal with Sue, and so she'll be taking over on November 8th. I just wanted to make sure that you all
Congratulations.
got to meet her.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're not from Rupert, are you? Ah, okay.
I am.
Siglowski,
There's not that many Siglowskis.
A little profiling there. Nice. Good, good. So we have 15 minutes before lunch. We can move on to any one of the three remaining topics on our agenda. It's all board work. We, of course, also are going to have a presentation after lunch about the future of education here at Burton, and also a tour of the campus. The board's work remaining is to talk about board norms, which picks up on the discussion that you all had with Jenna about things like involvement in political campaigns and partisan activities, membership in other organizations, and board comportment. That's one topic that, and we will have time, we have extra time this afternoon. The second topic, item K, is reinventing the board's future role. I sent you something to read about that last night. I'll give you hard copies of that. And then schedule and location of meetings in 2019. I would suggest, yes.
I was just going to move or suggest, or however you'd like me to do it, that we look at the schedule, since other
Yeah.
pieces are going to, I think, require more conversation.
You okay with that? Let's give that 15 minutes and see where it takes us. I think most of our visitors won't find any of this interesting. Not all, some will. Thank you all, though, for all that you've done and for being here. So I'm just getting my paperwork, and then we'll... So you all have something that looks like this, which is the schedule of meetings. One question might be, and Maureen, you may have an answer to this, given that you folks are have relocated to Montpelier, do you foresee that we will continue to use McFarland House, or do you think that we may have a meeting facility more proximate to your offices? Okay. Okay. I think I'd like to begin by asking the board, it isn't written in stone that we meet on Wednesdays. In fact, we used to meet on Tuesdays, didn't we? I want to ask, given the board's present makeup, is there a day of the week which tends to be less encumbered for you than another day, in which you might? We've had some absenteeism. Some people having other commitments. I'd like to reduce that to the absolute minimum. So if changing the day of the week will help, we ought to look at that.
Isn't it in our rules too?
It doesn't say Wednesday,
Yeah, not the day of the week.
Oh, it does. I thought it.
it says once a month.
It does have the day of the week, but it has a weasel clause there that says we can change it. to
Right.
Okay, that's
That's-
okay. I thought there was something.
You must have written that rule, Bill.
No, it predated.
More of that squishy stuff.
Part of that 1910 effort.
Anyway, so is there a day of the week that's better than Wednesday?
My problem is that it's been going on for so long that I'm set, in my calendar
With the
to
rest
do
of
it,
us.
Yeah, well, we'll help you change that if you need to.
Yeah.
We met Tuesday until a while ago. Anyway, is Wednesday still what you want to do?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you-
Wednesdays aren't great for me as a general rule, but I don't
Well,
wanna upset the apple cart. Yeah, no, it's fine. Wednesdays are fine. It's just, it's less than ideal, but
Yeah.
it's doable.
is there a day that would be better?
Tuesdays would be a little better, but again, I don't wanna upset the apple cart.
I mean, we're not gonna chastise you if we
Yeah, yeah,
go
yeah.
to Tuesday and you miss a meeting.
Yeah, no, that's, I'd rather
Then
stick
you'll
with a
never
Wed-
be-
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather stick with a Wednesday.
A good excuse.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Wednesday it is, okay. And we're still on a monthly schedule, of course, I think by statute. And we probably need to flesh out, Maureen, if you would flesh out the dates for the rest of 2020 for us. What is this, the second or the third Wednesday of each month? The third Wednesday? Yeah.
I did email my principal about the April date, I think it was April 14th or something, about possibly holding that at CVU. Because he did express, a desire to possibly hold a meeting there. So that is a possibility because I saw that there was nothing there.
Yes.
And so,
Well, we will be having a meeting at CVU in the year 2021, I can guarantee it, that being your last day. It's our custom to go to the school of the graduating student member. So we're going to go up to BFA and embarrass Kyle.
Is geography, do we want to, I mean,
2022.
right?
have we been up in the Northeast Kingdom?
that would be 3 years on the board, so 2020.
Peter, you were saying?
Well, just geography, I mean, it's whether a presence around the state would make a difference,
Well, if we held it in the Northeast Kingdom, that'd satisfy you, but give John a terribly long drive. I'm just wondering
And we were
if
at
there's
St.
some way that we can arrange meetings for people who have to drive a long distance to stay over the night before, so that we could not waste 2 hours driving to a location, 2 hours back.
Yeah.
At the same time, tightening up the agenda according to the wonderful view of the future we have.
Well, I'd also make one point geographically. We haven't been to the southeast corner of the state since I've been on the board,
Right.
like the Brattleboro area.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is as far southwest as we've gotten,
Yeah,
which ain't very
That's
far.
true also, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, if anything, I mean, we all don't know precisely where we're headed, but I think we're headed to a more sort of proactive agenda being driven more by the board and less by sort of whatever the agency thinks we ought to know more about. And not that that isn't useful, and we need to continue to have access to that kind of learning and updating, but we're probably, I think that we're probably going to come back to this whole question of where we do this. And I would even submit when we do it, that is to say, holding meetings during the day means a whole lot of people cannot attend our meeting.
Yep.
And what's the, if we're going to, and this is yet for you to decide, but if we become a proactive board that goes out and says to the world, we're gonna hold 3 meetings on proficiency-based learning, and we want anybody in Vermont to come to tell us what they think. We better be prepared to meet in evenings and other times and settings that are more convenient for people,
What
if we're serious about hearing from Vermonters.
What if we, you know, I'm also, I've worked with boards that have met till midnight as well.
Yeah,
I'm not interested in getting home at 2:30 in the morning.
no,
What if we went with an afternoon meeting of the stuff at the board, and then have a session
evening
that's
hearing.
Yeah.
an evening hearing, or like a 6
Absolutely.
p.m. so
Yeah.
people could come,
Yep.
Yep.
maybe shifting it more towards the
Yeah.
evening.
Yeah.
And then we don't have to get up at 5 in the morning to drive there.
Yes, well, yes.
Yeah, these are possibilities, and
Maybe try that out for a meeting and see
Yeah.
if we like it.
Yeah, and I think we ought to be prepared to say if some people need to stay over, we'll pay for that. I mean, if we think it's worth
Got the NASB money.
going out and making ourselves available to the public, and it will be worth it only if we have real particular things we want to get done. So I think we need to come back to that as we get a better picture of, so what is it that we're going to be doing that's different than what we have been doing? And be prepared to restructure the way we go about conducting our meetings. And it'll create some inconvenience, and we just have to work our way through that together. Okay, so if you're okay, let's go ahead and flush out this schedule, but for the rest of 2020, yes, please?
Can I ask a question? So are you gonna keep your retreat in September, or are you gonna move it back to June? Do you know?
I'm open to people's thoughts about that.
September is much better than June.
Yeah, June gets
When
busy.
You start getting vacations and stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's-
graduations, all sorts of things, yeah. Do others feel that the September timing for, school has gotten underway?
It allows for the new student number to be there, because obviously had the retreat been in June, I wouldn't have been.
Good point. Good point. Yes, so I think the answer to your question is September seems to work pretty well for people.
I remember I couldn't go to the first retreat because it was in July, so yeah, September definitely works well for me.
Right, right. And I do think the retreat's a great opportunity to just do a deep dive into all kinds of stuff. Okay, that's very helpful. Another part of the discussion about the schedule was to, and I think you all looked at this on the 19th, the timeline. And I just want to, this is timeline for Act 173 rulemaking. And this is the board's timeline. This is not from the agency. Because in fact, the board is driving the bus when it comes to these rules. And it's a little hard for us to get our heads around this because we're so used to not being so proactively in charge of a process of the board. But I want to be sure that we all understand that the rulemaking process, the final rulemaking process that begins on this plan in April, is a highly orchestrated, very, very prescriptive sequence of events that is stipulated by 3 VSA Chapter 25, the Administrative Rules. It's not something the agency invents or we invent. It's a set of, sequence of events that must be conducted precisely in the way that's outlined here. And it typically would take 8 months. You can see, if you have it in front of you on the second page, April 2020, we send to the Interagency Committee on Rulemaking, and then later to the Secretary of State, our proposed rules. That's our best take on what we think the final rules should look like. And that kicks off an 8-month process of hearings, deliberations, and input from all kinds of people. And those will be public hearings. Then, again, we would be traveling around the state for those. And then we close the public comment period, reflect on that testimony, make any final changes to the rules, and then submit them as final rules to the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, which reviews them and presumably approves them. They conduct a hearing, and then they go to the Secretary of State as final rules. That's this 8-month sequence of events. Bill's familiar with it. Others of you have been, Peter as well. And that's just the way it has to be done. A crucial step in this process, from my own perspective, is to not have the board go out with rules that the board's not, in this process, the board is not completely satisfied with. Because if you go out with some rules that have a lot of loose ends or stupid ideas in them, you will be made to look like fools by the public and other interest groups, because they're going to say, I can't believe you want to do this. And you can say till the cows come home, oh, well, they're just draft rules. Nobody hears that. What they hear is the agency, the board is proposing this, proposing that, and it's misguided. So we want to get it right. We want to have a lot of confidence in the rules that we propose. Yes, they can be amended, but if they're amended a lot, that means we were not properly prepared. So the real hard work for us is getting to be ready with those rules. And that's the work that happens before April 2020. And that's the work that happens between this date, right here, and April. And in that time, we come up with draft rules that we believe, we come up with rules that we believe we're prepared to stand behind, and that we're prepared to take public, and find that, except for a few incidental oversights, we got it right. So the real crunch time for us is in the next 5 months, between here and late March and early April. So now that, I think, gives you some context for the conversation we were having with Dan about, so when are we going to see your next draft? And where do we fit in opportunity for the advisory group to respond to that next draft? How do we sort out differences between that draft? Do we need to bring in outside experts to help us do that, or can they just figure this out? In any case, that's this. I hope you will sort of keep this timeline in mind as sort of a guideline for the work we've got to get done. Questions?
Hit the wall on some place, then we slide back the process.
No.
No, we don't want to do anything that embarrasses us either.
Right. You do is anticipate hitting the wall, and we make alternative arrangements beforehand.
Well, we know we hit the wall.
If I don't see real progress between the agency and the advisory group in the next 45 days, if we don't see real signs of consensus emerging, I think we get ready to hire some outsiders to come in and write it for us. I do not want to just sit around and wait until they can get a plan together or they can get a plan together. That, I don't know if I'm alone in that, but I'm seeing some nodding heads.
Yeah, the pressure is going to focus.
Basically, if they
minds.
can't get it done soon, we'll do it.
And that being said, I think the April date is self-imposed. Am I understanding that correctly as I look at these? And that July or August is our drop deadline, which
That's
obviously
correct.
we wouldn't do that. And we want the hearing window to include months that families are around, not just the summer.
Precisely.
So I am sensitive to all of that timing, but I would be cautious for us to hold firm to a self-imposed April date where we are seeing that there is other work happening. I'm thinking of even the waiting study. I mean, there are reports outstanding that will not, from what I understand from the October meeting, the waiting study won't show up till the December meeting. Am I right? And it'll be
Findings will
considered in the
coming out in
context.
November, but yeah, I think
Yes.
it's important to acknowledge those milestones.
And so I know there are some milestones along the way that will inform both the advisory group, I think the agency's work. Operating from separate drafts is, I know that the agency's been referencing there being a revised draft in September, but sitting in the audience of the advisory group, they've not seen the revisions as they've come along, except for a couple people saw them, so they're trying to operate from some of that information, and the pieces we've seen are coming in pieces. So I would just caution us to recognize April may not be when we can put forth our best effort. You know, that deadline might be self-imposed and not going to result in the best outcome, because if we were to need to get separate legal counsel, I have to imagine, one, I don't think they are, in some law office sitting somewhere around the state of Vermont right now. If they were, I think they'd be informing the process. And so I think we would have some work in finding who we would be seeking that counsel from, and there would be some time to get a reasonable independent opinion on the matter. Again, we'll have had 2 rounds of some outside legal information that hopefully is informing what may arrive as a consensus document between the agency and that group, and all of our problems will be solved, and April sounds perfect under those circumstances, but.
Well, I guess if I can speak frankly, I'm sort of frustrated that you've had the FAG report since midsummer, and it feels like you're still not yet formulating your response to it, or that we don't have your response to it. And I guess I feel like, is it a resource problem or an urgency problem? It just feels like things are very, very slow to.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I would say I've done, I think, a very clear job of advertising the work product. So part of the idea of putting the policy work plan up was, yes, we have the FEG report, but we also think it's beneficial to go all the way down into the detail and the guidance. So this large cost documentation piece that we were engaged in, the FEG, it's just like the weighting study arriving in the middle of this trajectory, right? So we're working on this cost documentation piece. The FEG report arrives, and we're like, well, give us a chance to digest that before you comment. And the response, and I've shared it with you, is, well, no, we feel we still need to comment even though you're not ready to fully digest the FEG thing, because the state board wants us to produce something in October. And we're like, well, it would have been beneficial for us for everyone to wait until we've had a chance to produce a new viable draft for you to react to. But there's been a self-imposed timeline on this that we've had to, and that's led to this collision. But I've alerted this board to this collision issue for several months now that this would happen. But we've been working on work product. It's not like we're just sitting around waiting for the FEG thing to do. We have this cost documentation document, which is really, as it turned out, as I predicted, this cost documentation the reaction to that by the advisory group has helped us, the agency, rethink the formulation of the rules. It's not, the FEG report's been impactful, but it's their reaction to the cost documentation details that's been most impactful. So that's what we've been working on. I guess the only thing I would take away from it was probably a mistake for us to share a draft with some people, instead of just saying we should wait till it's ready for the whole group to digest. But they've been, and I think appropriately, concerned about the timeline as well. They're like, we feel compelled to make sure we're giving the state board something in October. So, I mean, this is the result of the self-imposed timeline. And this timeline was created before the FEG report was even produced, so.
And I know, John, you were there with me as well. I just don't remember if this was the part of the meeting you were there for. But when they shared I'm going to get it, disability, DLP draft of the rules, some of your response and reaction to it, well, that's been changed in our revised draft. That's totally fine.
Yeah.
But operating in an embargoed version of a revised draft that nobody else has seen means we're operating in pockets that are not able to react in real time to evolution and thinking. And so while you're suggesting the fault was in having shared it with a few people, I would say the challenge is to have you referencing a draft that isn't reflected in the DLP's draft, because it was never shared with them. And so that seems like a completely inefficient process, and I'm not quite sure
What I'm
why
saying
it
is,
exists.
we didn't create the process.
No,
Some
no,
of-
no,
some of
I-
it's-
but, like, you
Some of
can't-
it's emanating from this board, okay? So the board's self-imposed timeline on this has created this to a certain extent.
Well,
Just like when the
I don't
legislature
even know
created
that
the
I
aggressive
remember
timeline.
us having, I do remember before that September meeting, I don't remember if our August meeting came up with this or it was our September
It predated the
conversation.
June, it was early in this.
September 19th.
Yeah.
So this was shared with us at our retreat. I don't remember which date the September meeting was of that advisory group.
19.
Oh, so we weren't even at
I guess
it.
I just-
I don't know, I went to a September meeting with you, John, at which the agency referenced, I think you did, Dan, that first version of the disability law project draft, oh, well, we revised that, and it is, like, I'm sure their frustration, your frustration, but that if you are revising a draft, which in June you shared with us, or May, whenever it was, we got the last round that the agency was gonna give us.
Here's our rules.
Here's our rules.
Right, because you had an August deadline at that
Right,
point. The legislature hadn't
absolutely,
changed.
totally understood.
Yeah.
And that no longer being the case, that hasn't been the case since June, there's
Right.
been FEG reports since July, or whatever date it's been. There's apparently a draft in revision in the agency of your version of the rules, or some version of it, that you've been referencing since their September advisory council meeting. So it's just, we're operating in pockets that doesn't seem efficient,
Right.
and I'm not quite sure why the most recent documentation isn't something that we
'Cause
should
it's
be
not com-
expecting
it's
that
not
group is
complete.
working from.
It's not complete. You know, it's the same, what you were just saying about your own, it's like, until this issue of the wall, it's like, I was sort of starting to admire the fact that you were giving yourselves the option to not, if it's not ready, we're not gonna embarrass
Yeah.
ourselves, but you were gonna impose a similar stringent, or a very stringent requirement on us to somehow produce something even if it wasn't ready to produce. We don't have a complete working draft of these rules yet, so we're in the process of reconsidering input from the FEG report. You know, this is what I'm saying, back in September, but we also had this incredibly important work product around cost documentation.
I don't think we have anything we can do except follow through with what we've got as best we can.
Yeah, and I think one element you should, I think, be attentive to from a number of stakeholders, including the agency, is it's important to do this right. That preempts any deadline you've created out of the ether. I mean, you had a really tight deadline that was handled to you previously by the legislature, that you've been given a delay. But we still sort of have the residual effect of this sort of timeline idea. And what we're consistently saying, I think, is that we're close to getting to something of value here.
Have you thought that the waiting study might solve the maintenance of every issue?
No, but it's going to be very impactful on these deliberations, and I'm glad it was surfaced as well. You know, so yes, I can give it to you quick, or I can give it to you good. I don't necessarily can't do it both ways, and it's a very complicated topic. So
Remind me when the waiting study comes out?
the findings will be published in November, and the finalized report will be out at the end of November, somewhere in that timeframe.
And if the
So
legislature grabs it and goes full speed ahead, which I doubt, that could gum up the works considerably.
yeah, I think, we're planning a rollout of those results. I think they will be impactful, but I think that'll impact the calculation of the block grant, not necessarily the rule-making process. Some of these other details will still need to go forward, but it will impact the number, that's the issue there. But I don't see it really, this conversation, which has a trajectory to it, as frustrating as it is or whatever, but it's got some momentum to it. The waiting study isn't gonna suddenly disrupt that momentum. It's gonna impact yet another aspect of 173, which is how much money is gonna be on the table, and it's not so much how much money, it's gonna be how the money is distributed. And there's gonna be winners and losers in that regard.
And the appropriation, we have no idea about for next year.
Right.
Okay, thank you all. Let's break for lunch. And at 12:45, let's be back here to hear a presentation on education excellence at Burton. So some Mark and some of his colleagues are going to join us for lunch, which I think is over here.
Yes, it is.
Good. Thank you.
Think we have- All right,
Mark?
So this is titled Welcome Part 2.
All right, great. Thank you.
We'll pick up from this morning. I've given you an overview. I want to introduce Jen Hyatt, who's our academic dean, and Meg Kenny, who is our associate head. And maybe you two could give a little background, and then on your relationship to Burton. We want to talk about how we're thinking about education, and that will flow into what will be a quick architectural overview, because we're in the process of a pretty significant, not just expansion of our square footage, but an expansion of our capability. And we're in this really interesting position of being able to take our best educational thinking and have it reflected in the architecture of the building. And so we thought you'd be interested in seeing that connection. And then we've got a group of students who are going to come and give you a quick tour of the school. And we're good at staying on time, so we'll have you on track for your 2 o'clock next agenda item.
Good, thank you.
So Jen, Meg, I'm going to turn it over to you guys. And
So, well, welcome to BBA. We're excited to have the state board here. It's a hectic day on campus with PSATs and some special programming for our sophomores. Our freshmen are out doing service. Our seniors are working on their college applications, some career preparation things today. And as Mark said, I'm Meg Kenny. This is my 23rd year at BBA, so it's a long time. And I have to say, it's been such a rewarding career for me. And I started teaching in just south of Burlington and Shelburne, and have now, been a teacher here, an administrator. I had one son graduate a couple years ago. I have one son who will be here, who's very excited to start his high school here next year. But I have to say, it's been nice to have 2 years without a kid here. It's just like a little bit. It's just more pressure. But we're going to start. I know Mark has already shared our mission and core values, and I think you can just go to the next slide, Mark. One of the things that is so special about our school is how our mission and core values inform everything that we do, from, particularly the experience of the learner, our professional development, operations, everything. And it really drives us toward how we help our students find their passion, their purpose, develop the skills and understandings they need to leave here and go to their next phases of life, whether that's college, career, and make an impact as citizens in this world. And I think it's all about the student, and the relationships are the center. You'll see the mission and core values reflected in our program, the continuums of support that we offer our students, and the reflective practice that happens here with both the learners and our professional staff. Through our advisory programming, there's ongoing reflection and really looking at learning artifacts, how students know they're making progress, where they see that. And then in our professional development program with our faculty as well, setting goals, meeting those goals, lots of feedback. And we're going to get more into that later. Certainly engagement and really focusing in on the whole student, social, emotional, physical, intellectual development is a huge part of what we do. The caring community is evident in everywhere, and that manifests itself in so many ways.
Thanks, Meg. I'm Jen Hyatt, and I've been here this is my 15th year at BBA. I came to BBA from Bennington College, where I was hoping to direct the teaching program that was at Bennington College. And so my role here from the start has been as someone who oversees program and anything having to do with the curriculum at BBA. And so one of the things that we started doing shortly into my tenure here was understanding by design, or backward design. And so using our mission as the endpoint and thinking about what we were driving towards to inform our program, as Meg said, it shapes everything that we do, especially programmatically. And those core values we developed about 7 or 8 years ago as a collective faculty. We were preparing for our NEASC accreditation review, and we were really trying to build upon our mission to think about what are the things we really believe in, what's at the heart of our program. And so when we think about our program, one of the things we're very proud of is the fact that we offer over 170 different classes to students at Burr and Burton Academy. So there's a
And
really.
I think you guys should all have our course catalog in
Did
front
you
of
all get it?
Yes,
Oh, great.
so-
So you'll see, when you have time to look through that course catalog, the diversity of courses, the breadth of courses that we offer for students is really primarily how BBA approaches personalization. Because we are serving the public, we have a broad array of kinds of students and kinds of learners, and so you'll see classes ranging from very one-on-one instruction in our access program, students who have significant learning challenges such as Down syndrome or autism, right up through kids who are on AP tracks and taking honors level classes and enrolling in dual enrollment courses at local colleges. Some of those we host right here on our campus through Bennington College and Castleton. So there's a lot of differentiation, a lot of personalization, a lot of different tiers and tracks across our curriculum. We also spend a lot of time thinking about systems of support for our students. So we have our Student Success Program, which is designed to help support students who are living in poverty, which is a growing number of students in our population. We have a Target program, which is a very individualized program for students who are at risk of dropping out of high school or are facing significant challenges that make it hard for them to be on the main campus. And then we have really interesting integrated programs like our Dean Farm program, which is an agricultural program located just nearby on the Hill Dean Farm. Our Mountain Campus program, which is located in Peru, which is an outdoor education program, all based on place. And a wide range of internships, independent studies, off-campus studies, work studies. Our students can access the Career Development Center at Bennington down at MAU. So a wide range of programs rooted in those core values and that mission. In conjunction with that, our faculty, Meg and I, really are very intentional in the professional development work we do. With our faculty, we have a formal program review process that our faculty go through. We have a reflective PDP, or professional development plan, that each faculty member develops in partnership with the department chair. And so we're constantly talking about program and pedagogy. And we are currently aligning our, can you go to the next slide? So one of the things we've recently done as a faculty is to come up with what, in the language of the state, these would be our transferable skills. So we spent a couple years, at least, maybe even longer, talking about the habits of mind and work and the transferable skills that we really value as a school, and as the landscape of proficiency is happening around the state. What are the transferable skills that we want our students to demonstrate? How are these going to be existing in all of the courses that we offer at BBA? And so our faculty is currently drilling down from that UBD work into developing KUDs. What can students know, understand, and do? And how do we put these spires into all of our courses? How are kids going to demonstrate them? This will in turn inform how we reshape our graduation requirements as we drive towards proficiency-based assessment here and think about more integrated experiences in our program. And so those things are shaping the professional development work that we're doing in partnership with a consultant named Bill Rich. I'm sure many of you know that name because he's worked all around the state, who's introducing our faculty to these ideas of brain-based principles of design and kind of queuing us up very thoughtfully for that shift. And I'm going to turn it back over to Meg to talk a little bit more about that and how that informs, in turn, the way we're thinking about our new building.
Yeah. And you use the term introducing with Bill, but he's now in his third year working with us. So it was introduced a couple of years ago, but we're getting deeper and deeper into the thinking process. And like anything else, those of you who have been in schools know that when you try to implement change, you think everyone got it, and then you cycle back, and then you think everyone's got it now, and you cycle back, and it's really this kind of iterative process of revisiting and keeping people moving forward step by step. So it's not linear. It's much more of a spiral that Bill has been helping us with. So you want to go there?
Sure. So, that's funny to see. I can't really see it. So Bill Rich is in the work that we've been doing over the last 2.5 and now into our 3rd year is really using the model of proficiency-based learning with our adult learners. So we're modeling that process so and I think it's been really powerful for our faculty to see that, to have their professional learning be happening in that way, and then they're able to take that and start to use that same model with the work as they work with our learners. So the 4 principles of brain-based learning that are now just a part of our culture is, building social, emotional, to increase commitment to their learning. How can we design more targeted practice? We talk about compressing the field, like with soccer, shrinking the field, more touches on the ball. How can we replicate that for our learners in their content areas as they're developing knowledge and skill? And then how can we make sure our learners have plenty of ongoing, specific, timely feedback? We know that it's feedback is what then accelerates student learning. And getting that feedback in a timely way is so important in that learning process. So not waiting till the end to say, you got this, you got an A. What does that mean? When all along we need to have our learners getting that feedback. And so he's really helped our faculty to expand their understanding of what feedback is, that it can happen in more ways than just the teacher commenting on a paper. It can happen peer-to-peer through different systems. It can happen through observation and quick anecdotes to the student. So what are the ways to move the learner forward through that feedback? And then this idea of cultivating a shared mental model. Bill has certainly helped our faculty develop a mental model of what it means, what brain-based principles of learning mean, and how that can create the best experience for our learners. And then we're trying to do that with our in the different content areas. What's the key knowledge and skills related to the traditional content areas, and what are the mental models that we need to be returning to again and again and again with those learners? It's been very powerful. Next slide. So in shifting, when we think about the brain-based principles of learning and design and how that, focusing on student engagement, not just compliance, ritual compliance, like I'm doing the assignment because you asked me to, but really I'm engaged in this. It has meaning to me. I want to know more. How do we create those conditions in the different learning environments so that students' learning accelerates? Really starts with relationships at the center, building a sense of purpose and meaning, asking students, what is it that they want to know? What is it that they want to discover? What are the big things on their mind? And then meshing that with what we think is important for students to know and understand and be able to do before they leave BBA. Creating more authentic, integrated learning experiences. We hear this from kids all the time, like real world work matters, and they want to be able to demonstrate that to a wider audience. They want to demonstrate that to their peers, and that's been powerful, shifting into the public demonstrations of learning. And then I think the BBA Spires, the communication, problem solving, integrative thinking, and citizenship, we're thinking of those in really aspirational terms. How each year can we get better and better and better? How can our students get more and more competent in understanding how their learning demonstrates growth and proficiency in those areas? And that's where we're at this point. And I think the work with backward design, the KUDs, developing new programs that are more integrated, that allow students to have more real-world experience, to have more public demonstrations, is really fueling that engagement. And it's been an exciting time here. And I think one of the things that I think is such a testament to this work is now the BRSU is working with Bill Rich. So all of our teachers sort of in this ecosystem are all going to be using the same common language. And I think that's the other thing I would say is using common language with our learners, where they're hearing the same thing in their geometry class about learning and how the brain is functioning and how where they're at is the same language they're hearing in wellness and PE. It's the same language they're hearing in history. It's the same language they're hearing in their advisory and leadership groups, et cetera. So I think I'm going to turn it over to Mark, who's going to talk about this neighborhood idea and how our new architecture, the new building is driving more integration, knowing our learners together, putting learners, configuring them in different ways, and then how that will spread across the campus once we're able to move into the new building.
Great, thank you. I also, when I talk to groups about these principles, relationships and the sense of purpose and meaning and authentic integrated learning experiences and public demonstrations of learning, one thing I point out is what's missing from that. And it's especially important when you're talking to non-educators. But there's an incredibly important role of technology in all of our lives and in education, but we don't see technology driving education. And that's not our goal at Burton, and we don't think it should be a goal when there is the opportunity to have relationships at the center. I think if we were located in the middle of Alaska somewhere in a small town and we didn't have the opportunity to have the kinds of classes that you see in our course catalog, you could very rightly say like the opportunities online far exceed the opportunities that might exist in that isolated kind of situation. But in our case, and I think in schools across Vermont, putting relationships front and center is what creates motivation. It creates interest. It transfers love. So if you have teachers who love a subject, that passion that they show is something that helps kids start to really dive in and see why someone whom they respect, can fall in love with subjects. So I wanted to point that out. The building, the genesis of really thinking about architecture came several years ago as we were talking about moving forward educationally. And, in one of the meetings, Jen and Meg said, it'd be kind of amazing if we could build a building that reflected our thinking. And it would be amazing for two reasons. One, it would be amazing in and of itself, but it would serve as a catalyst for change, because you can also look at these brain-based principles and think about how to move faculty members and staff members and how to move organizational thinking. And the same resistances that students can have to learning can apply to adults as well. So relationships do have to be at the center, and sense of purpose and meaning also has to be at the center. So we, it was kind of this, rather than thinking about a new building because we need more space, it got us thinking about a new building as a way of expanding our capability to teach. And that gets us to what we're calling Founders Hall. This is a building we'll be breaking ground on in April, and it will be completed in June of 2021. So we are less than 2 years away from completing it. In the design cycle, we have completed schematic design and design development, or the first two phases that architects refer to. We're now into the development of construction documents, and that's where we determine all the little details that make up the building. But the big ideas are there, and we have this opportunity.
So just a little bit more than a year to construct it.
It'll take 14 months. Yep. This is an oil painting of Barry and Wendy Rowland. We haven't talked about our financial structure and the financial model of Burton. It's pretty simple and straightforward. We raise a lot of money so that we can create the kind of programs you're hearing about, whether it's a Dean Farm program or our Mountain Campus program or our Student Success program. Our Student Success program is serving about, coming close to 200 students in our school who are living in poverty. And, the term we use publicly is, aspiring or first-generation college-bound students. They're overwhelmingly coming from disadvantaged backgrounds with not a lot of education in their family. We raised money so we could do more than we could do just with the tuition dollars. So we have a director, we have an associate director, we have paid internships so kids can go and explore professions and make money. They get paid internships in the summer. We have travel for them to open up their minds to the opportunities in the world. And it's all because we're able to raise funds privately at a pretty substantial clip. Barry and Wendy Rowland gave $20 million a year and a half ago so that we can execute the plan that I'm about to share with you. So I can't talk about it without talking about the role of private philanthropy in building our fixed assets. And then, we also raise annual fund money and we charge tuition. And those are the components that go into our annual operating budget and keep us afloat. But every building you see here, including this one, this is the Smith Center, built in 1998. And it was built thanks to Bob and Peg Smith, who donated the money to build this building. So Barry and Wendy gave us the money. And this is a quick plan of our school. You drove up Seminary Avenue. We're sitting in this building. This is the Smith Center. This is the seminary building, the one with the bell tower. It's our signature building. And what we're doing is creating a courtyard. So again, we're here, seminary building. We're going to turn that parking lot into a courtyard, and we're going to build the new building right back in that corner. We're moving our maintenance facility up here. We're moving parking down here. So pretty simple reshuffling, at least conceptually. And the big idea, and I showed this to you before, but the big idea driving the design is the notion of neighborhoods. And when you think about creating opportunities for more integrated learning, you think about a neighborhood, butcher, baker, candlestick maker. But, instead of thinking in disciplinary fashion, we're trying to get our faculty and staff to think in more interdisciplinary ways. And so Mr. Rogers had his "Who are the people in your neighborhood?" So I'd like to show that. We gave the architect 4 key guiding principles. One was to build a building that looks to the future while paying homage to the history of Burton. I showed you that photograph from the 1860s. We were founded in 1829. We don't want to be a school that constantly looks backward and tells everybody how old we are and everything is a tradition and nothing can change. We want to be forward-looking, and we wanted a building that helped us look forward and look forward itself, but we also don't want to forget the past. We wanted a building that fit uniquely in our setting, and we learned a lot when we built the Mountain Campus building, which is on 100 acres of land surrounded by thousands of acres of national forest. And that building we designed as a place-based building. We wanted it designed so it would fit into its setting in just the right way, and we wanted that here too. We wanted a courtyard that enhances community. We were thinking very much about our core value of a caring community, and we wanted the spaces to bring people together, and we wanted the space to bring multiple buildings together, and we wanted to build this building with strong consideration for environmental and economic sustainability. And I think those have to go hand in hand. You can't do one without the other. We're not able, and we don't want to spend every last dollar on every bell and whistle around environmental sustainability. We want it to make sense economically. We want it to, we can't afford to not have it pay some return on investment, but we also wanted to not burn more fossil fuels. So we have a building, and we've taken some steps on the building. I won't go into those now, but we won't be burning fossil fuels. It'll be all electric. And all of our electric comes from renewable energy on this campus. We have a deal with the Carthusian monks, believe it or not, on Equinox Mountain. We developed that deal about 9 years ago so that they could invest $1 million in a hydro plant, and we would take down their excess electrical capacity, and they could therefore get a return on investment on their investment. We get our energy at a 10% discount. And then we also created a deal with a solar company to install solar panels off-site, and we would take that energy. So again, at a reduction on prevailing energy rates, but all our electric, therefore, is generated through renewable sources. Yes, well, the Carthusians are an interesting group. Very simply, here's our building, here's our courtyard, and the concept is to not just build a block, but there's a shape to where we are. We're at the base of the mountain, and we wanted a building that climbed up the mountain and reflected that topography. And then as we thought about, and this is really driven by our architect, who, believe it or not, graduated from Burton in 2007, a guy named Kyle Murphy. He ended up being the lead architect, partnered with a firm down in Washington, D.C. called ZGF. So we thought he had a world-class creative mind, and he was paired with a world-class high design architecture firm. So this is not my thinking, this is their thinking, but they start to step up the hill. They started to think about the views and wanted to preserve a view up the mountain. They wanted to put a third floor on, but by turning the third floor, the view from inside the building would also look up the mountain. And they also saw this signature view of our bell tower, that it would look over the bell tower and again capture the tradition while looking to the future. So that's a little bit of the site planning. And then what's going to happen is we can take different pieces from different parts of our school and have them go into this building. In this case, we're going to put in English, social studies, our STEAM lab / makerspace lab, and our library and technology. So all of those become integrated in the new building, and it will actually give us the opportunity to reconfigure the rest of campus in an interesting way. Here's where we get to the neighborhood. One of the breakthroughs was that as our designer Kyle contemplated it, he said, you walk around this school, and you won't see it today because we don't have regular classes, but kids are spilling out in the hallways everywhere because they do group work now, but they have no place to do the group work. So you go in the hallway and you spread out, and they gather together. A lot takes place on the hallway, and this is a very traditional layout. Quite simply, he came up with the idea, if we create a clump, you're using the same square footage, but instead of a hallway that's basically dead space and walk-through space, we can have a purpose-built common area and 3 classrooms spilling into it, and that will foster integration and connection. In addition, we're putting garage doors in between those walls so that we can open them up and create a larger space. And that's going to start to facilitate, we've called it future-proof. I don't know if anything's future-proof, but we want to be able to conceive of courses that utilize this architecture in a way that we're not able to conceive right now because it's not really a possibility. So this simple shift helps us get to a building that has almost no hallways, and I'll show you that plan in a second. The other thing we talked about was a library space that could serve multiple purposes. And this is a library, and I love this library. But by putting the library onto the hill and creating these stair steps, you start to have a library that also can serve as an amphitheater. And it creates a sense of drama in that space. It's gathering. Libraries are no longer the place where the librarian sits and goes, shh, shh, shh. Right, they're really common gathering spaces and collaborative workspaces. And then you start to build these neighborhoods, take chunks of clumps like that, stack them all up on each other with this central unifying element, and you have the basis of a plan. And these are the plans. So you can see clump, clump, right? Classroom, 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 common space. There's another classroom. There's the central space. Another clump here. Second floor, clump, clump, or neighborhood, neighborhood. This is open to below, and this is our library that's climbing up the hill. And then you get to the third floor. Now you're walking up, and it's open from below. You come around, and you have seating up here, and then you have this kind of extraordinary bell tower room on the third floor that's looking out. One of the places we went to that had an impact, a very great impact on our thinking, was we visited Williams College new library. And when you walk around that library, you see so many different ways that students can gather and sit. They don't just have one kind of chair. They have 8 kinds of chairs. They've got stools, they've got big soft chairs, they've got chairs like this, they have swivel chairs, because people like what they like, and they like different things. A lot of people like to flop on the floor, so when you come in here during the day, you'll see students leaning up against the walls and all, and clumped on the floor, because that's where they choose to gather. So we wanted to think about all these different kinds of ways that students can sit and be together. And that leads you to this. So this is that central gathering space. And you can see we'll have platforms, there'll be this platform seating, and then there are these places that you can't really tell in this photo, but there are platforms with tables that go up the hill as well, so students can gather in groups and be around a table. They can gather like this, and then there's seating up here that's like counter seating looking out over this whole scene. You can see the mountain in the background, and that's Equinox Mountain, which is another piece of the signature of our campus. And then you go all the way up top, and you get to this bell tower. And that's looking out, and this is where I really feel like we're both honoring the past and looking to the future, because we're looking at our bell tower in a different way. And we envision this room as a place for gatherings like this one. So 2 years from now, if you want to come back, we'll put you up there and you'll have an absolutely extraordinary view. We're envisioning it as kind of our place of highest learning. And so in the future, we could see student demonstrations of learning, student presentations up here, capstone projects, things like that, that are worthy of the space in which it sits. Here's a look at the exterior. We're putting slate on the exterior wall. We have slate on our roofs, but the idea of using a natural Vermont stone in a different way, we find appealing. It has these arms or wings that open up. We want it to be welcoming. This is that bell tower room up top. It clearly is a signature statement. This is not Vermont vernacular, and we recognize that. And in fact, we weren't looking for a building. We were specifically, we didn't want a building that tried to look like it had been here for 200 years or 100 years. We wanted the authenticity of a building built in 2020, opening in 2021, that looks like it's rethinking the way architecture sits on our campus. And so we think we've accomplished that. But it is a different look than some people are used to. And then instead of a parking lot, we'll have this courtyard that's uniting, pulling everything together. This is a view from up top. So when you're up on the hill, there's a field up top there. And the building almost disappears because most of it is below this level except for this 1/3 story that's looking out over the bell tower. So we preserve the view of the East Mountains, and we preserve the view of the bell tower from up above as well. Additionally, if I go to the courtyard scene, we've gotten literally 500 tons of marble donated. And we're going to be using big marble blocks in the courtyard as casual seating. Marble is a native Vermont stone. It was core to the economy here. This is a photo of the quarry where it came from, the Dorset Quarry, which is one of the great swimming holes in the world. But this is the Dorset Quarry before it filled up with water. This wasn't from the 1800s. So quite literally, the blocks of marble that will be sitting in our courtyard were hand-hewn back in the 1800s in this quarry. And when they abandoned the quarry, they've been sitting there ever since then until we've picked them up and bring them into our courtyard. They become a lesson in Vermont history and Vermont geology and in the Vermont economy. So we're quite excited about that. The same marble was used for the New York Public Library and other major marble edifices around the country. And this is what it looks like today. You know, it's just sitting out in the field. It's kind of, I mean, it's really kind of extraordinary. So that's where I'm going to end. I'm going to end with this slide because I love this slide. this is another look at our bell tower. And it's just a different view. I always like it through the woods because to me, it says we don't really know, it connotes a journey. And we're on a journey. We've been on this journey for years now, and it'll continue. Sometimes you work backwards, and, I think Jen has led our faculty very well in thinking about designing courses backwards, and sometimes you lead organizations forward. And I can't tell you exactly what this school is going to be in 2029 when we hit our 200th anniversary, but I know for sure that by having the brain-based thinking, the educational thinking we're putting in place now, and coupling it with changes in our infrastructure and the basic architectural shape of this school, it's going to be different, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be better. And we're going to keep finding ways to make it better. So happy to answer any questions about any aspect of the school, but I think and hope you have some sense of the richness today of what it is to be a Burton student, and you have some sense of our commitment again and again and again to keep trying to get better. And if I go all the way back to this morning, I'll say if there's one reason why people keep coming in, why we have, I forget the number off the top of my head, 45 transfer students in our 9th grade. That's the difference between having a 9th grade of 125 or 130 kids and a 9th grade of 165 kids. It's because of this. It's because of the experience today and the commitment again and again and again that we're going to be better tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So,
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Any board members, do you have questions?
Yeah.
What's the structure of the school day? Like, how many classes do you have a day, and kind of how does that all
Sure.
work?
So we work on a block schedule, so like Stevie, you have A days, B days?
Yes.
So we do something a little differently. We have classes that run AB every other day all year long, or you can take AB as a semester class. And then we do the same, we have a C block, which is just semesterized. Then we do DE, which could be every other day all year long, or a semester, and then we have F block. So most students take 4 or 5 classes a day.
And then we also have this cool thing called Flex Block that happens 3 days a week where students have an extended block for lunch and they can access teachers, work together, some kind of activity that they want to take part in during the day. So that happens 3 times a week.
Students can access all those variables
Oh, it's a huge puzzle. It's yeah, they can. So
The questions?
What happens to this building that we're in, under this new plan?
So going back to that slide where I'm saying things move out of this building, out of different buildings and go in there, this building is 20 years old, and its challenge, there are a couple challenges. One is our science floor. Our science labs aren't big enough, and we don't have enough of them, right? Because we're growing. And 20 years ago, this school was in the 400s, and now we're in the mid-700s. So we've outgrown our science labs. We've outgrown our math classrooms. We're moving this library, so this whole floor becomes empty. And so the opportunity here is for us to expand science and math and probably think about ways to have them closer together. Meaning right now there's a science floor and a math floor, and human behavior says if you're on the math floor, you stay on the math floor, and if you're on the science floor, stay on the science floor. If we want them to become more integrated in the way that we do, we have to think about mixing that up. And we have to think about this floor and how we can reconfigure this floor to create more classrooms. I can't help but point out this view because that too is a world-class view. I think that we have to preserve that portion as a common space in some way because it's just too good for it to be like, now it's a classroom and please don't look over there, look over here, pay attention, right? So, but there's a whole redesign of this building that is like, I literally was talking to Kyle Murphy, our architect, yesterday, saying we need to get going on thinking about what this building will take. I think it's several $1 million. It's not $20 million, but it will allow this space to reflect the thinking that we've developed in the new building. So,
The one thing I should point out, the chair of the select board went here, I don't know when he went here.
a while ago.
Yeah, a few years ago, the basketball was actually in the Performing Arts Center, you had to put your hand out to stop from running into the wall when you did a layup. He had 60 some odd students in his class. So the growth, the number of students that the school serves is really going up. I mean,
Yeah.
it's tripled
Right.
over that period of time, from about 60 students to almost
Yeah.
180 in some of your classes.
And you mentioned the select board. I talked to you right at the beginning about our commitment to our communities, and I think there's a very good example right now of how we're connecting with and collaborating with our community, because I've been working with John on our rec park and our need for a track, and the rec park's desire to constantly improve. And so what we're doing is taking $1 million and putting it into public land. We're gonna build a world-class track at the rec park for public use that we get to use too. So it's not entirely altruistic, but it's an example of where, you know, if we built a track on this campus, you know, it's our track and we use it in the springtime for 2 hours a day and that's it. If we build it at the rec park, it strengthens our community. We use it for our 2 hours a day in the springtime, but all other times, people will be walking around that track, running around that track, and using it in the ways that it ought to be used. And so it's, I think, I think many more examples of how we want to be in partnership with the community. The select board approved it unanimously. We're waiting on the final permit. We hope to have that in the next week or two.
Yep.
We have our contractor lined up, contracts are signed, and we're ready to go. So this spring, we will have a track for our track team for the first time in the history of this school. And this spring, our community will have a brand-new track to utilize as a resource. And it will be that much more attractive for people thinking about moving to this area, to say, wow, look at this rec park, look at the resources.
And that's the difference between, you know, people keep using the word incorrectly, private school. A
Right.
private school wouldn't do that.
Right.
Private school would not invest in a public park. I mean,
need
independent
to,
school is different.
We need to stay, or try to stay on schedule.
Yep.
Do you have some student guides here? for
So
us?
looks like they're out in. Oh, are they in the hallway? Okay, good.
So
I
let's,
was wondering where they are. Let me get our student guides in here.
One of the other things that's in this building, John, is the robotics and technology, cinematography. You'll see that on the tour. So thinking about,
Yes.
we're going to have some kind of STEAM in the new building, but thinking about what that could be in this
Mrs.
building.
Wright is downstairs?
Yeah, down.
Okay, I've gone down and seen her before. Mrs. Wright? Amy Wright?
Oh, Amy Wright's in the.
Okay, that's what I thought, okay.
But thinking about her program, you know, thinking
Yeah.
about
Yep.
coding, robotics,
That's where you
engineering.
hired Mensch is downstairs?
Bill Mensch is downstairs.
How big are the class sizes generally? I know that's hard to estimate in high school.
Around 16 to
Turn our
18.
attention to the students, please.
Okay, so we're going to give you, they're due back here at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So tell them to put their running shoes on. But we have a very nice group of student ambassadors. Why don't you guys introduce yourself and say what class you're in and maybe one thing that distinguishes that you're connected with at this school.
I'm Sam. I'm in 10th grade. I'm a sophomore, and I'm in math club.
Good. And you moved up from Williams.
Yeah, I moved an hour up north to go here.
And Wendy?
So hi, I'm Wendy, and I'm a senior. I'm from China, and I've been here for 3 years, I think, and now I'm in PFET, AP Psych, AP Statistics, Contemporary Issue, and Speech and Comm. Yeah, and I really like it here.
Wendy went to the Mountain Campus too, if you want to
Yes.
ask questions about that program.
I'm Henry. I'm a sophomore. I live in Stratton, and I'm a 3-sport athlete, and I'm, I guess, in AP Gov and Honors Chemistry.
And you spent 2 years on a boat before
Yes,
you
I did.
came here, just so you know. The sailing around the world for, right, it was 2 years,
2 years.
right? So, there you go.
I'm Lexi. I'm a sophomore here.
I took a lot of music classes, and I'm also the student leader of a club here, so.
Cool.
Great.
All right.
Thank you for making time to take us around the campus. We'll come back to one missing piece from the discussion about schedules, which the topic was committees, and I'd like to come back to that. But I'd first like to, while you're still fresh and perky, I'd like to pick up on this question of the board's future role. It's obviously a complicated topic. You folks did a lot of good talking about it on the 19th. Listen to that tape. I think your comments and in the questionnaire it was somewhat inconclusive, and that's understandable. I think it was it's a complicated topic. I sent to you last night just a sort of intended to be provocative think piece, because my goal, if not today, then very, very soon, is to have us get to sort of put a point on the spear. I think we need to get into some clear language sometime soon about what we're talking about becoming. I think there seems to be consensus about we don't want to stay just the way we are. Not that that's any reflection on the past, but this is now, and there's a lot of new blood on this board, so I think I've tossed out a sort of something for you to react to. I don't expect you to like it in all respects. I got a comment late last night from a colleague of my general age who commented on the use of the word senescence, and it's not related to being senile. It's related to a decline in capabilities, which is so it's a term I should know. But as you can see, if you made the time to read what I wrote, let me back up. I should say that I wrote this as a first attempt at how we might communicate with the General Assembly. There will be no change in what this board does without the cooperation of the General Assembly. We were created by the General Assembly. We can be uncreated by the General Assembly instantaneously. That we sort of had a close brush with death a couple of years ago when 14 of the state senators signed on to a bill to terminate and eliminate the State Board of Education. I see no prospect of that happening again in the near future, but we just do need to understand that whatever we want to become, it's only going to happen with the consent and endorsement of the General Assembly. At the very least, for example, quite apart from what we want to become, if you wanted to stop doing some things, most of those stop doings would require consent of the General Assembly because many of them are stipulated in statute. So if you want to unstipulate them, you got to have cooperation with the General Assembly. I've begun very, very informal conversations with the two chairs of the education committees. I've simply broached the topic to them. They've actually wanted to be talking more about 173 and their concerns about the rulemaking process. But I've sort of squeezed in with them that we want also to be talking, as well as 173, we want to be talking about the board's role and future, and we want to learn from the General Assembly what it would like us to do and be, as well as what we ourselves might think. And so I've tried to frame this in a way that is structured around what I understand to be the General Assembly's disposition to the board as expressed by statute. Even though there was that brush with death a couple of years ago, it seems to me that there's a lot of evidence that the General Assembly looks favorably upon this entity and regards us as a go-to organization when it comes to dealing with complicated or sticky policy questions related to education. Act 46 being a very obvious example. The small schools metrics is another example where they turned a very tricky and politically sensitive question over to us to grapple with as best we could. And now with 173, realizing that they were, by passing 173, they were essentially legislating a sea change in how education, special ed, is funded, and even special education practice. They directed explicitly that the rules should be adopted, that is to say, written by this board. So I think there's fairly good evidence that we are held in high enough regard that the legislature turns to us when it needs us and wants us. What we do in the meantime, I think, is more or less up to us. But if we want to make changes in what we do in the meantime, that will probably require their cooperation. So my goal would be that we have some that we clarify our own thinking about that this month and next, so that after the next meeting, I would like to be able to approach the two chairs and say, this is the direction we'd like to go, and this is a first pass at some of the legislative changes that we think we might need. Again, to say at the very least, there's a laundry list of things that the board is supposed to do, articulated in statute. We don't do some of them, and for all I know, never have. It seems so silly to have them on the books if we're not paying attention to them. And there are others that we do and probably don't need to keep doing. I listened again to your dialogue the other day, the last retreat day too, and there was some discussion about strategic plans and strategic vision and so forth, and I'd like to just comment on that. The previous boards, long before I was on there, talked about strategic plans and had a 2 or 3 page document that they called a strategic plan. It's still on the website. It's not a plan at all. I mean, I've written a lot of strategic plans for large corporations. They don't look anything like that. That was simply a wish list of things we think are important, but it wasn't a plan to do anything. And then subsequently, under the new chair, the most recently left chair, we switched the language to be more about a strategic vision. And we never ever got to anything like a plan. We simply articulated what we thought were a handful of aspirational values for education in Vermont. But again, there was no plan about how we would get there or what we would do to anybody if it didn't happen or even how we would measure it. It was a worthwhile exercise because I think it clarified our values where we talked about excellence, equity, and efficiency. But again, neither of those things would qualify as a plan by any stretch of the imagination. And I think Dan's observation was correct that this board needs not to rely on some plan that's up on the bookshelf, but needs to, by way of statute and by way of its own rules, clarify what its mission and purpose is. So that's just by way of introduction, and now I guess I could happily keep quiet and hear your thoughts about what I've said so far, what your thoughts about since you last talked about this on the 19th, and your thoughts about the little flyer that I put in front of you. Oh, Bill, you have some thoughts?
Well, you see, I'm now up to 4 thoughts. If you kept talking, I'd probably have 8.
Well, it's a good thing I stopped.
Questions today.
In the second
Yeah, let me know. I can get warmed up here.
In the second paragraph, the state board has failed to achieve the legislature's vision. I'd like to get rid of the word failure because I don't think we did. Act 46 shows it, and what you wrote up shows that we've achieved a great deal. But could we say something to the effect as the state board has not been provided the expertise or the support staff or something like that, and avoid that failure word completely?
I'm open to that. I don't like using words like failure.
So you're trying to blame someone else, or, because I can think of times when this board was very dysfunctional and that had nothing to do with outside expertise.
Exactly. Right, yeah.
I mean, it's,
Yeah, I'm just trying to avoid the word, but not put in a word that would be offensive to the
Yeah.
legislature too.
well, that's good.
And you're being very complimentary to the legislature when you say legislative vision.
Well, yes, I think being complimentary to the legislature is not a bad idea,
Okay.
especially if you want something from them.
Well, I would say be careful what you wish for, because they're sending plenty in our direction, and if they can continue doing that, we will just be at their beck and call.
Yep.
I would like to substitute something for senescence, even though I do.
I welcome that. I welcome that. I just was having fun using the term.
I enjoyed encountering that word. It was a break from my usual regulatory verbiage. So it's nice. Nice to read something a little more poetic.
Do you have a recommendation, Bill? I'd welcome it.
Glad it just wasn't
The
me.
state board has shifted into administrative or something like that. I'm not fixed on what the word is. And the third is down at the next to last line, where you talk about the independent strategic overview. I would like to suggest that it be founded on independent, research-based, or unbiased kinds of information. We're going to get accused of all kinds of things regardless, but so be it. But I would like to see some kind of criteria of truth, because there's a lot of rumors that go around in education.
Okay, thank you, Bill.
That's my thoughts. I like it.
Thank you.
But when you say the state board has slipped, are you saying currently? Because I would say that particularly possibly applied in previous years, but I mean, I think we're wrestling with trying to find our mission, or but I don't buy. I think we've been pretty active, and for the most part, there was a lull after 46 and before 173, but we've got a lot on our
We could
plate
say
right now.
in transition, the state board is in transition.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess I would try to, not to defend, but to respond by saying that, back when the board was the board of directors of the department, it was, number one, part of the department. And number two, it hired and fired the commissioner, and it gave direction because it had authority to do so. And as we discussed last time, them days is long gone. We are not the board of directors of anything. And we have no authority to give direction to anyone in any department.
I think you're being charitable when you say they gave direction to the department.
Well, to the extent that you hire and fire the department
I know
head,
that, I know that.
you have ultimate authority. And we don't have that. I mean, sort of like we were to the commissioner as ostensibly a school board is to its superintendent, a district board. That is to say, they hire and fire, and the superintendent better pay attention. That was the world that existed 7 years ago, for 100 years, and ended 7 years ago. And yet, much of what we do is as if we have some kind of either, one, expertise or authority. Reviewing independent school approvals, for example. We bring neither expertise nor authority. we can receive a proposal or an evaluation by the Agency of Education, and we can think it's junk, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can think it's great, and it doesn't matter. We have no authority to direct the agency to go back and do it better. Pardon? We have the authority to approve the recommendations.
We've done that.
But that's, I would submit to you that that's a vestige from a time when we had authority. What if we don't approve it? We can't say, go back and fix it.
Get approved?
Only by statute, that's correct.
So, I'm not suggesting we need to live in that domain, because I
Right.
do feel like it feels rubber stamp-esque in my short tenure.
Right.
I would say that one of the things I think Bill pointed out when there was a discrepancy between the way two independent schools were being handled in
Right.
terms of the time frame for
Right.
review, that if that process had a certain rubric that was articulated and clear, we wouldn't, those questions would be answered through the process. The agency would sort of know where they were going. The independent schools would know, and we would definitely want to be out of that business. So I guess I'm just saying, as it is currently, though, we have only the authority to either say yes or no.
That's right.
But we do have that authority. It's not
Yes.
approved if we say no.
Right. The approval does not become real until we concur in it. That is true.
Well, just one clarification on the hiring of the secretary too.
Yeah.
The governor can only select from the ones that we recommend.
We can recommend three. He can.
No fewer than three, I think.
Three or fewer.
No fewer than
No
three.
fewer.
Than three.
I think that's how it's written.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he can say, nope, give me some more.
Sure.
That can go on indefinitely.
Yeah. Under the old system, just out of curiosity, was the commissioner ratified by the Senate?
Yes.
Okay, so even after the state board hired the commissioner, the Senate had to
Subject to the
ratify.
approval of
Just
the
the Senate.
Senate.
Okay.
Right.
I would suggest that we not deal with that past too much. Instead, look at what you've done here, John, is that you made declarations. In the second paragraph, the state board remained an independent, nonpartisan overseer and advocate. And then in the third paragraph, the state board is now coming to see the imperative it must build on the vision. Positive, declarative, we're going this way, as opposed about moaning and groaning.
Exactly. I'm not much interested in spending time on that, except to remind us that we do a lot of stuff that is a vestige from an earlier time.
Of course.
I mean, snow days. Why in God's name is the board ruling on whether or not a school district can cut short its academic year because it had too many snow days?
I think Dan can take care of that.
Yeah, I think this.
Well, I'd be accused of, arbitrary decision
Yeah,
making. and there
right,
needs to
you
be
can't
some-
trust
what
him.
it is.
needs
You
to
can't
some
trust him with
level
that
of
kind of stuff.
appeal,
Just
you
say
know.
no.
But
Even
this
the
gets-
agency wants
Yeah,
to
but
push
this
that
gets-
off.
But this gets to the overseer role, and I think one role that we could have within that context is as a route of appeal.
Yeah.
I suppose.
And we sort of play that role, I think, in other areas, and I think a lot of these administrative things, we look to push to the agency, and we could potentially be a relief valve for folks who are looking for some avenue of appeal.
Yep, we have that with regard to the teacher appeal.
Yep.
Which also can, I've talked to John about this, I mean, it clearly in the language, we're supposed to be connected to local boards. And there's been little focus on that in terms of what does that mean. But the appeal process is one, but beyond that, we haven't done much in
Yeah.
terms of.
I mean, the snow day piece, we've gotten requests from superintendents in the past that they know the answer's gonna be no. In fact, the superintendent may not even support the request for the snow day waiver. I agree with Oliver that, people always need to, I always say when you call the cable company complaining about your bill and you say you want to talk to a supervisor, they just hand the phone to the person next to them. Say, oh, they want to talk to you. They're not elevating you to the top floor of the building.
It's interesting though.
But people want to appeal everything.
But there's the problem, it's in the statutory language now. There are times where I am, or the secretary specifically, the final decision maker. There is no appeal. Like, I am the final force of appeal. And then there's other issues that it comes to the board. So it's like, it's a mixed bag right now, depending on the political nature of the issue.
Right.
Yeah,
So for
yeah.
instance, residency, I have the final decision on determining the residency of a pupil. There's no appeal. It says the
There's an
secretary's
appeal,
decision.
they go to court, right?
They go to court, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
But the secretary's decision is final. But then you take something like snow days, well, it comes to the board, because it's an exception to your school quality regulations on a number of days. So, unfortunately, there's a mixed bag in the statutory language now.
Yeah, I could imagine even with regard to independent schools, for example. We get out of putting our rubber stamp on anything, and there's an avenue of appeal of a denial.
I
or
think
a
that's
lim-
the way to go.
Or something like that. I even want to, I know the rules are important. I mean, I think we're all seeing in this Act 173 business that probably there are some people who are darn glad the board's involved in this because they otherwise might not be able to convince the agency to see things their way. On the other hand, there's so much rules that we have responsibility for that we are completely inattentive to.
This thing is so complex. I mean,
Yeah.
this is like a unique category of rules. I
Yeah.
don't think we've encountered anything like this
Right.
for the board or for us. It's
So I guess what I'm wondering about is whether or not, rather than have the board the author of all rules, and I think we are we not?
Yeah, we have, theoretically, I would posit that the agency has authority to promulgate rules as an agency, but that's never been contemplated.
Yeah.
And then there are specific cases such as 173, where it says explicitly the board shall develop
Right,
rules.
right.
But I don't think, like, to speak for the legislature, I don't think they ever contemplated saying otherwise. That was more of a reflex, but we haven't had any interest in doing that. And, but yes, you're currently the owner of the rules.
Or that they thought we would sit at the table and actually drafted the rules or something.
God.
If there was an expectation.
Yeah,
of
we have,
legislation, was there?
I don't know.
I don't think there was much intentionality.
To the effect, in some cases, another kind of oversight committee might serve the role of the state board, or something to that effect.
Another oversight committee with regard to what?
Well, we just said independent schools. I think somebody should be, who is independent and knowledgeable, should be able to make decisions there.
Well, that's what the agency does.
Yeah,
Why can't we rely on the agency?
I was thinking appeal process would be based on, not a de novo hearing of an issue, but
Right.
were the regulations applied consistently?
Right.
Like,
Yeah, exactly.
about what you're gonna do with a teacher regulation. It's not to hear the case from the beginning, it's to say, was adequate due process provided?
Yep.
Did this happen, did that happen?
Right.
So it's a substantial burden for appeal
Yep.
to say, well, it was an arbitrary decision, and we want to appeal it. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
And I would argue it wouldn't be a route of appeal just for denials. For certain issues, there could be a route of appeal for denial or approval, right? Because there could be some
Sure.
interested party who says, I think it's a terrible decision that you approved this
Yeah.
particular school,
Right.
and I want to appeal this.
Right. Yeah, so it'd be approving a permit or its denial,
Yeah.
or appealing, yeah.
Yeah, not for every issue,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
depending on the nature of it.
Yeah, so this role of being an appeals panel as opposed to an administrative oversight panel, which looks at everything. Yeah, let me just back up. What's my agenda here in having this conversation? It is to try to offload from the board and its limited meeting time. We have about, 100 hours a year of meeting time, is to try to get rid of stuff where we're not either bringing authentic expertise and or knowledge, or where other people are already handling it pretty well. And so oversight of school days, snow days, and independent schools and all that is one area. On paper, we should be spending a ton of time on rules. For example, you raised this morning about, is there a rubric that should have clarified how the agency should have made decisions about these different time periods for approvals in the independent schools? Well, there are a set of rules that are the board's Rule Series 2200. They haven't been updated in quite a long time. They could be improved so that they're, if it's not a rubric, at least a little more clarity. They're famously weak when it comes to what does financial capacity mean. How do you know it when you see it? I mean, 173 introduced some greater detail about that. Well, you know, we've been around for years, and it hasn't occurred to us to improve the 2200 rules to address these kind of pedestrian problems. If the agency were free to do that, I think it might happen more readily if it didn't have to go through some elaborate process. No? Yes?
No, I agree. It's just,
Where's the staff?
No, I'm just always, I always was suspicious as a superintendent when I'd end up in a meeting with my colleagues, bemoaning the fact that if the state would only come in and tell us what to do. And, you know, part of the reason we have rules, well, we have statutes with contradictions. We have rules with contradictions and rules that haven't been enforced in years.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, we heard today special ed rules that are 23 years old. Part of the controversy on our June memos is that we're trying to enforce the rules as they were always written. But the interests don't necessarily welcome clear rules or accountability in Vermont. That hasn't been our culture as a state. Everything gets
Unless you want them.
yeah, everything gets negotiated constantly. So I would welcome the opportunity to have more clarity in some of these issues. But one of the interests I have as a secretary, and I think it's, if I were to, I've said before, critique our education system, we have a high-quality education system, not because of our policy construct, but almost in spite of it.
Yeah.
So I have interest in getting clear on policy. I think precisely as income gap grows in our country, precisely as opportunity and aspiration gaps grow, there's a more important role for the state to ensure equal opportunity perhaps than ever before. And that is only going to come through regulation that's informed by values of equal opportunity. So to not enforce regulations or not to create regulations that ensure that would be irresponsible at this moment in time.
I'm not suggesting that we should not enforce or even create.
Yeah, I'm just acknowledging that we haven't had a historic tradition, and the reason we have this construct as a state, because Vermonters don't necessarily welcome clear
and the other part of it is that, you know, the agents, I mean, in all other state entities, they write their own boards, not boards, departments and agencies, they write their own rules. There's no lay group that is in charge of their rules, except maybe the liquor commission or something. And it's hard to understand how we can justify today that we're the guys who are supposed to write the rules. And frankly, we know far less about what the needs for rules are than do the people who administer those rules, i.e. the agency. So I guess I'm just sort of saying, shouldn't we think again about why are we so deeply involved in rules? And a possible fallback is to say, the agency writes the rules unless the legislature specifically directs otherwise, as they did with Act 173. And another sort of fallback option to sort of just disengage from this but not walk away completely might be to leave the board in an appeals role. That is to say, the agency could prepare rules, and those rules could be appealed to the state board. That's a way to, if you feel that the state board still brings some value to all that, you could do that. But I guess what I'm saying is, can we find a way to get out of the rulemaking business except when circumstances like Act 173 seem to indicate we ought to be involved? Kim?
What was the last round of rules that happened? I mean, your thought prompt in that, my question was different, or my suggestion was different. But given the process that we're currently going through with rules for 173, I see a purpose for our presence in this process. And I know that there had been some challenges around the last round of rules, I think, that the state board
$2,200.
oversaw. And so, would that have been a set of rules that the state board shouldn't have been involved with? I'm trying to understand
I don't think there's
better.
anything unique
Rules
about-
don't feel like the first thing that we would want to dispense with. Some of this other, given the role we're playing right now, it feels less.
Yeah, I think the issue with those rules versus, say, 173, the nature or the gravity of the substances was not too dissimilar. It was more an issue of the process. And I think the board probably learned some valuable lessons, and we're applying those lessons to this rulemaking process. But the fundamental question remains, is the board the proper place to be shepherding these rules through the rulemaking process? And I agree with John. I'm not sure that we add a lot of value as a board in the process when we're really getting into the weeds. I do think there potentially is a role, and we have to be careful how, we don't want to deviate too far from APA, but there potentially is a role to add another step. Sort of the final review, it's before it goes to ICAR and LCAR, you've got to, run it past the state board. But I could also argue that that's really unnecessary because the APA process is pretty robust. And you already then have to pass the ICAR gate, and then you have to pass the LCAR gate, so.
What is APA? I apologize.
The Administrative Procedures Act. And that's really what governs all rulemaking throughout the state for all the various boards and agencies. And it's a fairly uniform process, so that's where I'd be a little bit cautious, I think.
It's actually more laborious than most processes
Oh,
that
yeah.
I've seen
Oh,
in
yeah.
other states. Like-
Well, rulemaking is supposed to be, so everybody gets a crack
But
at
even
it.
more so than New York or Massachusetts.
Oh, I see,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't see that same level of process going forward. I think what I think makes the most sense as a board member is that initial recommendation should come from agency staff. They should go to the secretary, who is by statute an expert, an overall expert on education, and the secretary should make initial decisions. Having a board that you can appeal to, the secretary is always going to be inside the fishbowl. That's his job, or her job, is to be in the fishbowl called education. And that's a different perspective, I think, than being outside the fishbowl. And I think that the initial decision should be made inside the fishbowl, and the appeal should go to a board that, like I said, is outside the fishbowl. It's just like, any other process where you've got a impartial judge that makes a decision at the end. I don't think most processes or most issues would get to that level of being appealed, but I think that makes the most sense. That the initial decision, yes or no, or maybe, or whatever the decision is, should be made by one person who has a clear thought on it, a clear single thought, and is based on knowledge of the topic. I think that makes sense. I don't think it makes sense for us to say yes or no to independent school licensing, for example. And anytime you have a committee making a decision, now an appeal is different, but anytime you have a committee making a decision, you always run the risk of ending up riding off on a camel.
So the only thing I would say about the other thing I'd be careful with an appeal type process is when it comes to rules is you can have a set of rule changes that are extensive and a million different stakeholders with different issues, and all of a sudden you could have 50 appeals on your hand. So as I think about
I wasn't
this-
talking about rule making.
Okay.
That seems like an entirely different level
Okay,
of complication.
I
That one I almost think should just go to LCAR and ICAR and
Yeah,
that
but-
process. But other decisions that are currently vested with us,
Yeah.
like school days.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. I agree.
I'd be honest with you, I vote against them all because I have to go home and
Yeah.
face my kids at the end of the day, and they're always complaining about how many days they have to go to school. So,
But that list.
I don't think we've ever passed one either.
That went on forever in terms of what.
It's a huge list, yeah.
In Title VI, was that Donna, who put that together?
We had some folks inside the agency do it in a different context than today, but it was relevant very
Right.
much here. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess there's some consensus that we'd like to be shedding some of this stuff.
Yeah.
The particulars of how to do it, there's, I think Oliver's notion of that perhaps we could play an appeal role in certain situations, although when it comes to rulemaking, the rulemaking process is so layered with oversight by ICAR, the public hearings, that, you know, it's pretty hard to get it wrong, I think.
You got it wrong, but
Well,
you know,
it didn't become a rule, notice.
Right, exactly. No,
That's
this
just
is
it,
true,
that's the
and
point.
because the process worked. But another spin on this could be that the agency, that the board itself does not initiate rulemaking, and that any rule drafts are driven by the agency, and essentially the first draft is prepared by the agency, you know, through a vigorous process, and then it's handed over to the board to go through the formal stages of public hearings, et cetera. And then the board becomes more of an arbiter, if you will, of the various stakeholder input through that very, sort of the final stages of that formal process.
The problem with that is that unless you satisfy yourself that it's a really good rule, you wind up looking really stupid when you take that out in public, if it's not.
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here. We're deciding particular cases when what we need is a statement of our intent to go in this particular
If we
thing.
had a purist approach to rulemaking, which was that we would all get together around the table and literally put pen to paper, I wouldn't want to read those. I really don't think you could ever draft today's modern regulations, you know, going back to, you know, whether it's, you know, 2200 or 173. I mean, it would be a mess.
Throw that in the fishbowl.
Okay.
Yeah,
Bill
yeah,
wants to finish
exactly.
his thought and then Kim.
For this thing here, I think what we need is a sentence that's something to the effect of it is understood that many issues will require an appeal process, which could include such mechanisms as a hearing officer, a special committee, a ad hoc board, etc. And just simply put that in there, and that would be the place marker that we'd come back to.
All right, Kim.
Some specific suggestions in that middle paragraph, and then a question about the last paragraph. But the board shall be supported by adequate staff who shall report to the board. We might say something like, in this regard, the state board has not realized the support promised in the law, or something to that effect. And then in the next sentence I would leave, we rely on the agency, and the board no longer has any authority over the agency. The board's agenda is still largely inclusive of oversight of agency programs and activities. Preoccupied sound as though we are like intentionally consuming ourselves with crap that we don't need to do. And I think that we have not maybe assumed the responsibility for crafting our own agendas based on a work plan for a year that focuses on things, and that would be a responsibility we could decide to take on. But we could do so hopefully in the absence, or maybe in consent agenda, the stuff that we feel like we're rubber stamping anyway. So I think if we ask the agency to give us the rubric they're using, and we stuck the rest of that stuff in, and we say, okay, that sounds great to us, we're expecting what you give us is going to comply with that. If it doesn't, we want to know, we'll pull it from consent agenda. Otherwise, it's consent agenda. So I would just say I want us to be cautious of how we characterize our agendas, and just say we're including a lot of oversight of stuff we're not in charge of. And then that senescence idea and being a spectator, I might offer the suggestion. The board has struggled to navigate statewide accountability to educational quality in the absence of authority over the agency, or honestly, in my opinion, I think policy making, the legislature as the policy making body, because I am trying to figure out where we're actually making educational policy versus being responsive to legislation that is prescribing education policy.
Right.
So I know it is stated as supposed to have been our purpose, and my tenure is short. So if it is different, I would love to understand that differently.
No, you raise a great point. Policy means very different things to very different people, and when the board comes close to making such policy as it seems like original policy, i.e. statute, it gets its knuckles rapped quite appropriately by the legislature because the legislature is understandably protective of its prerogatives. If by policy you mean implementing procedures and rules, well, sure, that's a different matter. And the legislature has used the word policy without precision in the statutes, and we toss the word around also without precision. It's not a very helpful term because it means so many different things to different people.
I have a question.
Please.
Maybe for Dan. To weigh in a little bit on the independent school thing, where we're at, if we decide, okay, we don't want this, is that something you do as an agency? Because if we say we're going to keep it, but we want a rubric, we want this, that creates a whole other pile of work, because right now it's an application process, and people do narratives, they submit artifacts, they're evaluated, we get very short version of this is what we saw on the site visit.
Right.
If we say, oh, we want a rubric now and we want this, that's a lot of work for the agency to go.
Yeah, and you don't have the authority to request us
Right.
to do that work.
So that's why I'm asking you. I don't want to keep circling a conversation.
No, I think from the
there's
task perspective, on a simple end, you could envision me, the secretary, sitting as the board sits. So I would say to a team and to the independent school, prepare your materials and a recommendation, and I will rule on it. Probably with my general counsel sitting right there, right?
There you go.
You do that
And I will
already.
make a decision,
You make a
right? And I
recommendation.
also hear appeals to my decisions. So there are places where people appeal to me, as I mentioned, residency. I have an appeal process in the rate setting for independent schools.
Right.
So I'm in the process of hearing an appeal. So I hear new information from the independent school, and I hear from my staff, and then I decide.
So so they're appealing the superintendent's determination?
They were
on the
appealing
residency?
our decision, so we have a rate-setting team, for instance, who said, here's what we're determining for your rate based on a rubric or a formula.
Yeah.
And they want to, school might want to present new information, for instance. They'd say, well, you based your decision on information that was incomplete. We'd like the opportunity to come and present that. So we have an appeal process where they can come in and present that information, then I rule on it. I basically rule on the agency's decision.
But you weren't involved in the initial
No,
determination?
because it's based on a regulation or
Okay.
a framework, rubric kind of thing, a formula that was supposed to produce X result. So I, make sure that all the information was considered.
I just want to shift gears here for a minute. We've been talking for the last 15 minutes about what do we stop doing? What businesses do we get out of? Why do we do that? Because we're trying to make some space of time and energy and talent to do something that we suspect could be more uniquely useful to the state of Vermont, where we could do something that nobody else is or can do. And so what is that? So let's for a moment stop talking about what we might stop doing, and let's start talking about what we might start doing. How would we spend our time and energy and talent on something that is hopefully of real value to the state and that frankly nobody else is doing? And that's what I was sort of alluding to when I spoke about an independent vision peering over the horizon. And I just want to say that there are a couple different levels of that we could do. One is the big kind of strategic. What's the future of education? Where should education in Vermont be in the year 2030? There isn't anybody else asking that question. Is it a useful question? I suspect it is. You know what, parenthetically, one of our critiques of the legislative process for the last 5 or 10 years has been that there's been all this initiative overload, all these new things happening, but no one has sort of stood back and put that in the context of where are we headed with all this and how rapidly can we make that happen. And obviously we've overloaded our school institutions with all sorts of reforms. Were there an overarching vision there's the saying is that if you don't know where you're headed, any road will take you there. If you don't have a destination for 2030, then the chances are you're just gonna do a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't necessarily get you there. So one of the roles for this board could be that it is the one that's looking out across the distance, gathering information, yes, research-based, but also what do the people want? What do Vermonters want? What do the school boards want? And the teachers and everybody else involved, and convening and essentially doing a white paper at some point that says, this is where we need to get to. And we've got 10 years or 15 years to get there. Another, at a totally different level, the board could, let's say it's been critical about something the agency's been doing. Take oversight of independent schools. The board could sit down with the agency and say, we have these concerns. And the board could produce a piece, 2 or 3 pages, that says, we think that the oversight of independent schools should be changed in the following ways, or get the following results. And that is first presented to the agency and to the governor, and if they say, yep, great, we'll do it, good. If they say, you must be, no, we don't agree, that can go to the General Assembly. In other words, we could become shapers of the formulation of educational policy at the tactical level, how do you evaluate independent schools, and at the strategic level, where are we headed in the year for the year 2030? I'm suggesting that that's the kind of work that we uniquely could do.
But we have no authority,
That's correct?
and we're willing to give up what possibly authority we do have. I haven't studied that list, but that list that, I don't know who, that long list, I think you all have that
Yeah.
of legal.
Yeah.
I mean, it is mind-boggling to think of how much we're referred to in Title 16 and what we're supposed to be doing.
Those are responsibilities more than they are authorities,
Well,
but,
whatever.
Yeah.
How, whatever if we say we're going to do a study, how is that any different from a summer study committee or anything else which just gets kind of buried? Nobody really pays much attention. What's to make us think that we're going to be seen as
I disagree, and I would disagree because, yes, a lot of summer study committees do get buried, but I think you would agree that the usual trend is that there are ideas that come up in summer study committees and often revisited, and they ultimately, if you look at any major piece of legislation, you will see the genesis of that
That's right.
idea.
They percolate.
all the just to back you up,
Yep.
all the mandated parts of 153 were from a summer study.
you just disproved your own point.
Yeah.
Yes, precisely.
And Act 46, the same thing. So I do think there is value in this board in sort of taking on this role of becoming the convener of these substantive conversations, which are not going to immediately translate into policy action, but will help inform a conversation and move the dialogue forward. And I think that is, I would argue that is a really good use of our time, and personally, I find much more interesting than, approving snow days.
I'm sorry, Sabina, pardon me.
So to your first point about, all these different actions that have been taken to try and get schools, I feel like one thing that could really help would be to get all those schools that are on the far end that are struggling to be in compliance with these, acts and legislations that have come through, is maybe to work on finding a way to give them like a guideline of like, here's what would work, so that way we can ensure that every student in Vermont that graduates, the graduating class of 2020, everyone there went through a very similar education. Everyone got the same quality education. Because a lot of it is you look at a student who graduates from like Burn or CVU or South Burlington versus someone who graduates from some like rural school like Harwood that doesn't have as much to offer and are having a hard time struggling to comply with these things. That's I feel like is the biggest issue, because, we don't want to be creating more things for them to have to do. We want to help them get to the point where they're supposed to be right now, because there are schools out there that aren't in compliance with what we're asking, and so then their students aren't getting what they deserve.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But the disparity of where we are right now with this many students with the resources, I know this is a private school, and Cabot with less than 100 kids,
Yes,
how in God's name can they have anything close to what's happening
Right,
here?
right.
There's no way in God's creation.
but just to stay with the board's role, yeah, I mean, that, for example, is something that, as a board, we could shine a light on those
Yep.
differences. And it's not like Dan doesn't know about those differences. If he had twice the resources, he'd have all kinds of people out there grappling with those situations. Kim, let's hear from Kim.
To play off of that and to sort of go back to one of the things we pointed out in reading Act 73 earlier was that there is a responsibility often within all of these acts that are well intended for there to be some accountability in reporting whether the intentions are being met. And I'm not quite sure how that's happening, if it's happening, and if by shining a light you mean we would make sure that those acts related to education are, to Sabina's point, actually being implemented without a hammer, because we have none, without any authority, because we don't. But the law says it. So somewhere, can't we say that we're going to look at what those acts are and we're going to ask for reports on how those are going? There just doesn't feel like there's an accountability to the
Right.
intent of these laws.
Right.
Whether it's Act 46, 73,
Y-
what
y-
will
the
eventually,
board
or
could-
77,
right.
sorry, or preschool, or
Right.
truly we get then little studies in pockets, and we're not getting a comprehensive
Right.
look at
Right.
impact. And I would love for somebody to be doing that. If there's not, then we should.
Exactly.
And that would help the legislature, I think, know if there are tweaks necessary. It would,
Sure.
I feel like that should be somebody's
Right.
responsibility.
Accountability and follow-through on almost any legislative initiative is very uneven. This board could convene a series of meetings or hearings on that very topic. 173, Act 46. What, do we know it's working, and what's the evidence for that?
So we have an evaluation in place and we're doing it. and
Right,
we'll be issuing reports to the
right, and the
legislature.
answer would be, well, there's,
Yeah.
Right, I think the scope of that evaluation is pretty big, right? And I don't know what our capacity, like, we can hold listening sessions, sure, and get anecdotal narrative stories. I
Right.
mean, that's one, but
Right.
it has to be paired with something that's a little bit.
we asked the agency and
To it.
others.
So
So, yeah,
I just want to pick up on Sabina's point, because she raised a really interesting issue, and that is this disparity between schools. And I do think, and this is going to sound a little bit controversial, but I think there is a role for the state board to do the things that nobody else has the political courage to do. And namely, we as a state need to get serious about closing some schools. There are some schools that are quite frankly just too small to adequately serve students and give students the opportunities they need. And the legislature, no elected official is ever going to take on that responsibility. It is the role of something akin to a base closure committee. And
yeah.
and I think and we heard through the Act 46 process from a number of parents, some of them privately, some of them publicly, who said, please close my school. My kid is getting shortchanged. And I do think there's a role for us to play in addressing those issues, because there are some real disparities out there, and it is one of the most painful things that I see in our education system today, the inability to really make some tough decisions that need to be made for the future of our kids.
Okay, this is good. Now, let me just sort of characterize what I'm hearing. I'm hearing on the one side that we can think of a number of ways that we could disengage from some activities. We don't have a perfect consensus about that, but we can see it's very possible. I think on the other side, actually the more exciting thing is that you can see that there's no shortage of big picture issues that we could imagine this board taking on. And could we force change? No. Could we influence change? Yes. How could we do that? Well, first of all, we have what you'd call a brand. We're called the Board of Education. And even though some people don't perhaps care for us, what the State Board of Education says is probably going to be paid attention to. And so you can essentially leverage that brand to become kind of, not a think tank, but a sort of convener, focus group on topics that you all collectively decide. You'll have to actually compete with each other because there's so many bright ideas about what we could do. We can't do it all, and we'll have to make some tough choices. But what I can see is that you're describing initiatives that are coming from us, not coming from Dan, not coming from anybody but the board itself. And that's the difference between the future that we might create and the present, where largely our agenda is sort of, we don't stop to think, we've got a whole morning, how do we want to use it? We don't ask that question. And there's no reason why we couldn't. But the only way we can get there is so we got to have some whole mornings.
It's on the agenda
Yeah.
that we could change the meetings, but we never do.
Right. And, and even today's meeting, as fun as it was to be here, we spent an awful lot of time on the school, and it's sort of a legacy from other times. We've always gone to important schools, and sort of as a courtesy, we say, tell us all about yourself. And, well, that's all very interesting, but maybe there's more important things for us to be spending our time on. I mean, courtesy is important, but I think we even have to look at that.
In noticing the hour and 45 minutes or hour and a half, whatever it was, that was devoted to learning more about Burn, that's terrific. Will we be doing the same at Colchester? Do we have that time in our agenda? Is that the best use of our time? And I think that's important because there are amazing things happening here. This is a private school that is a traditional academy and serving a lot of our communities, very important. But it's a very different, 16 kids in a classroom is very different than what would be found in any of our public schools to be able to sustain any one of the hundreds of classes offered, for instance, in Essex.
Right.
Where
I mean,
hundreds of
I
courses
would
are
feel
offered.
very much more enlightened by a conversation with Mark and his colleagues, and from a dozen other schools, if he told us about his aspiration program, the program for children from disadvantaged families, because the focus of our conversation was about equity and opportunity for children from disadvantaged situations. And if we drilled into that, I'd want to hear all about this. But but without context, this was just sort of a survey course about this school, all very interesting. I'd rather we drill into topics that are
Deal with issues.
that are important to the future of education in Vermont.
And I think
Can I just say in regards to visiting a new school to Essex, one of the best meetings I went to in terms of getting a feel of the school was not going around the school, was hearing from the students in the meeting.
Yeah, that was good.
And that was really
I was
good
there
meeting.
as an
Yeah,
observer.
That was a really
An
good
amazing
meeting.
group of kids. So,
Mr. Chairman,
And I think it's a
Yes.
little
may I
different.
suggest that we talk about next steps?
yes, thank you.
And agenda, how do you build the agenda?
Yeah,
Can I
so,
just ask one caution?
I'm sorry.
The initiative word is probably one that's going to send the hair on the back of folks' neck up.
Oh, really?
So I'm thinking that there is some weariness in education around initiatives.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And so I think to imagine that we restate our purpose to be looking for the next initiatives in education,
Yeah.
I think won't be necessally well received.
Great point.
I would go back to the vision.
I think accountability to the other initiatives, like a source of ability to be accountable to the intention of other initiatives would be really welcomed, I imagine. And then to Sabina's point, and even stated specifically in Act 77 is, a lot of these acts come with prescriptions about what support will be provided to get there.
Right.
So we can ask for how are we doing in that regard and, shine a light there. Not to the exclusion of us thinking about what does it look like for a student and what is the profile of our student in 2030 to be prepared for the next steps in their lives as contributing members of our community. I don't think those are mutually exclusive. I just think people are gonna cringe if they think we're coming up with a whole bunch of new ideas that the
totally.
legislature didn't think of, the agency didn't
Right,
think of.
right.
You know. it's-
So I guess to next steps, what would help me a lot is if we could get this thing to be better, this one-page piece. Or I don't care if it's 2 pages, but any more than that, because I think I am eager to begin conversations with people in the legislature.
Have you got enough to make a new iteration, a new draft?
Yeah, why don't I just do that? I'll try to, I'll listen to the tape and I'll try to rewrite this thing, take out some of the most provocative language and,
And all of us expect that you'll get all of our ideas into this.
precisely,
Exactly.
yeah, and it'll be 7 pages long,
Yep.
yeah. I'll just do my best. Remember, you gave me about 80 pages of ideas for the Sunset Advisory Commission and I got it down to 8, so.
Speaking of that, it might be an appropriate time maybe for the secretary to give us a quick update on AOE's testimony today on that front.
Yeah, I think, Mark participated, I think, via phone in his role as head of the Commission on Independent, or the Council on Independent Schools.
No, I'm talking the Sunset Commission.
Yeah. and-
Oh, okay,
yeah,
regarding the
so-
SBE.
Yeah, so we haven't really provided any new testimony. We, I don't know, did we share our large testimony that we prepared? We were required to respond back on every single board and commission that we touch,
Yeah.
including this one. In our response to boards like the State Board or the Council of Independent Schools,
Yep.
was basically to say, here's the factual information, like the questions like how often do they meet, what's their budget. We provided that information, but on the subjective questions of, do you think the board does a good job? We basically restrained ourselves and said, well, that's really for the board to answer.
Your blood
and,
pressure went up, but.
They were not satisfied, I think, with our response in some of those areas. And, specifically on the state board issue, we have prepared a sort of another statement along with yours about the state board. And, my position is I have nothing to add to what you've provided or the chair's provided. As a member of this board, I actively participated in your deliberations that ended up formulating or coming up behind the chair's position. So it wouldn't be appropriate for me as a fellow board member to add to that. But I also don't think it's appropriate for the secretary necessarily to weigh in on that. I have, on a theoretical basis, weighed in on that through my design paper, saying that if we imagine one school district and having more clarity on policy, I could see eliminating this board altogether. But I have nothing new to add. And that's essentially, and I was talking with Mark, I know Mark was testifying via phone today. There's this entity called the Council of Independent Schools, which largely represents the therapeutic schools. And he was interested in my position on that. And I said, well, I frankly don't support any board or council. I mean, I'm the secretary, right? So I want no council or boards. But that's really for the board or the entity itself to advocate for itself to that committee. But so I don't know where it went today yet.
Okay, thank you. So are you okay then as the next step to, I'll redraft this and get it to you. I think I want to look at the tape first, and then so it'd be a week before you'd see this. Peter, you had a comment about agendas. What did you want to say?
Well, just how can we better focus where we're going on this discussion and have it perhaps better addressed in terms of how we're setting our agendas?
I guess what I could do is try to write a piece for, I mean, it always comes down to you've got to put words to paper, I think, just so people all see the same thing, and then you can react to that. And it's so hard when it's just words in space. That's why I wrote this, was to give you something to push against and to say, this is a direction, are you willing? What I could do if you want is, or anybody here is welcome to volunteer, is to write some detail about deaccession. What are we gonna, it's that start, stop, continue stuff. You want me to do more? What do you want me to do less of? So we have to be willing to talk specifically about what we're willing to do less of. And we've had a conversation, inconclusive, but a lot of ideas, and I think some growth has come. I could try to frame that up for you. We're talking about not doing this, not doing that, not doing that, replacing this with that. And then I could frame up some ideas about what we would do in the vacuum. What would we be doing, not doing, as opposed to not doing? And that would be around the kind of visioning that we spoke about, where we use our power to convene and the visibility of the state board to gather information on topics that the board thinks are really important, high-level topics, research-based information, but also citizen information and practitioners' information and agency information. And I could describe to you some possibilities like that, just to try to put some meat on the bones of this conversation. With that in hand, my hope would be that at our next meeting, we'd be that much closer to a consensus about what we're going to stop doing and what we're going to start doing.
We have to go through a couple of 3 iterations. It's probably worth it.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, we're a diverse group, we have different ideas, and my goal is to have something that's really a consensus piece.
Does it make sense to, if we're, when we have meetings, try to get out and visit schools? I noticed we have 3 meetings with McFarland House, which is, you know.
That's something to look at. It could well be that by early next year, you've decided that we're gonna focus on topic X, whatever the hell it is, and we're gonna have our meetings built around that topic for 3 months. And we're gonna go to these places to enable us to learn about it. And we'll spend a morning at every meeting, 5-6 hours, and then 2 or 3 hours on administrative stuff that we still have to do until we can get the legislature to say, you're free to go, children.
Yeah, I think having 3 meetings and very one after the other isn't that
Yeah, it's,
inclusive.
Well,
I'll
it
say.
saves us some time in terms of the tours.
We don't have to do tours.
We don't have to do tours. I do enjoy them, but at the same time, we spend 40% of our time.
I mean, we haven't been to Brattleboro in
right,
3 years I've
right,
been on the board.
right. There's a lot we can do. It takes some real planning, though. Maureen
Yeah,
and
I
Suzanne
guess
spend a
that,
fair
yeah.
amount of time on building these schedules, and
Yeah.
we can't just overnight change everything, because some commitments have been made, but we can disengage from some. When there's clarity from this board as to where we're gonna, how are we gonna be using these meetings? I think we'll get there. We're just not quite ready yet to change all of that. One of the reasons for McFarland House in those times is because, well, first of all, travel's difficult, and second, because the legislature's in session and the staff have a hard time being very far from Montpelier at that time.
The other piece I'll mention, as far as accessibility, I do think that, having hours beyond the typical workday
Yeah.
would get more, I think in some communities would get more people to participate or
Yep.
show up.
It'll create inconvenience for each of us in
Yeah,
our
it
own
will.
way.
Yep.
And you just have to brace yourself for that. Okay, this has been very helpful. I think we're moving forward. I want to just, I don't know what your appetite for, let's say 3:30 is when we're going to stop, come hell or high water. Can we have, let's just talk about committees. It seems to me that well, clearly we need to put together a sort of working group or a committee to represent the board in the meeting that will be happening by the end of the month with all the 173 players. And
You might want to just send representatives as opposed to forming a committee that would
Yeah,
decide
yeah,
everything
yeah,
on.
yeah,
So
yeah.
just had a couple volunteers.
Right,
go
it's, thank you.
report back.
Yeah, that's all we're looking for, and I had in mind some folks.
Can I ask Dan, will those most likely happen in central Vermont area?
We're talking about the
Yeah.
FEG report?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, I'm not the convener of that, I think Nicole will be sending.
I'm
out
sure
the-
it'll be up that way.
I would expect it, I mean, we would offer space,
I
but
mean,
I haven't talked to her
Yeah,
about.
I mean, the,
Probably a 2 Prospect Street at a minimum, so I imagine
right,
what the.
right, or maybe McFarland, but whatever. I wondered, I'll put people on the spot about that, but I wondered if Jenna and Kim and Oliver would be available to represent the board in this discussion. You have been involved in the past, but I know you're really, really busy too, so.
Yeah.
Is this something you can stay with?
Yeah, yeah. No, I
Okay,
can, yeah.
good. And
If I can offer dates and times the last week
Talk
that you
with-
could forward.
Okay,
if you were,
yeah,
if
yeah,
you're gonna
yeah.
be the point
Yeah,
person.
yeah,
I
yeah,
can-
yeah.
And
All
if
right.
it
Yeah.
works, it works.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
hopefully, I think.
And
I will
we all
do my
review the
best.
same
So
thing.
Yeah.
similarly, I imagine there'll be a
What my
Google,
schedule's-
a doodle poll or something
Yeah,
that
yeah,
will
yeah,
give
yeah.
us
And
some
we can meet
Okay.
by phone or
potential.
not, Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the
I
three of you,
also
please,
assume it'd be in
be
Montpelier
our
or
point
someplace.
people on that.
You're just meeting separately on this issue.
That's right, they wanted to brief have three of our people sit in on this briefing. And I.
3 people from the AOE, 3 people from their smaller
Yeah,
group,
yeah,
and
yeah,
3
yeah,
people,
yeah.
or at least some representation.
right.
They didn't prescribe how many.
And I think
I heard.
I may sit in on it because I want to get to know the FEG group as a possible resource for this board, should we need outside expertise. But it's you 3 people on the substance. You guys are way ahead of me on the substance of all this. Let's just talk, we don't have to get this settled today, but we do need to talk about what did we call it? What was it called in the past? Government affairs? Legislative relations?
Legislative affairs, I think.
Legislative, something like that.
So just a legislative committee.
Legislative committee, right. No one's having affairs with the legislature. I will talk to people individually about that. Certainly Peter, who's done that before and has very, very well-established connections with the legislature.
Can I just say, that once this goes out, the legislature has a tendency, these committees have, to give you maybe, sometimes just a half a day notice, a day at most. I mean, and they expect somebody to come in, you know, it's, I do live.
I heard that.
I do live close enough to respond to that, but it can be very frustrating when you are just, you know, and sometimes you just sit there and they do.
I heard that conversation in the tape that I listened to from the 19th. And I think you raise a very good point, that we don't have the nimbleness to know what our thoughts are about every piece of legislation that they suddenly call us about. But I wonder if, I got thinking about the Burton's mission statement and its core values. I wonder if it wouldn't be useful for this board to think about framing a statement of what ought to be our core values about education in Vermont, so that when asked, we could say to the committee that wants to know, what do you think of this bill? You would have sort of a lens through which, by consensus, this board has said these 4 things are what matter most to us. And to the extent that the bill contributes to these 4 things, good. To the extent that it detracts from them, not so good. Because we can't possibly know, we just don't meet frequently enough to sort of comment on every bill that's going to come up. But if we could have our legislative committee speaking for the board in general terms, and the committees might want us to specifically comment, and I think we'd have to say, we are not prepared. There is no committee consensus, no board consensus on that. The best we can do for you is to tell you what our values are. That may not please them, but it's dangerous for any one of us as individuals to be commenting on a piece of legislation that none of you have heard about or talked about.
Right.
I think the expectations of the legislature for a committee, I mean, having done legislative affairs for years,
Yeah.
is impossible. 1 day notice, a half day notice,
Yeah.
come in and tell us what your other
Right.
10 peers think of this legislation as a quorum, it's just, I mean, it's just, you can't do it.
Right. But-
Actually, it often isn't, it's about, doing something, getting bills, you know, it's not about the final version, it's just
Right.
getting your input, you know what I mean, or the board, you know, whatever, I mean, and that could be, we could have a, you know, I could, and, you know, we can talk or whatever, but it's really, you're not there at the moment of, you know, making the final decisions.
Well, it's a nonpartisan board also interjecting itself into a partisan
Right,
process, which
right.
makes it even more
Well,
parallel.
how do you
full
feel
of peril.
about framing a set of values or guiding principles and speaking from that?
I think it's the only thing you can do. The mislabeled strategic plan, which was 3 E's, which
Right.
was the 3 important values that the board held. It would be maneuvering within those 3 to advance those or not advance those.
Yep, yep.
What do you think, Oliver?
Kim?
No, I was looking for Kim.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I recall Dan indicating they were working on a vision statement or mission, or was the agency crafting
We have a
your
purpose
vision?
statement, we've shared it with you, I think, as part of your.
Was it, I apologize that I'm not recalling.
That's all right.
Didn't apparently hit me, but, is it speaking to your purpose statement for the agency or purpose statement for education in Vermont?
The agency.
Okay.
And it's largely designed for internal coherence as well
Okay.
as external coherence, but we land on a position, and back to the compliance issue, that one of our fundamental jobs is to implement the law.
Yeah.
So, it sounds basic, but that's we have a lot of activity that is spawned in the agency that has gone afield from that core requirement, and it's actually interferes sometimes with our ability to fulfill our core requirement. So one would expect the state to be focused on implementing the law, and we describe that by leadership, support, and oversight. So, it's not just all compliance, it's about also providing leadership and also providing support for people. But it's built around a constraint of what the law is. We certainly have a role in helping formulate policy, but our day-to-day work is really about implementing the law as it currently is written.
Okay. Peter, let's you and I
Yeah.
talk about how we could frame sort of an all-purpose board perspective that could be used when we're called upon by the General Assembly.
And keep in mind, there is actually a statutory obligation the board has to report to the legislature. So what I would suggest is that report be condensed into the set of values and
Yes.
principles. Right?
Yeah, in fact, that's sort of what our last
Yep.
report really was a statement of the 3 E's, and that this was the lens through which we were
Yep.
looking.
That's generally done in December, so that when they come in the session, they
It's
have
there,
that, yeah.
January 6th, yeah.
Let me just throw it out there just real quick. One of my concerns with when we're called to the State House or to the Capitol to offer positions on legislation is that oftentimes it's a hot button issue, and the chair is getting pressure from one group or one set of legislators to pass it, and similar pressure from another group not to.
The chair of this board?
No, not the chair of this board, the chair of the
that-
committee.
Of course.
And that
of
we
course.
are often called in as the fall guy to say, well, the State Board of Ed told us that we should report this out or not report it out. I mean, that's one of my concerns, in that without full knowledge of the topic. And sometimes you get pulled into, years ago when I was in Massachusetts, there was a bill that would have included nurses in the list of employees that would be allowed to unionize in schools. And a topic like that, we cannot possibly, and I'm not saying that that's a topic that comes up here, but if we went around the table, and I'm not suggesting we do this, each one of us would probably have a different opinion on that. It seems like such a simple topic, but there's no way that we could possibly cover that depth of foundation in principles that would allow one of us to go up to the committee process and say, oh, we're in support of this or we're not in support of this.
I think the thing is, keep in mind that without a full meeting of the board with some resolution passed by a majority, the chair actually doesn't have the authority to weigh in. What the chair, the value the chair brings in those, or, you know, the representative of the board, whomever that may be, what they're doing is simply stating or restating these key values that the board has agreed to, and it's up to the legislative committees to interpret that and apply that however they choose to the question in mind. Yep.
Well, I sensitivity too, going back to Dan's comment that this board was not always as functioning as it currently is that people may have gone up there and offered comments that were
there
seen
were
as
a lot of
football being
unauthorized-
handed off and somebody running into the end zone.
Oh, yeah.
in the policy statement, and so
I don't think we have that problem anymore.
no, I don't think we do either. I
Well,
guess.
I do wanna say, when, at the House, Krista and I were asked to come in and testify about that equity bill, you know, that bill that was.
Act One.
Oh, yeah.
And Act One, yeah. And I had a feeling, very strong feeling, that they shouldn't be,
Prescribing curriculums.
yeah,
Yeah.
and which is exactly what they did, and Krista was, of course, they, you know, that got steamrolled, I mean, that
Right,
was.
but I think, again, if we could have used a set of more lasting values, overarching values,
Yeah.
that would have sufficed, and they could have
Yeah.
decided. In the 6 minutes we have left, you've been very patient, thank you. I guess it's just enough time to say, I guess we don't have enough time to do anything serious about board norms.
Is there something else we had to do for,
Sorry?
there was something else not having to do with our work, but somebody asked us to respond.
Oh, yeah, there was.
There was a.
Higher ed counselor or something?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
VHEC. That's not on our agenda. That's
Okay.
coming next month.
Okay.
I took that off.
I thought I recalled.
I guess you hadn't arrived before that was.
Okay, I
Yeah.
apologize, thank you.
So the only thing of great substance that we have not done is item G, board norms, and I just want to refresh your recollections about this so you can think about it next time. There's this question of political involvement, and when is it too much? When is it present sort of irreconcilable conflicts? Or opportunities for misunderstanding. And in the document I drafted for you, I was guided in part and relied somewhat heavily upon the Code of Ethics. And if you haven't read the Code of Ethics that you were furnished, you really should, because it really provides the intellectual foundation for all of our behavior. And the Code of Ethics makes a big point out about the appearance of conflict of interest. Well, conflict of interest and the appearance thereof. And if you've been in public service, and you all have, you know that the appearance of conflict of interest is virtually as serious as a conflict of interest itself. Why? Because the appearance of a conflict of interest erodes public confidence in public institutions, all of which is essential to a democracy. So it's really serious stuff. And that's why Code of Ethics are written around the appearance as well as the substance. So the language that I framed for you a long time ago tries to use that notion of appearance of conflict as a test. And the language of what is the appearance means the impression that a reasonable person might have that an appointee's judgment might be significantly influenced by outside interests. So that's where that's sort of the framework on which this piece is hung. I'm not asking you to approve anything today, I'm just trying to get you up to speed with how this came to be the way it is. Yes?
And so I completely agree. I think the Executive Code of Ethics is the way that, is what should guide us. And I would suggest that we really don't need to get into specifics because we can never anticipate all the, as the example with the former Secretary of Education, nobody could have possibly anticipated that scenario and crafted a set of guidelines to address that scenario. So what I would suggest is that, going to your point about the appearance, we're a large enough board where any one of us can recuse ourselves from something where there is that appearance. And I would suggest the simplest solution is simply to disclose, and a number of us have done this over the years, you disclose and you provide an opportunity for your colleagues to say, yeah, that doesn't feel right. And as soon as somebody says that doesn't feel right, it's simple, you step aside. You don't, unless half the board steps aside, one or two people feel that there's something that might be an issue and other board members, say, yeah, that doesn't quite feel right, it's easy, just step aside.
Well, the other issue was different though, because it was a conflict of interest in perpetuity.
But again, I think you disclose and say, hey, I'm thinking about doing this, and
I see.
What's the board's reaction, and if everybody on the board says, yeah, that sounds good, no issue, then you have the, I think there's
I see what you're saying, yeah. But after the decision was made to become involved outside this board, I think that created
but again, that's a board decision, and I would just suggest the guidance is really simple. If any of your colleagues feel that there is the appearance, there clearly is the appearance, and the right thing to do is to step aside.
Mm-hmm.
We had to do that in 46, the hearings.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. All right, the other part of this was affiliation with a special interest organization that, again, the test was, does this association, this political or otherwise, does it put you in a position or that educational policy is part of what's at issue? And in the case of the most recent situation, of course, the candidate was speaking a lot about educational policy, and so that's where the appearance of conflict arose, is because if that candidate had never even talked about education, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So I guess what I'm getting at is that the test is, does your involvement create a confusion about, is this your view or is this your view as a board member, or is this the view of the organization with which you have affiliated? And so, for example, if I belong to the NEA Legislative Committee and was advocating that independent schools should be eliminated from our state, that would probably appear to be a conflict of interest in my duties as a state board member. I guess what I was trying to do here is that the rubbing point isn't simply that you're involved in a campaign or a special interest organization. The rubbing point is when you become affiliated with educational policies that could in any way be confused with the policies of this board. That's where the appearance of a conflict specifically arises.
And I think the key is just disclose, even if it seems completely innocent, just disclose it and provide the opportunity for folks
Well, the other challenge there was the level of involvement too.
Indeed.
That's
Well, right.
signing financial reports and being
It wasn't putting up
officer.
lawn
It
signs.
wasn't standing out in a corner with a sign.
Right, right.
It was well beyond that. It was a real
Okay.
position.
We're not going to do it today because I'm on borrowed time, I can see. But I do want to say that at some point I'd like us to have a discussion about comportment at meetings. It's been a long time since you've heard the word comportment. You young people, I can explain it to you privately. It's a very old-fashioned term about sort of behavior, the right behavior. And the only point is that we are a public entity, and sometimes we are, myself included, are not as patient and courteous with witnesses and others as we as they deserve to have us be. And sometimes we don't appear to be attentive. And and I've gotten some calls from people around the state. And the theme of the calls often is, well, they seem to be busy with their email. Well, you have your laptop open, and that is easily misunderstood to suggest that your attention is elsewhere than on what the witness. So maybe this is enough to just say that we need to be really thoughtful about that. I mean, many of you are you're looking at materials on your laptops. You're way, I don't have that ability, and there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. But we do really want to understand that that can be seen by non-literate people like myself as he must be doing his email or looking at cartoons or something. And because a lot of us don't have the ability to do that, and so it's misunderstood by some of the public. I don't really think there's much more to say other than to say, please be sensitive to that. It never hurts if you can say, I see right here from what you've said that people know that that's what you're doing. And I mean, Dan, you're looking at documents all the time, and they're pertinent to what we're doing, but it's easy for this to be misunderstood. And, you know, I'm not trying to say that we have to baby people, but I think we have a duty to conduct ourselves in a way that inspires confidence that this board is truly attentive to what people are telling us. That's all. And that's all I need to ever to say again about this. Okay. As usual, you've been great. Thank you very much. I think we can we adjourn on that?
I move to adjourn.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Is it unanimous? All in favor?
Aye.
Well done. Thank you very much.